Good morning, guys. Good morning. Good morning. Ugh, I just woke up. I kind of overslept a little. I just woke up. Ugh. But good morning, guys. Good morning. Good morning. I hope you guys are having a nice day. I hope you guys are having... I want to say the best day ever, but like, you know, even if you're not having a good day, having an absolutely midday is very justified and very okay too. Ah! I did a fuck you lucky. I did a little fuck you lucky, and like I didn't think I'd oversleep, but I did. So oopsie, I'm about to end my day. Oh my god, you guys are... Hi Night, good morning, good morning. Good morning everyone. It's like 2 a.m. It is 2 a.m. If you're in Southeast Asia like me, it's 2 in the morning. If you're like waking up for the day, it's probably like in the afternoon for like the Americans, huh? But yeah, oh my god. Dude, I didn't think I'd oversleep, but yesterday I went to pick up some Vanguard boxes that I pre-ordered at like the store that I'm partnering with. They had like some set aside for me. So I went to pick them up, and I ended up like staying out for a little too long. By the time I got home, I was like, aw, I need to take a nap so I can be ready for stream. And then a nap turned into a full sleep. So now I'm embarrassed and like, oh no, right? Good morning, guys. Good morning, good morning. Is this ASMR? Do you see a sunrise every day? Every day at 6, I see my window become a little brighter. And I'm like, oh, it's that time again, huh? And instantly my mind is like, oh, okay, well, it's that time again, huh? But you know, I have a shit sleep schedule. It works-ish for me because... Okay, I mean, you know, we might as well be in the game stream. Heck. I have a shit sleep schedule. I don't hide it. It's very bad, but also it works for me. Therefore, apples and oranges, I guess? I don't know. It works for me because like I like streaming at like, you know, in the middle of the night. I feel like in the daytime there's like way too much like stuff happening. But anyways, if you guys are curious, the first video that we're watching is the Imperium's 10 Best Jobs Warhammer 40k Lore / History by Luton09. And you guys might be thinking, oh, why are we starting like really positive? It's because I'm having a very small bite to eat. We are gonna normalize eating because imagine starving. That's cringe. That's crazy. But we're gonna start off with something positive. Hopefully, any mention of corpse starch will probably make me like wanna yak while I'm eating. So we'll put like a corpse starch counter on the... we'll put a corpse starch counter on the screen. Anytime there's mention of it, we will put... We will... Oh, why'd you become so big? Anytime someone mentions it, we will absolutely want to die. Okay? Corpse search mention will be crazy. Okay, no, not the nutrient paste. We aren't here for nutrient paste. I don't need that shit. Apparently, nutrient paste involves people. Therefore, haha. No thanks. There's so much worse than corpse starch. I hope not. Are we having the morning monster? We are. I have the monster in front of me. I also made coffee because I was like, well, might as well. You know something crazy? So I was like making coffee, right? And I was like heating up my tumbler in like the microwave with like the water because I couldn't be bothered to boil water, right? And then once I was like done making the coffee, I stood there, thought about it, checked under my mug, realized it said not microwave safe, and went, oh. So I don't know what's gonna kill me. I don't know if like tumblers have like microplastics or whatever it's called. But, you know, eventually something's gonna fucking get me, guys. Holy shit. Where's my drip yesterday? It looks badass though. What do you mean my drip? But yeah, we're gonna munch a little. It'll be fine. It'll be chill. Coffee or decaf? Coffee, because your girl needs to wake the fuck up. Your girl literally needs to wake the fuck up.
Congratulations, you've been drop-kicked into the basement.
You know, I feel like I jump scare myself, but also, as some you all know, thanks so much for the sub with Prime. Thank you. I completely forgot about that. I have to turn the alerts off because I have to turn the alerts off. But thank you so much, Waldo. Thank you. And now, are you guys ready? Are you guys ready for the 10 best jobs? What could possibly go wrong, right? This is the Imperium, you know? Everyone's fucking dreamland. We all love the Imperium. And surely having a job here must be fucking amazing. Blitz, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. 3, 2, 1. Okay. There is only war. To consort with the heretic is to endanger one's purity, but to lie to an Inquisitor is to forfeit your soul. Inquisitor... Damn, that's strict. Are you kidding? Okay, I mean, I know the Inquisitors are kind of crazy, but also I feel like being an Inquisitor is probably a good job because, like, what's someone gonna do? Accuse you of heresy? You're accusing people of heresy.
While it's undoubtedly true that the world of the dark far future is one filled with horror, immorality, and nightmarish perversion, it's also true that while many billions lead lives that are objectively unendurable, there are equally those who are gifted rare positions of privilege, luxury, and highly rewarding lives of service. Whilst the Imperium may demand loyalty, it's an unavoidable human trait that has existed forever, that given the opportunity, individuals will always seek the feathers to line their own nests. While some are heavily indoctrinated into the cult of the Imperium and live lives of pure service and abstinence, there are likely significantly more who live lives that are hedonistic, luxurious to excess, boundless freedoms, or how about just sheer raw power. Again, as before, it's worth mentioning that often what I might designate as a job in the Imperium...
Okay, so I remember that there are nobles in this, like, universe. So I'm assuming that, like, the nobles are living life, like, really fucking good. They're, like, really living it up, right? So it has to be, like, some noble-related job, right?
May or may not fall within our understanding of such a thing at this time. Often within the Imperium, you're not actually paid, you might simply be assigned a duty through hereditary or just assignment, and you find that your life leads you down a certain path and a certain role to play. So what we might designate as jobs are more roles in society to play, but it's much the same. You're working to stay alive and contribute to the overall structure of human society. As we look at the best jobs today, if you missed out on the worst ones, check the link at the end of this video, and we're covering roles in this video with no constraint. But perhaps we can also look at more standard working class roles that do not include positions of excessive power in another video. And lastly, what would you like me to cover next in a best or worst rundown? Best weapons, worst deaths, best war machines? Tell me in the comments and maybe I can cover that one next. So in no specific order, let's run down the best jobs within the Imperium of Man. Now, it's no surprise that we start with the role of the Inquisitor. There are a few roles less coveted than that of becoming an Inquisitor of the Imperial Inquisition. For many, the simple reasons for this are twofold: freedom and power. Inquisitors, unlike the majority of humans in the Imperium of Man, are free to pursue their own goals and missions, within the context of their role, of course, to protect and further the interests of humanity. The Inquisition at its current existent state is a massive organisation in the Imperium. Answerable to no one other than the Emperor and themselves, they reign as terrifying figures to most of the rest of humanity. Take your pick of the three Ordos as well as to which to best participate in. The Ordo Malleus deals with eradicating demons and the servants of chaos, basically hunting the corrupted, and they're also backed militarily by the Grey Knights. Not a bad team to call for backup. The Ordo Xenos are not purely focused on slaughtering the oddities of the galaxy, they also...
We all knew the Inquisitors were gonna be on here. Like, it could only be the... Okay, what are the downsides to being an Inquisitor? Like, realistically speaking, I think the narrator is British, but... you're basically, like, in the Imperium's, like, police, right? If you really think about it. There's, like, is there infighting? Okay, I would feel like being an Inquisitor, you'd have job security, right? But also, could people, like, similarly accuse you of heresy? But if you, like, counter-accuse them of heresy, wouldn't they also get fucked? So, like... wouldn't it be like the pointing, like, Spider-Man meme? You know, it's like one Inquisitor is accusing the other Inquisitor of, like, fucking heresy. I mean, I guess it is a good job because, like, who's gonna accuse you of heresy when, like, that's one of the biggest, like, things in this universe, right? So being an Inquisitor, you probably got there by being orphaned when young. Training process is bloody, horrific, and brutal. You have duties. Your job is to find the absolute worst of humanity in 40k. You know, I get... That makes sense. From, like, a... Okay. That makes so much sense. Like, no wonder all of their, like, you know, mental health are a little, like, fucked. No wonder the Inquisitors all seem a little crazy. I feel like the Warhammer 40k universe would very much benefit from having, like... I don't know, psychiatrists. Fighting demons. There was one decent Inquisitor that was slowly deteriorating from being a psyker that had to interrogate chaos worshippers. Getting assassinated by someone you aren't even investigating because they're afraid you might be investigating them. Oh... You know, that's a low-key sounds like a shit job. Like, I'd be, like, traumatized, right? I'd be like, oh shit. Like, you guys are putting so much pressure on me. I'd be like, oh no. What the fuck? This is so stressful. But I guess, like, also, you know, it's not the worst. Men should only be thinking about war, not concepts like emotional well-being. I mean, I guess. Like, I guess. But, like... Take care of your mental health, guys. Okay, mental health is very important. I know men don't get this a lot, but please take care of yourselves. Please love yourselves. And if you don't love yourselves, I will come over and I will love you, bitch. On fucking God. If you don't love yourself, I will fight you so hard that you'll end up loving yourself. Trust, okay? I watch WWE. I have, like, I like UFC. Okay? I know what I'm doing, okay? Literally punch you into loving yourself. How dare you not love yourself? Okay, we're gonna start the video again in 3, 2, 1.
To spend time investigating, cataloguing, exploring, if you will, to better understand where and when humanity may want to lay down swathes of purging fire. They may spend decades travelling and recording what they discover, and they often have solid bonds and connections with rogue traders. The Ordo Xenos, similarly to the Ordo Malleus with its Grey Knights, gets to call upon the Astartes of the Death Watch, a force formed entirely of veteran space marines. Finally, the Ordo Hereticus. Often these Inquisitors are those that people lean toward, choosing them because they are the witch hunters, and rightfully they're feared by the heretics of humanity.
Well,
they hunt
yeah.
down rogue psychers, mutants of mankind, and those who would speak heresy toward the Imperium and the Emperor. Speaking out of turn, heresy. Spilled my beer? You better know that's some heresy. And as per the previous choice, yes, they are backed not only by the Adeptus Astartes, but also the Adepta Sororitas. That is the all-female militant wing of the Imperial cult's ecclesiarchy. So if being able to walk around the worlds of the Imperium indiscriminately killing those who might look at you the wrong way doesn't appeal in and of itself, you also get to be backed up by an entourage of badass, bolter-wielding ladies.
Once they said that, they're kind of selling me on on being an Inquisitor, guys. Like, hi. So not only do you get to, you know, be kind of cool, you also get backed up by angry dommy mommies in like sick armor. They're kind of selling me on being an Inquisitor, guys. Holy shit! I might be like changing sides. Do I hear heresy? Guys, if you say no to me, it's heresy, and I will get your ass. Trust. Oh, I got new art, and I'm so excited to show you guys. I got art, okay, and I really want to show you guys, but I'll probably show it to you guys after this video, so I don't keep like pausing and interrupting it. But hot ladies in power armor, fire. Very cool. We like that. Leska, thank you so much for joining. Thank you so much for being a member. Thank you. Welcome into the nicer part of the basement where you get Wi-Fi. And also, Wilson, thank you so much for follow. Thank you. We got new art. Yeah, let's go. Do you think we're Inquisitors? I don't think we could be Inquisitors. I feel like Leah is very, like, Adeptus Mechanicus, like, coded, right? I feel like I'm more... I feel like I'm fortify coded, or I'd be like an orc, you know, I'd be like war all the damn time. What are we watching today? We were watching the Imperium's 10 best jobs. And like so far being an Inquisitor seems really fucking nice because not only are you like the fucking like space police, you've also got like your backup is basically a group of like hot angry women. If you really think about it, that's not an L. That's actually a big fucking W. Right?
Inquisition are, as an organization and individuals, exempt from scrutiny other than by the Emperor himself and, as I say, themselves. Inquisitors can demand whatever they need at any time, be it materials, citizens, manpower, and hardware. In essence, an Inquisitor's power is absolute. They deal out individual death or planetary scale annihilation. The Inquisition is a vast organization, and it's difficult to really summarize in short order the level of complexity within its own ranks, let alone its operations within the Imperium. The Inquisition is even known to have factional wars within itself from time to time, as it answers only to itself, and so must fight for its philosophies and fanatical points of principle. These rarely will last for any significant length of time, and if they risk spilling out beyond a localized area, they will usually be crushed by a heavy force of Astartes to restore order by any means necessary, at the behest of yet more inquisitional commands. This gives a small sense of how complex and difficult to constrain Inquisitors' power can be, as they individually can wield huge influence in an Imperial system. Why is the role of an Inquisitor one of the best jobs in the Imperium? The answer is the sheer power you hold individually.
What the fuck?
Now, Imperial Noble was always going to make the cut for the best jobs in the Imperium. They are, as you might expect, the elite civilians of Imperial worlds, and the nobility contain lords and ruling families of major hive cities, planets and star systems. Having power and command over many millions, if not many billions of human lives, you find yourself born into such nobility, then you've already hit the jackpot in terms of potential lives to live.
That
You'll be
makes
raised
sense.
in safety and luxury, disconnected and likely ignorant of the suffering and abhorrent conditions the billions of fellow humans endure below your heavily protected living quarters. A life disconnected from the grim realities known to the majority of individuals within the Imperium, yet it's not a life without risks. Human desire knows no bounds, and murderous ambition and vicious feuds can continue for centuries between families. Many Highborn will likely never leave their luxurious palaces, protected from the horrors of the outside world and the citizenry who are best off not knowing what they're missing out on.
Okay, so is this like Game of Thrones, but like in space? Do your corpse starch today? We are not eating corpse starch. Okay, shut up. No corpse starch for us. You're going into it. Oh no. Does she know the amount of mental trauma the Inquisition goes through? I mean, they kind of touched on it. Like, we watched a video where they kind of touched on it because they're like, basically brought up, you know, being they're brought up into like being they're orphans or something, and they basically get like torture, not really torture, but their upbringing is just really, really bad. So like becoming an Inquisitor is like the most like W thing as an adult for them. But yeah. So this is just Game of Thrones, but in space. Shit. Tame, if Tame is not laughable, and okay. Damn.
Highborn citizens of the Imperium are seen, but perhaps only by the nobility itself, as the pinnacle of human bloodlines, representing the greatest and most carefully refined family lineage. As is often the case when it comes to such self-celebrating aristocracy, for the few individuals who are genuinely enlightened or have something positive to contribute.
You know what I really want to ask though, chat? There is one thing I've always wanted to ask. You see like the bolts in their like fucking heads, right? What are they? Because the other day I was talking to Leora, and Leora was asking me about it. I was like, wow, I don't know. I was trying to pill Leora on like Warhammer, and I was like, wait, Leora, you don't get it. Warhammer does have hot guys. So I showed her a picture of like Gadriel from like, you know, from like Space Marines too, and she was like, okay, but why does he have those things in his head? And I was like, you know, I don't know. They're cybernetic enhancements. Okay, that makes sense. See, by the way, chat, recommend more hot Warhammer men, because I'm trying to pill my friends on Warhammer, and so far the only hot guy that I think is hot is like Gadriel from like Space Marines 2. I do not share sanguineous. See, my besties and I, we have a type, and that is not dead. You know? It's so fucked up to say. We have a type, and it's just not, as long as they're not dead, I think that's really poggers. But I think sanguineous is a little too not, you know, not alive. Oh man. Kate, Gadriel says winning. Do you like pretty boy, rugged, or emo? I think anyone that's like decently attractive is, you know, amazing. No, so I've been like pilling them. I've been sending them like I've been like, hey, you know, there's like so many, it's a lot of choices. I was telling my friends, it's a lot of choices, but actually once you like listen to the lore, you can like dwindle down the factions that you like. So it's not really that many choices, because like they just give you it's overwhelming at the start, but very quickly, very clearly, you'll be able to pick and choose what you like, which is okay, right? Which is fine. So I've been trying to get my friends to like the Imperial Fist more. It's not really working, but you know, we're still trying. It's still a valiant. I don't know how to say it. Valiant attempt at getting my friends to, you know, like Warhammer. I'm doing my part, guys. I'm kidding. I don't know. But are you guys ready? In 3, 2, 1.
More of these noble family heirs are self-obsessed, idle, and prone to debasing themselves, often living lives that walk a very dangerous line between indulgence and heresy. Highborn also among their
Right.
privileges are significantly educated about the lives that they live, the power and politics, the general understandings of the Imperium, and how it's best to avoid its significantly dangerous pitfalls. For some highborn, it's a life of ignorance and lavish luxury. For others, their careful education and focused ambition can lead them to become agents of the Inquisition. How much of that is down to loyalty for the Imperium or carefully planned personal ambition is entirely debatable. Being a highborn, though, is not only about wallowing in self-satisfaction. There is work to be done, albeit entirely self-serving. You must protect the interests of the family name, and more importantly, try to better them. It's a never-ending game of carefully planned subterfuge to undermine and steal power from others who need to be taken down a few positions and allow your family a tighter grip on regional power systems. Blackmail, scandals, treachery, and carefully premeditated murder are all day to day. It's a life of dangerous mind games, murder mystery, political power games, and decadent luxury. Despite the dangers, it's without question far preferable to eating slop every day, working to exhaustion, and then dying of some unpleasant industrial contamination. The Adeptus Custodes. Now, assuming
Kitten! He's mentioned! He's here! It's our boy! It's literally our boy! Let's go! All I see is heresy on my screen. I don't know what you're talking about. Heresy? That's crazy! It's our boy! It's Kitten! Custodes! Eating an apple is considered luxurious? Honestly true, in a universe where all you eat is fucking, like, repurposed people, that is... an apple would be insane. Thank you so much for the resub, Wardo. Thank you.
Seemingly endless popular suggestion for best jobs in the Imperium, yet
Custodes.
somewhat debatable when you really think about it. Overall, though, I still think it's a good candidate, objectively speaking. Why do the Custodes come up so regularly when people think of perfect roles to play as part of the Imperium? Well, for one, the honour of serving so close to the Emperor. The Custodes are the personal bodyguard to the Emperor of Man himself, warriors of unmatched capability and whose sole purpose is to counter any potential threat to the Master of Mankind. Back in the days of the Unification Wars and the Great Crusade, the Custodes would follow the Emperor everywhere. Now, as he is interred on the Golden Throne on Holy Terror, they rarely leave the planet, taking a far less active role than they once did in the Imperium. And while their tedious daily lives may seem mind-numbing to some, they have seen renewed life as the Ultramarines Primarch has returned to lead humanity. And so it is that the Custodes' days of confinement to Terra over so many years has come to an end. And
Roboute Guilliman mentioned, but also, guys, genuine question. So the Custodes, yeah? Are they strong? Are they, like, strong, though? Very? They seem, like, really strong in the lore. But, like, how strong? Yeah, they seem really OP in the lore, right? I tell it, haha. They sound kind of insane. But, like, are they good on, like, tabletop? Are they meta? That's what I was thinking. Because, like, in terms of, like, now their ass, because that's what I was thinking. I was like, oh, in terms of, like, gameplay, are they, like, meta, or are they, like, kind of booty cheeks? Kai, thank you so much for the resub. Thank you. Welcome to the basement. Welcome. Are Henry Cavill's favorite tabletop faction? Is it because, like, they're easy to paint? No, I'm kidding, but... Okay, so they're basically 2 steps down from a Primarch. One story of a Custodes flicking a pebble, it sounded like a gunshot? What? Giving Wargear 10 times better than the Astartes? Ooh, you know what'd be fun? Playing a game involving the Custodes. They're cheap for armies. Oh, okay, that's not too bad. I was thinking of, like, getting, like, the Adeptus Custodes, because, like, from what I heard, it's easy to paint, and I'm, like, baby tier when it comes to, like, painting stuff, so I figured, yep, this is probably it. Also far better educated. They're more than guards, but also companions and confidants of the Emperor. You know, if the Emperor, you know, had TTS, makes so much more sense now. Easy to buy and paint, yeah. Be like playing Dynasty Warriors 40k. Dynasty Warriors 40k sounds like a banger idea. And like they need to make it like ASAP because I fucking love Dynasty Warriors. Also, Kate, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Welcome to the basement. Welcome. Alright, are you guys ready? 3, 2, 1.
And they reach out with white-hot vengeance to destroy the dark forces of chaos. They stand near immortal warriors, the Emperor's finest gene-crafted warriors. Their dexterity and ability far beyond that of even ordinary Astartes, their minds powerfully refined and fortified, their education extensively studied in all matters. For they exist to not only be powerful defenders, but to serve as companions and counsel for the Emperor himself. They reach out now more proactively than ever, fighting as some of the most supremely powerful warriors that exist within the Imperium, retaining the honour that the blood of the Emperor runs through their veins. They are the golden light of the Emperor himself, his manifested spirit, and only surpassed in ability by the Primarchs and the Emperor himself. To be a Custodes is to be the pinnacle of human design. Their task of defending against the darkness may be challenging, but to stand individually as one of the most powerful and advanced forms of humanity ever created, beings of godlike strength and mental dexterity compared to your average human, bearing ornate crafted armor and weapons, and who is said to have been genetically individually crafted by the Emperor himself, there can be little dispute that the position of a Custodes is greatly revered. Rogue traders are an obvious idolized role within the Imperium of man, where much of humanity leads assigned lives of extremely limited personal...
Rogue traders? I have the game. I'm thinking I'm putting it on the schedule, but I can't seem to figure out how much time I should dedicate to Rogue Trader. Because I am the type of person who will 100% get hyperfixated if a game is really fun. So, you know, I might be screwed. What do you guys think? It's good but time intense. It's a long game with a lot of reading. Oh my god. That's the one thing I'm bad at, reading. Oh, they've nerfed me. They've nerfed your girl, chat. I can't believe it. So you're looking for hot guys. We're gonna watch something about like I don't know how to say this word. CIAPHAS Kane. Finished in 90 hours? Oh, okay, great. So anyways, I think it's gonna be like a not 12-hour stream because 100% we are not finishing it in 12 hours. You can why would I wanna fuck a Drukhari though? Caiaphas Kane. Yeah. They're bullying me, guys. He's a hot space elf. Do we fuck the Drukhari guys in like Rogue Trader? What if we make that the goal? What if we make that the goal of the stream? 12 hours or until we manage to fuck the Drukhari. In which case, that's the end of the game. We win also because I feel like the Drukhari might kill us. No? Chat is like, no, don't do it. Heresy, I beg the space. There's a space wolf that you can bang. Hold up. That's like in my top 3 like favorite factions. So hey, did I say factions? Are they a faction? I don't remember. But you don't want that? Eldar girls better, but I don't swing that way. Marathon until completion. You're insane. I'm not marathoning a possibly 90-hour game. Okay, we gotta sleep, we gotta eat, I gotta take showers. I know, crazy concept, but I gotta take showers. So like, we're not marathoning that. What? That's insane. You guys are insane. Won't get you to the Drukhari. It's a long game. That's crazy. I bang a salamander. Do you think okay. Out of all of the different like factions, right? Who would treat you the nicest? And by treat you the nicest, I don't mean like as a person, but I mean like as a lover. Who would be like the most like gentle? Most like yasashi. Don't you lie to us, VTuber? Shut up. I take showers because I'm not stinky. It's crazy. All I hear are organic flaws. Should I be a mechanicus after all? Should I full commit to the VTuber bit and turn myself into a machine? Do I do it? Do I full commit? But the girl stink, shut up. Oh my god, girl stink is crazy. We could full commit to the VTuber bit and turn myself into a machine. Just think about that. Leah has it covered. Leah's my wife. We could do it together. Earn the blessing of Nurgle? No. Wait, how? Yeah, wait. Everyone's telling... Okay, so Twitch chat is telling me to romance, like, the Mechanicus in, like, Rogue Trader, right? But... do they even have, you know, like... You know? Because, like, isn't that, like, a weakness of the flesh? So, would the Mechanicus have a... you know? Yes, they do. No, they don't. You'd have a lot to work with, apparently. Elfuso, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Welcome to the basement. Welcome. Oh, Robodong. You're so right for that. Okay. The Piston 9000. Oh my god. That is insane. That is actually insane. Toasters are the best lovers. I'm so sorry, gamers. This is how you find out your streamer is not a toaster. They still have kids? Really? Aren't kids like weakness of the flesh? That's insane. There's actually a sweet love story about a tech priest and his wife in 30k. You know? That makes sense. I gotta get the toaster upgrade. Guys, I'm sorry. You guys thought I was a real, like, girl this whole time. I'm actually a toaster. I'm so sorry I had to find out this way. I was a toaster all along. But the two love interest in... Okay, we'll play Rogue Trader like it's a dating sim. So we will do 12 hours of Rogue Trader or until we manage to romance someone. Once we walk away with a man's, that's the end of the game for us. That's it. It's done. It's complete. What do you guys think? My reality has been ruined. I'm so sorry. This is how you find out. I've been a toaster this whole time. VTubers aren't real anyways. You're so right for that. You're so right and so valid for that. Caiaphas Cain slept with the tech priest once. I know. It was me all along. Trust. Okay, are you guys ready? In 3, 2, 1.
No choice. Rogue traders lead lives that are entirely the opposite. Lives of exploration and adventure and self-determination. They're able to travel wherever they feel is worthwhile, dreaming and speculating for the betterment of mankind, but also for themselves. Rogue traders lead a life that many can only dream of. Successful rogue traders will also have close-knit teams of specialists around them, experts in diplomacy, exploration, and combat. These individuals, though, unlike others related through their likely noble family ties, will be well-educated, with a strong sense of instinct and cunning, skilled merchants, potentially pirates, and most certainly opportunistic. Rogue traders are truly exceptional individuals, and it's easy to romanticize rogue traders as they rattle on through the void in their customized and potentially Xenos-adapted ships. Some rogue traders even end up feeling so disconnected from the Imperium that they end up feeling no strong ties with it, and they walk a very thin line between loyalty and heresy. The truest appeal to take on the role of a rogue trader, though, is the freedom of exploration and trade that it represents. You're not tied to a specific world, nor are you beholden to oaths of duty and service to the Emperor. You're not going to be sent out on orders back to back from one place to another, dealing with situations and entities that would be enough to destroy the minds of many ordinary citizens. As a rogue trader, you lead a difficult life, but a life where the challenges become their own rewards. Adventure, glory, and riches await the smartest and most capable of rogue traders, and for any who are able to locate the rarest of the rare lost STC templates,
That makes
eternal
sense.
glory in the Imperium awaits you. Now initially I was considering not to include a High Administrator in the best jobs list because I considered it to be too close to a planetary governor or a noble. However,
No, stop. This makes so much sense. Okay, so I'm gonna be real. I'm basing this off of like if the Emperor had TTS, but this makes so much sense because like, hi, that one little fucker got away with like everything, right? And the High Administrator of whatever his name is, Theodore or something, like. He got away with everything, therefore I too believe that it is a good job.
it does differ and certainly sits as one of the more cushy jobs available to individuals in the darkness of the far future. Essentially, you would take on the role of a high-ranking bureaucrat.
Yeah.
This is beneficial to you for multiple reasons. One being the scale of the administratum. Even as a senior staff member within its vast sub-departments would allow you to fade into a state of greyness. And this is likely one of the safest positions to occupy within the Imperium. Not being as visible and therefore open to conspirators as a noble, not being so dispensable as an ordinary pleb citizen who nobody is going to miss. You also are a vital cog in the mechanisms that keep the Imperium operating. While you are replaceable, it's going to be in the interests of all to limit how frequently that occurs and risk bureaucratic chaos. Lastly is the ability to remain out of sight and out of mind. Even the head of the administratum at this stage can probably only make a rough estimate of the actual number of divisions that exist inside the apparatus of the administratum. So the likelihood of you being able to live by any standards a comfortable existence with few threats toward you is significantly better than most individuals in the Imperium at the top and bottom of the pile. While your life may not be as lush and luxurious as that of a noble, occupying a high-ranking position is certainly going to accommodate you with comfortable surroundings, and that coupled with the relative safety and anonymity that being a single individual in such a colossal bureaucratic system is arguably still preferable to running the constant risk of having your throat cut unceremoniously in the middle of the night by your father's sister's cousin's son.
Damn!
Now, a Titan Princeps. A return to a role where you get to basically enact vast scales of ruination on the enemies of man. A Titan Princeps, again, while not necessarily the most comfortable of roles, is going to be one many would imagine has its fair share of significant positives.
What is a Titan Princeps, guys? I mean, or better than being a pleb, but like, what is a Titan Princeps? This I actually don't know what they are. There's a serial killer in the Administratum who purposely messed with documents, caused mass starvation on several planets. That's insane. Titan pilot and the mind of a Titan. Hold up. Warhammer 40k Titan. I gotta remember what this is. Oh! Like just the okay. Oh, this is the one where they're put in, right? No, this is the one where what was it? You guys were I remember they're like space marines that can no longer operate as like proper space marines, so they're just put into like the Titans, right? Not marines. It's like 70 centimeters tall. Shit, dude. Wait, this one is 70 centimeters tall? That's like half my size. What the hell? Oh, it's like dreadnoughts. Okay. Wait, that's okay. That's a little confusing. So there's dreadnoughts and then there's Titans. Titan is bigger than a dreadnought. Only 70. No, that's like I'm like 150 centimeters tall, so that's like 2 of me. But okay, So can people exit from the Titans, or are they like stuck in there? Is this like actually Titanfall? So dreadnoughts are space marines, knights are the nobles, right? Titans are just people then. They're just regular people. Oh, young, yes, but where's eventually you're stuck? They can leave? Okay. They live in Evangelion. I see. Okay, see that's okay, so that's where it got a bit confusing for me, because I knew that there were big mechs in like Warhammer. I just didn't know that there were 3 different big mechs in Warhammer. Wait, is this like a playable, like, can you play this on tabletop then? And like, how many can you use? Because like, this thing seems OP as fuck. Titans can have a lot of people inside of them. Tough enough to fight the machine. Oh, right, the machine spirit. I forgot about that bit. Machine spirit is crazy. You can have like 1 or 2. It costs 2,000 points to field. You can for like a meme. You get 1, but you'll lose. Is it shit? Is it like shit? Or is it like OP? Do you want 100 guardsman units or 1 mech boy? Ah, a large enough game generally referred to as a bot can have multiple of them. Ah, they're OP, but you would still rather have 100 guardsmen over one of these guys. It's probably better to use the points on other things. Okay. You'll never win a game with one? Target your single Titan. It's... Okay. That's what I was thinking. I was like, this thing like low-key seems OP. How'd they balance it? Oh, they made it expensive and kind of sucky. Okay, that makes sense. They made for cool painting projects? That's what I was thinking. Like, they probably would make for cool painting projects, huh? Okay, guys, are you guys ready? In 3, 2, 1.
But still, I'm sure some of you are wondering, what is a Titan Princeps?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it is a senior officer who commands the world-ending scale of war machines that are known as Titans.
Mm-hmm.
And this is something I'll have to cover in a lot more detail later, but essentially a Princeps is a human individual with immense willpower. And this is required because they are ordered to operate a Titan, the massive war machines that tower over battlefields, tower over cities. The Princeps must mentally interface with the machine itself and be able to control the Titan's incredibly powerful machine spirit. It is rare for humans to exhibit the strength necessary, and those individuals are exceedingly rare, as low as 1 in 10 million. For this reason, you as an individual are as near to indispensable as any individual in the Imperium. You'll be heavily guarded, and if your vast war machine were to be disabled in battle, no resource would be spared to recover you. One of the very few situations where the Imperium cares significantly about an individual human life. Operating a Titan is also highly addicting. For perhaps obvious reasons, the Princeps will feel the Titan as if it were their own body. They will feel as if they themselves are this staggeringly dominating war machine of godlike power. This intense, overpowering addiction can often lead Princeps to spiral down into madness as their mind is too heavily strained and they fight against the spirit of the machine itself. Princeps do not individually operate a Titan. The task is far too difficult for one person alone, and will have a team of juniors known as Moderati who assist in other operations and coordinations required to run the Titan. A Princeps, though, is a rare gifted role to play for the Imperium, heavily immersive and symbiotic as the war engine's machine spirit learns from the Princeps and the Princeps from the previously stored memories and experiences of the Titan. It is a position few could ever imagine having the opportunity to be, designated as a commander and operator of one of the most powerful weapons the Imperium holds.
This makes a ton of sense now. Now that I've like watched on and he's explained it, this makes so much sense. Yeah, okay, now I get why this would be an excellent job, and I also get why this is a power trip, basically, huh? This is just a crazy power trip, huh? One of the stories has a retired Titan pilot. It's kind of sad. Oh no. You want to know something? There's like so many like mini side stories for smaller characters in the Warhammer lore, like that I just know would make me bummed out for like an entire day if I like read them. Everyone's gangster till the church starts walking. You're so right for that. The job is so much fun they can't stop. Job enjoyment? Huh? Enjoying your job in the Warhammer 40k universe? In my Warhammer 40k universe? Unacceptable. How dare they? How dare they? That is insane. Having fun in the Imperium? Question mark? That's crazy. Some Titan pilots get to attach and are permanently plugged into their Titan, and Hell's Reach the Titan pilot is literally floating in a tube. That makes sense. If you play Space Marine 1, the presence of a Titan is the only reason they don't use Exterminatus. That makes sense. The Tau thought the Titans were a myth the Imperium made up until the Imperium dropped one into battle against them. I know of Pleasure Worlds, we just haven't done like a deep dive into them. There's like so much to do deep dives into. You know what's the thing? I feel like there's so much lore about the Imperium alone that it would take a long time for me to slowly get through like individual lore. Yeah. Yeah, we know of the cat girls. Chat has lovingly told me that their cat girls are canon in this universe. Holy shit. The appeal of piloting a massive war machine where everything else is pretty much an ant in comparison is certainly an appealing thing. That makes a ton of sense. That actually makes so much sense. We're doing book group readings. We're not doing that. I don't know about you guys, but I cannot read a book with people. I cannot read a book with people. I am the kind of person where I need to like lie down in bed with a book, with the rain like raining outside, right? So like, that is how I read books. It is very situational. And if anyone talks to me while I'm reading a book, I will literally be like, no, stop, go away. I don't want to talk to you. All I'm saying is 40k lore is depressing unless you're an orc player, in which case it's a comedy. True! Music and reading are a great combination. I can't read and listen to music. I don't know. I don't have like the brain power for that. I can't focus. It's kind of insane. Are you guys ready? In 3, 2, 1.
Rain down prophetic fury and devastation against the enemies of man with impunity as you look down with powerful superiority upon the ant-like figures that you are crushing, rending, tearing, and exterminating with fire. The fools who would stand against the might, power, and irresistible force of the Imperium of man. Now, Planetary Governor or Lord is another position of supreme power that offers those lucky enough to hold the position lives that few could dream of. A governor is a political leader, although not elected, obviously, within the Imperium of Man, and they're also considered an Imperial commander when it comes to military decisions.
That makes
Similarly
sense.
to other roles in either the administratum or nobility, a planetary governor is often a hereditary position. And I think it's safe to understand why somebody long ago decided that that was a good idea, and it certainly wasn't in the interests of ensuring the right person for the right job. Governors of important worlds within a system may also extend their powers as sector or even segmentum governors. This is to ensure smooth order and running of imperial systems, as the Imperium itself is far too large to be run by a more centralized system. The benefits of being a governor are that while technically you answer to the Adeptus Terra and the Lord Commander of the Imperium, you are essentially completely independent and can run your planet and sector however you deem appropriate. Quite literally, the world is your oyster. You do of course have to adhere to delivering your quotas for the Imperial tithe, but as most of your world systems are fairly entrenched and autonomous, this shouldn't be a heavy concern. If you were able to choose, which you wouldn't because the positions are hereditary, but any number of world types exist, and all would hold their own specific benefits to you as a governor. The top of the pile likely being governor of a garden or paradise planet. And yes, these are a thing, believe it or not, in the Imperium. They are worlds of staggering natural beauty, highly cultured places with massive, luxurious restaurants, dancing rooms, maybe even some form of casino for the nobility to enjoy, as well as any number of associated pleasurable activities. Use your imagination. To be a governor of such a world is just about as idealistic a role as you could hope to have. Other planets that could be enjoyable are, yes, feudal worlds, because they're fairly idyllic in one sense, simple people leading simple lives, or industrialized worlds that are not too far from the 21st century on Earth. These are a thing as well in the future. Even hive planets, because while hives for the lower human drones are an intolerably cruel existence, for those at the top of the pile it's quite a different matter. They will have access to just about every luxury you can think of when it comes to urban living. As a governor, you have, as with other roles, immense power, and through this power opens up to you a lifestyle that is simply unimaginable.
Okay, so just to be clear, planetary governors, that's the... Do you remember in If the Emperor Had TTS, Vulcan and like I think it was a side story or something, but Vulcan and Crow, they like got like stranded on like some planet and then like got like absolutely fucked over by like a contract or something? Is that a planetary governor? Okay. So that's it. Okay. See, don't hate me, but like there was a ton of like world building in If the Emperor Had TTS, so I base a lot of like what I remember on it. Therefore, don't fucking hate me. My poor dad, Korax, Crow, my beloved. I love him. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Oh shit.
Many Imperial citizens. Now, Imperial Guard Commissars. I wanted to include at least one position here from the Imperial Guard because, despite their reputation as Operation Human Shield, there are certainly some positions and roles that could be appealing to some who want to lead a life of military service for the Imperium, crushing its enemies under the weight of Baneblade justice and dealing out furious retribution to heretics. An Imperial Guard Commissar covers various levels of ranking, from default Commissar to Lord and Commissar General. While certainly not the easiest job by any means, a commissar is an individual with influence, significant respect and power within his regiment or PDF force. A commissar is essentially a senior commander, empowered by the Imperium to use any means to ensure loyalty and morale of troops, and to achieve objectives whatever the cost. A commissar will be feared by some, revered by others, often inspiring his troops to leap into battles and take on objectives far beyond sense and reason, and often facing down and succeeding with what appeared to be impossible odds. Commissars are for some a very appealing role because of the supremely uncompromising nature of the commissar. They are immovable bastions of Imperial will. They will execute their own officers and sergeants and just as readily as individual guardsmen if they feel it's warranted. They're certainly not adverse to getting involved in actual combat to make sure things start moving forward and are a success. To me, I often feel that it is this which exemplifies what it means to be a commissar, that if you want something done right, you do it yourself. This attitude is what I think is most appealing as a commissar role, to lead by brutal example and expect nothing of your guardsmen that you are not willing to do yourself.
This is a crazy thing to say, but does this guy like low-key look like Conor McGregor? Like on the lowest of keys, does this look like Conor McGregor? But also, okay, so they're like space commanders. Yabai. He kind of does, right? Dye his hair blonde and shirt, right? More like the guy from Vikings. Oh, right, the guy from Vikings too. The strongest man in the galaxy, really? I mean, do you take celebrity faces and slap them on 40K? They need to make everyone look like, you know, Henry Cavill. The future... Okay. The whole future president of Ireland thing is a bit. It has to be a bit. No one's gonna fucking vote for him, right? There's no fucking way. They audit the commander/troopers. I got you.
And given the significant amount of power struggles, backstabbing and hypocrisy that exists in the Imperium, the role of the Commissar is certainly refreshingly honest, and one which in its honesty is appealing as a straight, no bullshit position to play for the Imperium of Man.
I guess that makes
Imperial
sense.
citizens. Okay, now hear me out on this. I know this is a bit vague, and I actually hate myself somewhat for putting in something so vague. But what I wanted to include here is that for all the nightmarish horror and disgusting waste of life that exists in the Imperium, there are also plenty of mid-level roles or planets that do not suffer the same intolerable conditions that others endure. And these lifestyles apply to many roles that you couldn't simply assign to one job. The extremes that we often discuss in the darkness of the far future are always the forefront of what is presented in our view of the Imperium, because so much of it concerns military matters or planets which serve to supply military necessities for the Imperium's forces. However, there are plenty of planets like the previously mentioned Garden or Paradise worlds where the conditions are far from nightmarish. I think that there would be few of us who wouldn't mind being, say, a gardener on a paradise world, or an inventive bartender serving their nobility, an events planner for noble feasts and events, or how about any number of roles on Earth-like industrialized planets not vastly different from our lives today, even feudal worlds with their obviously base level of technology and susceptibility to health issues, but still would lead peaceful lives, arguably idealistic in many ways.
Isn't it crazy that, like, if we were in the Warhammer universe, we want to be as middle class as humanly possible? Isn't that kind of insane? A lot of commissars to get stories of the exception to the rule. Most commissars are a little brick wall of fanaticism that will shoot a recruit for hesitating even for a moment. That's true. Yeah, we just want to be mid-tier as fuck. Isn't that kind of insane? Middle class in a paradise world is where it's at. You're so valid for that. We just want to be, that's kind of the real world too. I mean, don't you want to be like upper middle class though in like the real world? Ish? Uriel, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Welcome to the basement. Welcome. So life where you aren't noticed. Exactly, right? Like if I were in the Warhammer universe, I'd be like, don't be suspicious, don't look at me. Literally nobody look at me. Right? Upper middle is so middle? That's true. I think like upper middle is wait, what constitutes as upper middle class? Now that I think about it. Like you can buy eggs in this economy? I don't fucking know. Okay, 3, 2, 1.
A hive and more Imperial headquartered planets as well, it's not all bad. There are plenty of mid or mid-senior roles of administration and command that, objectively speaking, are far from miserable and soul-destroying and even relatively comfortable. So this was quite a generalised and vague choice, so I apologise for that. But I feel it was worth noting that there are plenty of ordinary jobs that would be very preferable, even desirable by many, people who are probably leading lives of simple pleasure without the pressure and the threat of being dragged kicking and screaming from your position of power by an Inquisitor who suspected that you were getting too big for your boots.
You know?
Now lastly, yes, Astartes. I know this one will be debatable, and so I say debate away in the comments. I think personally though, how can an Astartes not be one of the best jobs to have in the Imperium of Man? Yes, you face horrors and hardships, but those are prevalent throughout the Imperium. So if you're going to have a life of challenges, why not do it with some style? Genetically modified superhuman soldiers, the Emperor's bulwark against the horrors of the future, godlike figures to your ordinary human citizen who would literally worship the ground you walk upon. You instill fear and submission to all those soft and lazy nobles and governors who have maybe forgotten their comfortable lives exist at the pleasure of the Emperor. It's true that Astartes, the Space Marines, serve humanity, not to rule it. Yet at the same time, in the darkest, most recent days for the Imperium, under the leadership of the Ultramarines Primarch, returned now as Lord Commander of the Imperium, the Astartes maintain their role as mankind's legendary and premier fighting force. Yes, there are those who wield niche, excessive power, like the Custodes or the Grey Knights, but these specialist units are highly specific. The role of an Imperial Space Marine, each chapter with their millennia of history and unbreakable brotherhood, is one of the most appealing roles you could hope to take on. To serve the Emperor as one of his finest warriors, to destroy, purge, exterminate, and bring down vengeance upon the enemies of mankind. Powerful advanced weapons at your disposal, backed up
That's
by
true.
chapter brothers, each one an expert and fiercely loyal fighter in the name of the Emperor. There can be little finer opportunity than to serve the Emperor as one of his multi-role expert fighters who are truly the most iconic figures that exist in the Imperium of mankind.
That's true.
I'll finish today by saying, as per usual, thanks for enjoying, participating and supporting me and the channel, guys. If you enjoyed, please tell me what you think down below. If you have an idea for the next best and worst, or perhaps just a rundown of something like most violent creatures, maybe even...
Would you be an Astartes if it meant pissing in your suit and never having sex again? But you could die a fucking hero. It'd be very cool. You could die a fucking hero. It'd be really cool. Like, you'd be, like, hella manly and shit, but also no puss for life, and also you gotta piss and shit in your suit. We do take recommendations, but they have to be cleared by my manager first. Marines get all the puss they want, they just don't want any. Exactly, like, it kills your, like, your boner basically gets fucking killed, right? Like, genetically killed. Therefore, wasn't having sex anyways, bestie, no. You're a brainwashed child soldier? Yeah, but I feel like to people who don't know the lore, it is a very, like, romantic role, right? If you don't know the deep lore like we do, if you've only played like Space Marines, you're like, oh wow, being an Astartes might be pretty fucking cool. Like, even if the world like literally sucks, I'm fighting for a cause and I look really sick doing it, right? Dictates that all aspirants should be traumatized. Shit, dude, I don't know what to tell you. I'm not an aspirant and I'm already traumatized. So, you know, it do be like that, huh? Do I know about it? No. Because I need to be in a special state of mind to be hella traumatized, so reading about I still can't say it, demon, I can't, something... Kulabra. I have no idea. I need to be in a special state of mind to be permanently traumatized, and today is not one of those days. Yeah. Let's hear Emperor's Children. Uh-oh. I don't think that we should. Don't let okay, everyone tells me no, don't learn about it, and then some people are like, hey, you should go read about it. Okay, why sex and you can serve the Emperor for eternal glory in the betterment of humanity? I feel like that is the like logic, right? Oh yeah, I was gonna show you guys the new art I got. Hold up. Let me see. Here's the new art that I got. I hope you guys like it because oh shit, why is it so big? Yo, that's crazy. Give me a second. I need to like readjust it because it's huge. Oh, I made it big again. Oops. I'm not the best. I know I've been doing this streamer thing for a while now. I'm still kind of booty cheeks at it. We got art. We got art. I mean, clearly, you know, this is my fantasy. This is my fantasy. But hell. Do you use the Imperial rulebook as a construction pillar? Do you think that the Codex of Astartes would be something that you could put in like the bathroom as like, you know, like a magazine? Like, you know how people put like magazines in like the bathroom? Do you think you put like the Codex Astartes in there? Who's the artist? This is by Roof. This is by Roof Boy. Fortify! I decided I really wanted to get art of my favorite faction, and I was like, you know what? I want to be an Imperial fist. Right? Guys, if I ever got my own house, I would like jokingly put like like Warhammer books in the bathroom. So if anyone comes over and needs a quick piss, they could read Horus Heresy while taking a piss. Pretty chunky book though, yeah. So we could see in the future a 40k mall design. For me, probably not. Probably not a Warhammer 40k model for me, because my tits would not fit in there. Trust. I put old army rulebooks in my bathroom. Well, does that make it easier to poo with like rulebooks in there? A true Imperial fist fortifies her house until they can no longer get out or in. You're so valid for that, bestie. Because on fucking God, dude, if I knew how to fortify my house, I'd never leave. I should come all from Matara and Zentrea. I'll think about it. Do you guys like ever get those like vibes where it's like, oh, you know, the book is so good, you just sit there and you read for a bit? Are you guys ready? In 3. So what we're gonna watch is, oh wow. So I have the playlist on shuffle, by the way, and they've decided to give me top 5 surprisingly hilarious moments in 40k. There's funny moments in 40k. Why are we being so positive today? I was ready to like be sad all day. I was ready to be like really sad today, but apparently the playlist said no, be happy, bitch. Speaking of funny moments, okay, are you guys ready? 3, 2, 1.
The grimdark future of Warhammer 40k is not a setting that is traditionally known for its humor. Well, except for the orcs. Everything they do is hilarious.
Senpai!
But for the most part, everything else is played super seriously, which makes those rare moments of humor in the books way funnier than they have any right to be by comparison.
Damn!
From a demigod Primarch that struggles with day-to-day tasks, a Dark Eldar scientist who used his groundbreaking technology in the most hilarious way possible,
okay,
and a demon who, on one hand, is absolutely horrifying, but on the other, announces his presence in the most hilariously grimdark way possible. We're gonna talk about all of this and a whole lot more. But first I wanna give a quick shout out to this video's sponsor, and then we're gonna dive headfirst into the grimdark.
War Thunder is the most comprehensive vehicle combat game ever made, and allows you to play as more than 2,000 tanks, planes, helicopters,
guys, we're gonna watch
and dynamic combined arms.
We're gonna watch the ads. I'm gonna remind you guys again, we are watching all of the ads because we are watching their content for free. Therefore, if there is an ad, we are not skipping it. Okay?
PvP battles. Every single vehicle in this game is incredibly detailed and modeled down to their individual
Also, I kind of love
combat experience.
what is it?
The game's collection of vehicles is
Fuck,
frankly
what's this game called?
ridiculous
War
and
Thunder.
spans over 100 years of development from the
Have you guys seen like the
1920s all
War
way up to
Thunder
the
nerds
present day.
online?
War Thunder
They're
offers
kind of
something for
insane.
just about everybody. There's an arcade mode that reflects a more traditional modern gaming experience with fast and action-packed PvP matches. While the realistic mode
I fucking
offers a
love
more
War
realistic and
Thunder
tactical experience for
player
those of us
lore.
out
It
there
is
who
so
appreciate
funny, if you guys
historically
didn't know.
accurate battles. Whatever your playstyle,
Yeah,
War Thunder
yeah.
has something for
So-
everyone. My favorite part about this game
If
is
you guys-
seeing just how crazy.
Okay, so you guys don't know about War Thunder, right? War Thunder is basically they put like actual like ships and like tanks, that kind of thing, into a game, and it basically, this is like the love game, like the love boner game for like a lot of like army otakus, right? They have forums, and every so often real schematics and plans get fucking leaked on the forums. It is so funny because most of this shit is like classified data and it gets fucking leaked on the forums. I think it's so funny. I think it's so hilarious, and I think it is insane that happens. It's so funny. Yeah. There's it's been 6 months it's been 6 months so far without like a classified military leak. So proud of them. Shout out to the nerds. Shout out to them for not fucking leaking shit. Yeah, it's from multiple nations too. It's from different fucking countries. So it's not just one country where there's like one rogue guy that's just leaking like the plans, the blueprints for like different fucking things or whatever. It is multiple people from multiple countries casually leaking blueprints for like actual like things and like ships. It's so fucking funny. It is so good. The drama is insane. I think it's really silly. It keeps fucking happening too. And I don't get it. I don't get it. Like, oh my god. And War Thunder, like the fact that like the military hasn't like shut War Thunder down because shit keeps getting leaked is also really crazy to me. Like, I feel like that's insane. Okay, are you guys ready? 3, 2, 1.
Get with land, air, and sea vehicles all coming together in the same match. War Thunder is available on PC, Xbox Series X and S, PlayStation 5, and the previous console generation. Click on the link in the description of this video to download the game for free today and receive a huge bonus pack including multiple premium vehicles, a premium account trial, boosters, and a whole lot more. Big thanks to War Thunder for sponsoring this video. Guilliman tells a joke.
Okay.
Let's kick this list off with a well-known character that is not normally known for their sense of humor. Roboute Guilliman, Primarch of the Ultramarines. In fact, he normally gets a pretty bad rap for being a complete stick in the mud, a pencil-pushing tactician
I love my gorilla
that
man.
is unnecessarily serious at all times. But believe it or not, Guilliman actually has a pretty strong sense of humor, even though we don't really get to see it very often. His jokes aren't traditionally hilarious, but if I'm being honest, coming from Guilliman, that just makes them that much funnier. This is a passage that comes from the short story Armor of Fate, and for context, it's right after Guilliman's resurrection. The wound that he had sustained from Fulgrim that landed him in stasis in the first place is pretty much just being held together by his armor. So he's been informed that if he was to ever take it off, his death would surely follow.
Oh shit.
He's getting used to life always having to wear his battle plate, and there are some growing pains associated with it. Sheaves of blueprints were scattered across the desk in front of him. He spotted something of interest written on one and reached for it, gritting his teeth against the purring of the suit. He always reached with his right hand. The integration points for the Hand of Dominion on his left made picking anything up nigh on impossible, even with the overgauntlet and his underslung bolter removed. Day-to-day tasks such as this were a struggle. His armored fingers pushed at slick plastic. Ceramite skidded across the papers, knocking them to the ground in wafting flutters.
Oh, for the love of...
He grumbled as he bent awkwardly to pick them up. The Armor of Fate was bulky, as its waist joint prevented him from flexing his spine and reaching the floor. He had to kneel. He reached for the scattered flimsies. Fingertips failed to grasp the sheets, sending them fleeing in small armadas over the polished floor. He growled in frustration, abandoned his task, and stood, drawing a curious look from Sicarius.
I have the manual dexterity of a Legio Cybernetica battle automaton, created by the Lord of all mankind, master of the greatest armies in the Imperial, and I cannot pick up a plastic flimsy.
He glared at the offending articles.
My greatest enemy.
There was a thoughtful quiet.
You are joking?
Is that fucking Kato Sicarius?
Guilliman looked at Sicarius. He had to turn all the way around to do so. The pauldron's ornamental wings and large halo mounted on his back made it impossible for him to see over his shoulder. At least he had stopped knocking into things. There was that.
By the throne, why am I expected to be serious at all times? Yes, Captain Sicarius, I am making light of my predicament. During the worst of the Great Crusade, I was known to make the occasional jest. Even after Terra fell, I did not spend my entire previous life writing deep thoughts into little notebooks, but sometimes dared to enjoy myself. I suppose that was not recorded in the hagiographies.
He's going off on him. Yes, King. Fucking tell him. But also, my daddy Blueberry. What book is this again, guys? Well, I might read this book now. I kind of love him. Okay, somebody drop the name of the book and I'll put it on my throne so I can remember it. Armor of Fate. 40K. There's Architect of Fate. Is that that's not the same thing, right? Wait. I'll put it on, okay, how do you even find the book? Holy shit. book? Amazon? Oh, it's only $3 on the Kindle? Fuck yeah. Okay, guys, we're gonna read. We're gonna be reading, guys. Holy shit. Men can't do anything anymore. Men can't pick up plastic flimsies anymore. Oh yeah, no, I spell armor with a U, just like how I spell color with a U. It's only $3. That's not too bad. Let's go. Also, Fabian, thank you so much for gifting a membership. Thank you, bestie. Thank you. I get physical copies because I'm weird like that. I would get physical copies, but I also want to like move soon. So I don't want to carry that many things with me if I'm moving. But yeah. Oh. I kind of love Roboute Guilliman now. He's so iconic. He's so iconic. Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Humor is not something you are renowned for, my lord.
Shut the fuck
My
up, Kato
time in the New
Sicarius.
Age has revealed that to me amply.
It's such a simple little moment, seeing a demigod Primarch struggling to pick stuff up or having to spin all the way around to look at who he's talking to. But the fact that Guilliman can kind of joke about it adds a lot of depth to his character. It just makes him feel a lot more human. And also, surprisingly, it turns out he's pretty funny, which, like Sicarius said, is definitely something the Primarch isn't known for. The self-proclaimed Dark Eldar genius.
Oh.
The next character on this list is one that we tragically don't really know that much about. His name is Vorch, and he's a Dark Eldar crypto scientist.
Okay.
Now, most famous for his contributions to weaponizing the Shatter Shard, pieces of an ancient interdimensional portal known as the Mirror of Planes. Vorch found a way to take these reflective shards of the portal and turn them into a weapon. The glass captures the target's reflection, and then when it's shattered, the individual would also burst into a billion pieces in a grotesque and gory explosion.
What?
Exactly the kind of thing that you would expect from a Dark Eldar scientist. Vorch had, however, worked on a far more interesting personal project that he had dubbed photonic transubstantiation. He managed to transform himself into a living beam of light that was able to travel interstellar distances across the galaxy.
Oh,
What
shit.
did Vorch do with this incredible technology? Did he use it to better the lives of the Dark Eldar people? Did he contribute his knowledge to the production of new engines for their ships?
Girl, we're gonna be
in order
for
to aid in
reals.
the Dark Eldar raids?
No.
No, he didn't do anything like that. Instead, he set off on a journey traveling across the stars, staying on each planet he came across just long enough to proclaim his genius to the people that lived there before blasting off to another world to do it again.
So is
he
he
did
just
this over and over and over for a period of multiple years.
Is he just a troll? He basically like turned into a god and pretended to troll people? What the fuck? Okay. You know what? The crypto bro trolling people makes so much sense.
Before eventually being captured by the Cabal of the Black Sun within a prism trap.
What the
And I
fuck?
want to paint the picture for you. Can you just imagine hanging out, sitting on the porch with some friends, on a cool spring evening, sipping lemonade, watching the fireflies, and all of a sudden, you see a blinding bright naked elf dude just go shooting past you across the sky, screaming,
I'm the greatest motherfucker ever.
I'm gonna be completely real with you, I don't even know how I would handle that, but I can certainly tell you that it would be the greatest moment of my entire life. So it's
What
good
the
to see that this
fuck?
guy managed to do some good with his technology. Fulgrim puts on a play. I'm gonna be honest with you. Fulgrim is one of my favorite Primarchs. And I know that's something you don't hear from a lot of people, considering that for the most part, he is an awful, terrible person. But when I'm reading books that he's in, I find him weirdly hilarious. He's a
he?
dramatic, whiny, over-the-top narcissist, while simultaneously managing to be one of Warhammer's creepiest characters. If you've been watching my channel for a long time, you know that I love two things. One, spooky stuff, and two, corny, cartoonish villains. And he definitely fits this mold perfectly. What makes him really funny is when his super vain, narcissistic personality rubs up against somebody who is the complete opposite of him and has no time for his foolishness, much like the Lord of Iron himself, his brother Perturabo. There's a scene in the novel
Ooh.
Angel Exterminatus where the Emperor's children suddenly and without warning arrive on the same planet as the Iron Warriors, and Fulgrim desperately wants to talk to his brother. He announces his presence in the most Fulgrim way possible,
Okay.
by arriving on a float, carried by a parade of debased and degenerate hedonites.
What?
Men and women with multiple arms, legs, and tits grafted all over their body. heralded by the stench of alien perfumes and rotting meat. The Iron Warriors that witness this parade are in complete shock. And when Fulgrim finally meets with his brother, Perturabo demands to know why he is here.
What the
Fulgrim is
fuck?
flighty and says that he shouldn't need a reason to talk to his beloved brother, especially the one that he was always the closest with.
I feel like if someone were to appear on like naked, women, like, I would want an explanation. What the fuck? Like, excuse me? The fuck? Okay, never mind. Maybe Fulgrim is too crazy, guys. He is a little too crazy for us, and I cannot fix him, chat. We cannot fix him. Absolutely not. Is that not normal? No. I'm gonna be real. If a man showed up like half, like fully naked, or like, I don't know, half naked, I guess, I like riding on top of like a bunch of women, I'd be fucking terrified, dude. I would run away screaming in terror. That is insane. Why Mr. Turbo is a normal one? Everything I'm learning about Mr. Turbo, right, makes me feel like Mr. Turbo is actually really goated and not clinically insane. Like, I'm kind of on the Mr. Turbo like bandwagon now. Like, number one, he has insecurities, right? Number two, he seems completely sane. Number three, he just has fucking imposter syndrome. What about Jagatai Khan? I don't know enough about him to form an opinion, but I think he's very cool. I like the concept of like going fast makes me feel alive. So I love that for him. This is after he was corrupted by Slanesh. That makes so much sense. But also, yeah, he is everything about Mr. Turbo like makes so much sense now. I'm just like, hey, this checks out. This checks out. No. See, I wouldn't say I wouldn't say I like the Iron Warriors. I just think that like everything about him as a person makes sense. And he feels very human to me. But I fucking love Rogaldorn. That's my Oshi right there. That is my Kami Oshi. If you guys see a Rogaldorn body pillow on my throne, don't think about it, guys. Just don't think about it. You understand him? I get him because I too have crippling imposter syndrome. So hey, maybe what is his name? Peter Turbo and I are like besties. We're secretly besties. Who knows? 3, 2, 1.
Perturabo reminds him that they are not even remotely close. And Fulgrim's like, oh yeah, you're right. He tells him that maybe one day the two of them will in fact be just as close as Fulgrim is with his brother Guilliman. And Perturabo points out that he's also not close with Guilliman either. And Fulgrim's like, oh yeah, that's true too, isn't it? Already, we're off to a great start. The basic gist of Fulgrim's visit is that he needs Perturabo's help in securing an ancient and powerful Eldari weapon, known as the Angel Exterminatus, that is said to be deep within the Eye of Terror. Early in the story, he doesn't really let on exactly what this thing is, other than it's incredibly powerful and important. Fulgrim is a man of theatrics, a vain narcissist that has gotten progressively worse since he begun his descent into Slaneshi corruption.
Yeah.
He can't simply tell Perturabo what this thing does. Oh no, that would be completely beneath him. Instead, he organizes a massive auditorium in which the Phoenician will tell the legend of the Angel Exterminatus to Perturabo, the Iron Warriors, and Fulgrim's grotesque carnival of mortal followers. He does this with all the theatrics and flowery language that you would expect.
But like, why
playing to
though?
the crowd, like a monologuing Shakespearean thespian. The language he chooses to use in the performance continuously frustrate his brother. Despite this, when Perturabo looks around at the crowd, he sees that every single member of the auditorium is waiting on Fulgrim with bated breath, hanging on every word that he says. He doesn't understand how so many people could be so drawn in by Fulgrim's storytelling, especially when the facts of the story could be told in just a few sentences and it wouldn't waste anyone's time. Clearly, Perturabo is not a fan of theater. At one point during Fulgrim's performance, Perturabo suddenly interrupts him and demands to know what the Angel Exterminatus name actually means. Having grown sick and tired of waiting for Fulgrim to get to the point, Fulgrim pauses, and then suddenly spins around to stare bloody daggers directly at him. He has the angriest face you could possibly imagine, his noble and beautiful features twisted up in a look of pure hatred. The author points out that he looks to be milliseconds away from great and terrible violence. Fulgrim is in complete disbelief over the insolence and disrespect. He's sitting there like, this dirty I have to start the entire thing over from the beginning. Do you not understand pacing? Fun fact, Perturabo absolutely does not. Honestly,
Is Mr. Peter Turbo just incredibly... Does he have the tism, guys? I feel like he has the tism. I feel like I have the tism. Yeah? Yeah. I feel like he canonically has like, he's canonically got the tism, and that makes so much sense now. That makes like so much sense. Okay, can you imagine like, you're just a guy, but your brothers are like, just do everything like better than you, and you're just like kind of blue balling yourself because you're not good enough. And even if you try to show that you're good enough, your brothers are just insanely better than you. And also they're a lot less hateable, and you're just kind of there like, well, what the fuck? I get him now. Okay. I'm not gonna say that he's my Oshi, but I understand Peter Turbo. He has weaponized tism. I feel like Roll Gul'Dorn also low-key has like weaponized tism. Yeah, I feel like they all have like varying degrees of tism, huh? Do you just want to play Minecraft forever? I feel like... okay. I kind of want to do like a tier list of like... Not tier list, but I kind of want to do like a chart of like games that like the Primarchs would play. Like what would be their hyperfixation? I feel like for Peter Turbo it'd be Minecraft. For Rogal Dorn it'd be like it'd be fucking Cities... What is it called? Cities Sky... I don't know, skyscraper or something. The Dorantism is like real though. City Skylines, yeah. The Primarch autism tier list. That's so fucked up. No, I'm gonna get cancelled if I do that. They're gonna fucking cancel me, chat. Angron would play Doom. Angron would intentionally play League of Legends. Bloons Tower Defense, you're so right! Dorn would play Bloons Tower Defense. Gmail would be satisfactory for Robbie G. I feel like Jack Khan would play Need for Speed. Crow would play Splinter Cell. Crow would play Souls-like games. Because... No, Crow would exclusively play Bloodborne. I feel like it would be Bloodborne. Someone has to make that game right now. Crusader Kings for Guilliman. Maybe. Dishonor for Korvax. Okay. Anything super gothy and super like edgy. Bobby G plays Stellaris. Okay, which of the Primarchs would play Hello Kitty Island Adventure? Fulgrim would play that one game, Dress to Impress on fucking Roblox. Cause Dress to Impress, you can tell people that their outfits suck. Fulgrim or Horus, you know? You're so right. Vulcan 100%? Ooh. Vulcan would play Hello Kitty Island Adventure. Lorgar, what would Lorgar play? Ow, I hit my knee. It's okay. The Lion would be a Souls-like player. I feel like... Ooh, what would Lionel Johnson play? Cult of the Lamb? Nah. Vulcan play Hello Kitty, he'd also... Yeah, I feel like Vulcan would play Hello Kitty Island Adventure. Lorgar would play the Bible story, Lorgar would play Faith. That's true. Bible Doom. What is... Okay... There's like a quiz that Leo was doing where it was like a quiz about like the Bible. I feel like that would be like Lorgar shit. Lion would play Dark Souls or Kingdom Come Deliverance. I love how this has become like an actual discussion. What would if the Primarchs existed in 2025, what video game would they play? And why is it like Leah does not know a lot about the Bible? Shit, I don't know a lot about the Bible and I went to like fucking Catholic school. They really thought that by sending me to Catholic school, I'd become like, my parents thought by sending me to Catholic school, I'd be like a good, you know, Christian girl, you know? What they didn't know is that Catholic school just turns you into like an even bigger Horace playing League. I don't know. I feel like Angron would play League just because like that's like one of the games that like pisses me off the most. Thorn would Fortnite it up, building stuff and guns. True. Mio collabs with Warhammer on what each faction's game is. I don't have clout. We cannot collab with anyone because I do not have clout, guys. I am a scared small individual that likes to talk about the silly things, and we have no clout. Therefore, I will not reach out to anyone. It's scary. It's frightening. We do not have clout. Horace would play League and make fun of it. Angron's one of those wave fighting games. Oh, you know what? Would Angron play, what's it called in English? Sengoku Musou. Those type of games. And they collab with you. I have no clout and I'm scared and I want to cry. Combat Curse would play Spec Ops The Line. Horace plays Persona but always gets a bad end. How do you only get the bad end in Persona? But also, I've seen people play Persona without dating anyone, and I'm like, how do you do it? Like, that seems unhinged to me. I saw someone play Persona and not romance a single character, and I was like, you're not playing this game right. You're not fucking playing this game right. You suck. How could you? What would Jagatai Khan play? Need for Speed. Any racing game, but not Rocket League. Just Need for Speed, Forza, Horizon, that kind of thing. The asexual run, yeah. I was like, you're not doing it right. How what? What would Lehman Russ play? Lehman Russ would play For Honor. Or that Assassin's Creed Vikings game. Actually, no. You wanna know something? So I dated this guy, right? When Assassin's Creed came out, and he was really big into games. So I bought him Assassin's Creed, the Vikings one, when it came out. And you wanna know what he said? He played it for like 20 minutes and then gave it back to me, and he was like, I don't want it anymore. I was like, what? Why? Is it like that bad of a game? And he was like, no. The main guy sounds like David Beckham and I can't unhear it. And I was like, well, what the fuck am I supposed to do? I pay $80 for this thing. Am I talking to other men? Fuck no. So I was like, well, I guess I now have a copy of Assassin's Creed, the Viking game. Yeah. It was like $80 when it like came out, in Singapore at least. But I was like, man, the least you could do is just keep it. Why would you give it back to me? Shit. Oh yeah, Lehman Russell played God of War. You're so right. That is so right. That is so true. As true, but the game does suck ass. I know. But okay. So canonically, YouTube chat, you guys don't know, canonically I've dated some men. And most of them have not been very nice people. Lehman Russ would play new God of War. Guilliman would play OG God of War. Which, you know what Lehman Russ might play? What's the one that had like the titties? I was like Dante something, right? I think you just got unlucky. Oh my god. It's like we actively search for like some of the weirdest people in the world. Why did you date them? See, you don't know until like a year or two into the relationship, once they've like started like acting up, once they've started getting comfortable, right? Then they're like, oh, you know, I can probably show this person I can probably be who I am around this person now. And then it turns out their personalities just kind of suck ass. Roxas, thanks for the resub. Thank thank you, Dante's Inferno. Yeah. You know I'll pick them, right? We are actively attempting to pick good people. Who would play Gears of War? Oh, which Primarch do you think would be most likely to play the Warhammer games themselves? Skyrim would be a Leman Russ game. You're so right. Alpharius would love Among Us. You are also right. Peter Turbo would play the Warhammer games. Dante's Inferno is more Lorgar. Factorio. You see, there's so many games that would fit for them. It's kind of insane, huh? It's kind of nutty. On the lowest of keys. He'd play Rogue Trader. Who would enjoy Rogue Trader the most? But oh yeah. What about games like Binding of Isaac? What was that? What's the one that's about to come out that everyone likes? Hollow Knight? Playing Animal Crossing or Minecraft during your world and destroy all of your stuff. That's true. Lemur must probably love Monster Hunter since his world has like Krakens. I feel like the only right answer for Leman Russ is Skyrim. It would be Skyrim. The 40k tabletop is canon in universe. Wait, what does that mean? Thank you for the super chat, Fabian. Like, what does that mean? Like the armies and stuff? Lion would play Monster Hunter. If you guys are just joining, the conversation right now is if Primarchs were in the modern universe, what games would they be addicted to? What would be their like hyperfixation? The Lion played Monster Hunter in real life on Oh, okay. Well, you know, I guess that makes sense. Shit. 40k in the 40k universe is called Regicide. And love to be wasn't that chess? I have no idea. Regicide is chess. You know what? English is hard and I don't wanna. English is hard and I don't know what that means. He gaslight you so much. Imagine playing Among Us with like the Primarchs. Oh my god, someone should do a version of that. TTS Among Us, but it's like all the Primarchs playing. But then also like Games Workshop would like come for your fucking ass, so you know, maybe not. Maybe don't do that. Maybe don't do that, guys. Nurgle would 100% play what's that Plague Inc. I feel like Plague Inc. is a Nurgle game. 40k has silly names. Regicide is chess. Recap is coffee. Oh, Horus would play Bloodborne. No, I feel like Crow would play Bloodborne. Plague Inc. is just Nurgle. Slanesh is just literally any Slanesh is basically those H games where it's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna corrupt you. Also, there's like 50 fucking women in this one game, and you can romance all of them, or like, you know, turn them into like, you know, who would play Genshin, guys? Who in the Warhammer universe would be a Genshin enjoyer? Slanesh would play them. No, the Mienfa games are too wholesome for Slanesh. Goj Vandire. Nurgle would not play Genshin. Fulgrim. Okay, YouTube chat saying Fulgrim. And Twitch chat saying the Tau. Or Goj Vandire. How do you know about the sacred texts? Shit, you think I don't go on the internet? You think I don't go on the internet chat? You think I don't play shit? Huh? Don't listen to Twitch chat. Not you guys fucking beefing. That's insane. Zeech plays the gacha games. You know, Zeech playing Genshin kind of makes a ton of sense to me. Matt Hart, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you on to the basement. Welcome. I might tweet that. Hold up. Okay. Who in the Warhammer 40k universe. How do you spell universe? Universe would play Genshin Impact. Actually, wait, guys, which one's the current one that's like getting like really panned for being like super sexual? Nikkei? ZZZ? ZZ. Okay. We'll type it out by his full name. Zenless Zone Zero. I feel like Nikkei has kind of fallen off in terms of like Nikkei's low-key fallen off in terms of like the weird I'm gonna like my wife's tweet. But I feel like Nikkei's kind of fallen off in terms of Gunner games. They've fallen off a little bit. Some of the girls' dorm rooms that's creepy. Girls' front line? I don't know. Azure Lane? I don't know. I tried getting into it and then like I started realizing that there's actually a story. By the way, if you guys want to reply to the tweet, go for it. If you don't want to reply to the tweet, okay, don't do it, then you hate me. I'm kidding. Yeah, so apparently the Nikkei story, for anyone who hasn't played it, the Nikkei story is incredibly depressing. I feel like there's a new trend in like gacha games where the story is like incredibly depressing, and I just want a story where I'm just like a silly guy, you know? Everything is so sad. Everything is so sad. Like what do you mean my Gunner game's making me cry? Why is my Gunner game making me cry? I came here for the hot women, and I'm here to and I'm experiencing trauma? That's insane. Let me goon. Let me fucking goon, right? Nikkei story is super cool though. You're right, but also the first chapter already made me like have to lie down for a sec because I was so depressed. The game is just a constant post nut clarity. Except I don't have balls, therefore I can't nut. Vulcan would main Bernice. I feel like that is the right answer. Vulcan would main Bernice. Denku Mimas, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Welcome to the basement. Welcome. The proverbial nut. Guys, trust. I think they're trying to get darker, trying to catch up. Limbus Company was so depressing. I was so happy with Limbus Company because I was like, oh, the men are hot. And then I read the story and then I was like, oh. I just want to be happy with my Gunner game, guys. Also, I just realized, is that Nick Offerman? Is that Nick Offerman? What the fuck? Yeah? Okay, great. 3, 2, 1.
Anytime these two characters interact with each other, it's absolutely golden. They could not be more polar opposites. Perturabo at its core is a fusion of logic, reason, and a very short temper. While Fulgrim is a vain drama queen. Later on in the Horus Heresy, after Fulgrim had fully ascended to demonhood, he basically just abandoned the entire crusade on Terra. He just left to go off into the realm of chaos. Why did he do
That's
this?
crazy.
Did he have some secret reason? Was there something that he was looking for to help the war effort? Nah, by his own account, he had just gotten bored and felt there were far more interesting things out in the warp. It would take Lorgar tracking him down and binding him like he was any other demon to drag him back to participate in the siege of Terra. So,
that's crazy.
One of the most powerful beings in existence, one of the Emperor's sons, and arguably one of the most influential characters in all of Warhammer, basically just decided to fuck off.
Yeah.
He was like, yeah, I totally understand that you guys are trying to do a thing, but I gotta be real with you, that sounds incredibly boring. I think I'd rather hang out here in this redwood forest of demon dicks and make out with a bunch of greater demons instead.
That's crazy.
He's such an unbelievable asshole, and I absolutely love him. The Night Lords ask for directions. Speaking of characters that are definitely not supposed to be funny, but weirdly end up absolutely hilarious, let's talk about the Night Lords of First Claw from the Night Lord trilogy by Aaron Dembski-Bowden. When you read these books, you end up getting really attached to them.
Okay.
Even though, make no mistake, the Night Lords are absolute monsters. They do some truly awful things throughout the events of all three books, and by the third one in particular, when they reach Sanguelsa, the grimdark elements get kicked up into a completely different strata.
Oh.
For the sake of avoiding spoilers, I'll just say that there's a lot of skinning pits in that third book. Their members include their de
what?
facto leader, Talos, also known as the Soul Hunter, who receives prophetic visions in a very similar manner to that of their deceased Primarch, Conrad Kurz. Syrian, who had a particularly dark gift that allowed him to feed on the fear of his victims, and thus pushed him further down a path towards Slaanesh. Uzos, a Night Lord who had given himself over to the worship of Khorne, and frequently took part in the mindless slaughter of crew members aboard their ship.
What?
A fact that didn't gain him any friends amongst the other Night Lords. And Zarl, one of Talos' oldest friends, and a Night Lord who fought with a double-handed chainsword. He was not a fan of the Chaos Gods in any respect, leading him to constantly butt heads with Uzaz. These are just a few members of the dark cast of characters that we get to meet in these books, and maybe I'll make a video in the future on all of them. The trilogy is littered with funny moments between all of these Night Lords that are juxtaposed to just how ruthless and brutal they really are. I read these books multiple years ago, so I'm a little fuzzy on all the details, but there was one scene that particularly stuck out to me and I remember it very clearly. The Night Lords had boarded an enemy ship, and one of them actually stops to ask for directions from one of their victims. A picture built up in his mind, a picture of the ship ahead and the horrendous damage it was taking as the War Master's fleet picked it apart, like a flock of vultures worrying a fresh corpse.
Okay.
It seems
He spoke calmly.
the gunnery decks between here and our pod are taking the brunt of fire from our fleet.
His bolter roared once, but the range was too short. The high-caliber shell pounded right through a running Imperial's chest and out his back, to explode against the wall beyond. Syrian chuckled as he saw.
What do we do?
Uzaz, more coherent now, asked as he laid about left and right with his combat blades.
Can we cross the suffering sections?
Okay.
Gravity is out. They are ablaze. No, we need to get back to the bridge. Close to it at least. Even getting to the pod will take too long. The ship's in pieces already, and the crew are swarming like ants in a kicked hive. Then we will kill our way there. Be silent, brother.
Talos told Uzaz.
He told him to shut the fuck
The
up.
sheer number of lives we need to end is the main reason this will take too long. The gunnery deck must be in pieces by now, and these mortals are coming from there. How do you know? Uniform, Zarl.
Talos replied. Zarl, always one to need the proof of his own eyes, grabbed another human attempting to flee past. The man's uniform looked like every other, white and generic. What was Talos talking about? He lifted the struggling man off the ground by his greasy hair, holding the officer's yelling face close to his blood-stained faceplate.
Okay.
Through the Vox speakers in his helm's snarling mouth grill, Zarl's voice came out in an insane volume.
Tell me where you are stationed. Is it the gunnery deck?
Is it the
officer,
gunnery deck?
quite deaf now, hurriedly drew a pistol in shaking hands and fired it point blank into Zarl's face. The small slug pinged against the ceramite, knocking Zarl's head back a little before ricocheting with a wet crack back into the man's own forehead. Zarl took one look at the deep red groove in the man's skull and dropped the corpse. Swearing in Nostraman, he could hear the bastard Syrian laughing over the Vox. Samus is here. Samus, that's the only name you'll hear. Samus, it means the end and the death. Samus, I am Samus. Samus is all around you. Samus is the man beside you. Samus will gnaw on your bones. Look out, Samus is here. The demon known as Samus is single-handedly the most terrifying and hilarious demon in the entirety of the Horus Heresy setting.
Okay.
Now, on paper, he is the embodiment of creeping dread, the primordial evil force that is constantly clawing at the back of your mind. He is the physical incarnation of death's inevitability.
What is
There is
it?
no escape from Samus. Now, that being said, the way Samus tends to show up in the stories is on one hand grotesque and horrific, but on the other, the funniest thing I've ever encountered in any Warhammer book. His
Is it that
manifestations
funny?
follow a similar pattern every single time. He's this eldritch abomination that rips his way into our reality, normally in the most gory and over-the-top way possible, quite often involving possessing or exploding out of a recently deceased space marine. This monstrosity then runs rampant, slaughtering everything in his path, and is unquestionably an overwhelming and terrifying foe to be forced to confront. The comical way in which the authors make him talk and how he constantly says his own name and repeats the same lines makes him a little bit difficult to take seriously, and instead of him being this super scary threat, it just makes him hilarious to me. To illustrate this, I want to talk about two specific times that he managed to manifest during the Horus Heresy. Because on paper, the transformation that the individual undergoes in order for him to rip his way into our reality is absolutely grotesque and disturbing. But then it's completely undercut by Samus himself. In the novel Know No Fear, the Word Bearers
Okay.
have invaded the Ultramarines-held world of Calth. And one of the word bearers would end up getting captured by the Ultramarines during the siege. They keep him alive because they want to interrogate him later, but the word bearer just won't shut his mouth. He keeps taunting them, making fun of just how many people the word bearer's betrayal had led to an early grave. The thing that finally pushes them over the edge is when the word bearer insults their, quote, weakling Primarch, laughing at how much of a coward Guilliman had been in the end, right before they killed him. And it's important to note that at this point in the story, the Ultramarines do believe that Guilliman has in fact perished. One of the Ultramarines named Solus is on him in an instant, his gladius tearing out and slashing the word bearer from hip to throat in a single ripping cut.
Excuse
the
me?
blade is embedded in the lower half of his jaw, and he's gurgling and laughing around it. This is exactly what the word bearer wanted, and he tells the Ultramarines that he knew one of them would have the balls. He then undergoes a horrifically grotesque and bloody transformation. His body ripping apart, his bones cracking and elongating, his face splitting apart, the whole shebang. And then the massive demon known as Samus rips his way into the physical universe, using the word-bearer's corpse as a portal. The last thing that we hear the word-bearer say is spoken in his and Samus's voice. He says, "Samus is here," before the demon goes on an absolute rampage, tearing his way through the Ultramarines' fortress. The next time we would see Samus manifest during the Horus Heresy was in the novel The Vengeful Spirit. Now, during the book, Gavriel Loken, now a member of Malkador's Knights Errant, is—
Hold up, guys. I think we need emotional support. I think it's time. I think it's time for John Iron Fist to make an appearance, because what the fuck is this lore, guys? What the hell? We need our emotional support, Iron Fist. Iron Fist? Imperial Fist! Oh my god, I'm stupid. Ah! Okay, I'm traumatized. I know. John Imperial Fist thanks us, guys. Okay.
is tasked with leading a strike force to infiltrate the titular Vengeful Spirit. The strike team's job is to mark a path for a future assault force of Space Wolves, led by their Primarch Leman Russ, in order to assassinate the War Master. The Knights Errant encounter what appears to be a cult-like ritual site in a space that originally had been dedicated to lodge meetings. Here they see Targost of the Sons of Horus conducting what appears to be a sacrificial ritual on a captured and drugged up Ultramarine. This cannot be allowed to pass, and Loken and his squad get the jump on Targost and his cultists. One of them fires a sniper shell directly into the back of his head, while the other Knights Errants jump out with their blades drawn and descend upon the cultists. After the slaughter is complete, they tend to the captured Ultramarine and notice a whole bunch of ritualistic carvings into his flesh. Targost was attempting to draw something out of the warp and place it in the captured Marine's body. Loken walks back over to Targost's corpse and examines it. The shell had detonated his head. There was pretty much nothing left but pulped meat, jagged skull shards, and brain matter. He says, "Too easy of an end for you." And right after he says that, the corpse lurched forward, sitting straight up, and what was left of his head said, "Samus is here," and punched right through one of the Knights Errant's chest. What followed was a ridiculous battle, where even while Samus was attempting to manifest, the corpse was just beating the crap out of all the Space Marines. At one point, one of them tried to tackle it, and it said that it was like trying to tackle the leg of a warlord titan. These are just two examples of how Samus tends to show up in the stories. And just based on the descriptions, if you haven't read them for yourself, you'd be like, there's really nothing funny about this. This guy seems horrifying. But it's the way in which he talks, how he always says the same thing over and over. Even when he doesn't physically manifest, he manages to be funny and creepy at the same time. There's a lot of smaller scenes with him throughout all of the other stories where somebody will just be on a Vox system and it's crackling and they don't really know what they're hearing, and somebody else will lean over to them and be like, "What are you hearing?" And he'll be like, "I have no idea, but who the hell is Samus?" Only for it to be revealed that his little monologue shtick is the only thing that's playing over the Vox. And when he does actually show up, this 30-foot-tall demon always explodes out of a recently deceased body in a giant explosion of gore, saying "Samus is here" and doing jazz hands, before going on an absolute murderous rampage. He's by far my favorite demon in all of the Horus Heresy, and I really hope we're not done with him yet, and I hope he shows up in future books. There's not a single thing in Warhammer that is not made better to me than suddenly, "Look out, Samus is here, jazz hands." So that's my 5 instances of 40k characters who are not supposed to be funny being
What is that?
hilarious.
What is he?
Are
Is
you
that
as big
like
of
a
a fan of
fucking
Samus as I
ring
am, or
walk?
do you think he's kind of dumb?
What the
What are some other
fuck?
characters from 40k that you find incredibly funny? Warhammer is the definition of a grimdark setting, so little bits of humor like that are pretty rare.
Yeah.
I'd love to hear from you guys if there's any other instances like this that you know about. And make sure to download War Thunder by using my link down in the description of this video to get an
07 to
awesome
the War
welcome pack,
Thunder
which includes
forums.
multiple premium vehicles, account boosters, and a whole lot more.
Guys, who do you think works harder? like CEOs at a Fortune 500 company or the admins of the War Thunder forums. He's basically a demon Kool-Aid man. You know, that makes sense. That makes so much sense. Oh yeah, that reminds me. So next week, on Warhammer Wednesday, after stream, do you guys join the Discord server after? So join the Discord server because next week on Warhammer Wednesday after stream, we will be watching the Hell's Reach movie. Admins of the War Thunder Discord. You know, you're so right. You're so valid. You're so real for that. War Thunder has consumed my soul. They deserve it. I feel like War Thunder Discord and forum admins, they work so fucking hard. I hope they get paid. For one particular, ooh, okay. Yeah. If you guys join the Discord, we are gonna be doing a watch. We're gonna be watching the Hell's Reach movie in the Discord server. We can't do that on stream. Can't do that on YouTube because YouTube and Twitch will have my ass. They'll beat the shit out of me. And like, I'm not trying to catch any hands, guys. Urs, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Welcome to the basement. Welcome. Imagine how fucked up it would be. No. It's not getting sued that's the issue. It's more copyright. It's more copyright than getting sued. Because copyright claims are a thing. I'm under a company, therefore it is because I operate under a company and we have company rules, so we are not gonna be reacting to it live. You have a link? Exclamation mark Discord for the link, I think. React to Hell's Reach to pick up, it'd be really weird. It's not, it's more the YouTube copyright system than anything. So I would rather not risk it and do like a Discord watch along as opposed to doing it live. Cause like, if I risk it, then it's kind of pointless. Yeah. Zach, thanks for gifting out a community sub. Thank you. Yeah. It's both. It's just more like we're going out of our way to de-risk it as much as humanly possible. What's the last time I tried? Oh, don't worry, I have like YouTube Premium. Infernal Saxon, thank you so much for follow. Thank you. Yeah, it's just more like we need to de-risk it as much as humanly possible. So even like with like the Warhammer reacts, right, we also like need to de-risk it. So a lot, that's why I don't watch like recommendations on stream. I don't watch recommendations on stream. We watch things that the managers have to approve first. Yeah. How are you doing? What's on the agenda? We are watching Warhammer lore. But also, apparently Warhammer has had a ton of scandals. So I'm curious, what scandals could Warhammer have had? Do you guys know? Are you guys ready? Oh no? Oh no, as in this is bad? As in, do we need to make our emotional support Imperial fist bigger or smaller? He's fortifying our mental health right now. How scared are we? Are we ready for drama time, guys? Take down requests to fan content creators. I think it's more like Mini Cruise is great. Yay! Sadat, thank you so much for the follow, and Infernal Saxon, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Welcome to the basement. Welcome. Is this about the copyrights? No, it's just more like YouTube's like built-in like copyright system will flag certain videos and stuff like that. And they will, if we watch a full movie, there is a chance that like the entire thing could get taken down because of like the way the copyright works. So it would be troublesome unless we did it like an unlisted stream, in which case after that we immediately take it off and then there's no like there's no VOD to watch it back on. Yeah. He needs to be big enough to fist. Do you want to get fisted by an Imperial fist? That's crazy. Yeah. it's just more like it's a lot more. Is the hammer going to war? The hammer is going to war. Hi Kevin. Hi bestie. No more ever watching. Stop, guys. Okay, being for reals. I feel like getting fisted in like Space Marines armor would be insanely scary. Cause have you seen that shit? I feel like their fists. You know, the conversation's kind of funny, but it's okay. We'll drop it here. The conversation's a little scary, but let's just like drop it like right here. Chat's just being a little crazy. What video is this? This is the many scandals of Warhammer. How could my say-so Chris... That's not really Chris. How could my say... It's not really say-so. How could my niche fucking hobby have scandals? This is unacceptable. This is crazy. And I can't believe that this is happening. You copyright claims for certain parts. I feel like I did not say that. I did not say that, Decky. I did not say that. This game has made many scandals of YouTube too, of Yu-Gi-Oh too. I want to watch the Yu-Gi-Oh like rulings video that you made soon, because like I am curious, like what could possibly have happened to make Yu-Gi-Oh like change as a game? Like how fucked up could people have been for Konami to be like, hey, you gotta like Yamete Kura stop, brother. You like it? I think I would. This is getting sus. We'll give you for copyright. Yeah, that's kind of like one of the issues too, which is okay. Which is like it's fine. It's just that like it takes a while for all of the copyright claims to be resolved. So that's like a little. The burden is like on me, but it's honestly not a big deal. It just takes a while for it to resolve, and I have to like check every day. Did I check today? I don't remember if I checked my copyright stuff today. Oh well, we'll figure it out like another time. Yeah. Oh yeah, Kevin is literally the GOAT in my Pokemon Emerald run right now. It is like he is going sicko mode, like absolutely insane. I don't know how, I don't know why. Are you guys ready? In 3, 2, 1.
Welcome to Mini Scandals, the series where we dive into the scandals, drama, and interesting stories that
Hell
make
yeah.
up the world's hobbies, niches, and interests. Today, we're applying a base coat and trying not to mess up our highlights as we dry brush our way into the world of war.
Wait, stop. Why does it look like the WoW logo? But also, I'm getting to start flying for new places to live. I'm so happy for you. That is such a good step in like a good direction. A new change of pace is always really fucking nice. That's the meme. The meme is the fact that it looks like the World of Warcraft thing. Heh. Hold up, guys. I'm like feeling really warm right now. I think my room is like starting to toast up again. The struggles of living in like a tropical country is that you're just warm as fuck all the damn time. He's making a funny. He is. Oh, also, we are gonna watch Hell's Reach in the Discord. Next week. I want to say next week. I feel like Canada is super tropical. Huh? Maple says it's cold all the time. Maple was like, oh, the worst thing about Canada is that there's always ice on like cars, and then you have to like un-ice cars. And I was like, huh? How do you get ice on cars? Maple not having a garage. To be honest, it's so by... Guys, is Canada weather like crazy? A garage? Wait, what? Am I saying garage wrong? Is it not... Stop. Wait, am I not saying garage right? How do you say it? How do you say it? How do Americans say it? No? I'm wrong?
Garage.
You're saying it British. Oh,
Garage.
apparently I'm wrong too. What the fuck? Garage. Eh?
Garage.
How do Americans say it then?
Garage.
Garage. Huh? I thought it was garage this whole time. Don't you have them over there? No, my country, we don't have space for like, I mean, the best thing that we have is like parking garages, but like, for the most part, not like full, like adjoined to your house garages. A's and H's are for tea drinkers? Oh my god. It's a country, it's a choice. That's an insane thing to say. Isn't it? You say can't in the British. I mean, I grew up speaking like British English, so yeah. Aluminium. Isn't that it? Am I wrong? Aluminium. What Vincent and you already reacted. We watched the best jobs in the Warhammer universe, and then we also watched Yo, I gotta scroll. Top 5 surprisingly hilarious moments. And now we're watching drama because we are drama farming. Aluminum. Aluminium. I don't know how to say it. That is one word that I will never be able to pronounce. Aluminum. Aluminum. Don't let the Americans corrupt your speech. Wait. That's insane. Aluminum. I thought like forever it was like aluminium. That is so bizarre. Guys, English is so hard. English is way too difficult. I'm just a girl. Also, that reminds me, are you guys ready? We're finally done with my coffee, therefore it's time for the monster. Wrong? Monster! Where's my straw? Oh my gosh. This is how you know we're about to get fucked up. I just chugged the coffee, and now it's Monster Energy time. Straw? Just watch your text-to-speech, Finch. You're very funny. Thank you. I get that a lot. People say I have a... What do you mean straw? It's a can? But, like, I like drinking out of a straw. There's just something about sipping that, like, feels very comfortable. That could have been taken out of context. Pretend I never said that. Wait. Pretend I never said that. That is, insane. You gotta raw dog the monster? Wait, what? English is for languages in a trench coat. English is like, I thought you were a man from Toronto. You guys still think I'm a man from Toronto? I've never been to Canada. I am literally Asian from, like, Southeast Asia. Yeah, Coder is a man from Toronto. Are we doing a cinematics today? We have actually been through all of the cinematics. We binge watched all those cinematics the last time. If there are any that we missed, we haven't seen yet. Are you sure you're not Brazilian? I am fairly certain I am not Brazilian. And I feel like, and I've never been to Brazil, therefore I could not be Brazilian. 3 minutes of ads. Yeah, ad breaks are like 3 minutes because that is like the minimum to not run pre-rolls. So, I would take it up with Twitch. Oh dear. Oh, I need like recommendations, by the way, for like Age of Sigmar stuff, because like some of my girls are getting into like Age of Sigmar, and I'm like, ooh. Of the 7 ads, they do that a lot. Urs, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you. Welcome to the basement. Welcome. You're definitely Brazilian then. Age of Sigma. That is insane. They watch as they can't hear you. Oh fuck, you're right. Okay, guys. 3 minutes is the minimum amount of ad time. to not have pre-roll ads. So we do have to like run 3 minutes so that people coming into the stream don't get hit with like 50 fucking ads in one go. It's the way that Twitch works. I don't know why. So someone better call John Amazon on the phone right now to complain, cause you know. Watch 2+ stuff. Yeah, some of the girls are kind of getting into it, and I was like, okay, well, you know, I only know like the nerdy bits. Like I only know like Warhammer 40k because I like Space Marines go pew pew, right? So, Rap pre-rolls in midstream. Yeah, it happens. They kind of hate us like that. On Adeptus Ridiculous as a side thing. Apparently, my YouTube stats are so fucking funny, guys. Let me show you my YouTube stats real quick. I saw it the other day. I was like, this is insane, but also very funny. Because apparently no women fucking watch my channel, which is fair. I don't think I appeal to women anyways. You know, considering the fact that I have big personalities, that's fine. It do be like that sometimes. But it's so funny because my audience, right? We're slowly like, guys, let me just show you guys. We have 99% male and 0.9% women. And like only 0.1% are user unspecified. So what are my, yeah, not even a whole woman. Not even 1% women. One whole women? Not even one. You're not a girl's girl? I feel like I am, but maybe I'm not. Who knows? This is so the 1% is my manager, my genmates, and my friends. But it's 99% men, and I think that is so fucking funny. I genuinely think it's hilarious. Also, by the way, hi to like the United States. You guys are representing, and then there's like the UK followed by Germany, Canada, and Sweden. Shout out to the Canadians, the Americans, the British, the Germans, and the Swedes. Love you guys. Never thought you'd grow up British English since you sound like a Californian. I get that a lot, but also I've only ever been to California 3 times in my life, and that was like in the last 2 years. So I don't know. I don't know. Warhammer 40k doesn't help those statistics. Guys, is it time for me to spam Hello Kitty? Like, it's time for me to play Hello Kitty Island Adventure on stream so that we can bring it up to at least 1% women, right? 99% of the people watch me are men, and you still can't get a boyfriend. Ow! Bitch, what the fuck? Do you watch streaming all that often anyways? You Germans love you too. Thank you! Women generally do not like violence. That's why we gotta play fucking Hello Kitty Island Adventure. We gotta play Hello Kitty Island Adventure. Yeah! That was mean as hell, I know. Who in Glitchers do you think has the highest rate of women viewers? Leah, maybe? Leah? Probably. That is insane. Why are you hurting me like this, chat? Okay, are you guys ready? 3, 2, 1. Also, I just want to say 2 hours into the stream, and so far, the corpse starch has not been mentioned one time. This is a good day. We are having a nice day. 3, 2, 1.
Hammer. Warhammer Fantasy, and its somehow even edgier brother, Warhammer 40k, is the miniature wargame that somehow combines hypermasculine arts and crafts with enough dice to crush a small dog. A simple but brilliant concept that appeals to everyone, from artists to tabletop gamers, to the guy who's a little bit too infatuated with the German army from World War II for it to just be an interest in history. Warhammer is just as rife with scandals as the other hobbies that we've covered thus far. Unlike these other hobbies, however, it is not so much the players making the awful, misguided decisions that draw the ire from the community, but the game's producer, Games Workshop. After all, in the grim darkness of the far future, there are only short-sighted businessmen squeezing as much money as they can from a game they don't even play.
Speaking of, this video is brought to you by...
Hello. I'm White Morpheus.
What?
Welcome to the Construct Room. From the only NordVPN Matrix parody ad on YouTube. Imagine for a second that Roblox was banned in Guatemala. And imagine that you didn't have NordVPN to get around it.
This
No
was a
problem, you might think.
NordVPN
I
ad?
don't live in Guatemala. The next thing you know, Football Manager 2005 is banned in China. You still don't have NordVPN. But I don't live in China, you might think to yourself. You think you're safe. You think, I don't need 5,200 of the fastest VPN servers in 60 different countries. That my country would never restrict access to my favorite games and TV shows. Next thing you know, Weed Mod for Minecraft is banned in Australia.
Guys, if you guys didn't know, all of your favorite NSFW sites are banned in Singapore. All of your favorite NSFW sites are banned in Singapore. We cannot access any of them, not even the famous ones. Yup. So, when I went to America, one of the first few things that I did was Google a certain hub, take a screenshot, send it to my friend, just to flex and be like, haha, no VPN, bitch. Miwa is now banned in the UK. What do? They gotta free me. I say can't like I'm British, so they have to free me legally. They gotta, right? Even anime stuff. Yeah, the anime stuff is also banned. Yeah. Are femboys legal in Singapore? Yes. Yeah. But why? They want to restrict like adult content. They want to make it like less accessible. I mean, they act as though Singapore doesn't have gooners, but also we have a shit birth rate. So I mean, apples and oranges, I guess. Like you ban the hub, people find creative ways to get past the ban, and now our birth rate is like terrible. So it's screwed. We're screwed. We're basically fucked. Unbase. Hi, Anthony. Wasn't there? There used to be. Now there's.
Take the red pill and click the link.
I clicked on it by accident. It's not just gonna make lonely people even more lonely. Exactly. Yeah. They're like, okay, so a lot of like the media in Singapore is also like heavily censored. So even stuff like movies, right? We don't get like the full movies here. I can't remember what movie it was, but I know for a fact that a lot of movies are heavily censored in Singapore. So if you want to watch like the actual movie, you have to go like overseas or VPN it. But yeah. We don't have like, okay, so even making the NSFW content is illegal in Singapore. They actually arrested an OnlyFans creator in Singapore because apparently making that shit is illegal, and they will, like get your ass for it. They will absolutely get your fucking ass for it. So like Singapore's top OnlyFans creator had to move to like the UK, I think. Yeah. It was like face jail time or fucking run, and bro chose to run. Are you as a VTuber safe from that? I mean, I'm not making NSFW content. I'm just sat here. If anything, I just wear very little, but I watch Warhammer content. This is not sexy, okay? How on earth do you... Okay, I can translate it because the content isn't restricted, but making the actual content is not allowed. So, pour one out for Singapore, guys. We are not allowed to, I could never have an OF or a fancy for one reason and one reason only. I'll get fucking arrested. So if anyone comes in to be like, where's your OnlyFans, brother? I'm not trying to go to jail. Okay, 3. Oh, I hit the wrong button. Okay, 3, 2, 1.
In the description, you receive a risk-free 30-day money-back guarantee on a NordVPN subscription. You take the blue pill.
What the heck is that?
Go to nordvpn.com/manykudos or click the link below to help support the channel and get a free month on a 2-year plan, along with a special gift to celebrate their 10th birthday.
Warhammer plus ratio.
Fanfiction, machinima, animations and cum tributes are always for creatively inclined fans to show their love and appreciation of their favourite hobbies, and their work invigorates the community and introduces countless more to these amazing worlds, all done for free out of sheer unrelenting passion. Games Workshop saw this and went fuck that, stapling an update of their IP guidelines to the foreheads of their passionate fanbase before rolling them down a flight of stairs. In July of 2021, nestled in between the reasonable request to not illegally distribute their books or sell counterfeit models, Games Workshop added in a wee little line demanding that individuals must not create fan films or animations based on our settings and characters. These are only to be created under license from Games Workshop. This line stands out in particular, as this very same page gives guidelines for acceptable fan art and fan fiction that, while restrictive, still ultimately allow fans to create and share their work online. Why then would fan animations specifically be an issue?
So it's best to start off with the biggest news, and that is the newly announced Warhammer Plus. This is going to be a brand new service now coming from Games Workshop.
Not content to just sell you 30 cents of injection.
This is what killed TTS? Oh my god. Okay, everyone, don't talk to me. We need to listen. We need to listen. We need to focus. This is what killed my boy.
Molded plastic for the price of a baby goat. Games Workshop observed their fans breaking their backs to make amazing content that advertises their game for free, and decided that stealing the very best ones to hide them behind a paywall is something that the community would love. Except that it isn't. Because why the fuck would anyone want that? The phenomenal fan film Astartes set a new standard amongst fan animations that looks like something cooked up by the sort of cinematic team that gets to unwind in the Cosby Suite, leading Games Workshop to scoop them up to create more content exclusively for Warhammer Plus, along with other talented artists and animators in the Warhammer community. While I'm all for these artists and studios receiving official funding to create more amazing projects, Games Workshop must surely realize that all of these artists created their work in an environment where they were freely allowed.
How to unbend penis? Excuse me? Strolling through Ultramar, 40k SFM original Sax Marine video. They want to sell more of their own content and proceed to barely make any of it. 07s, guys. 07 in the chat.
To upload fan animations online, and that by restricting them, they are not only depriving the community of more amazing free content, but future collaborators they could hire to create content for Warhammer Plus. In addition to hiring these artists to create new content, it appears they also brought the rights to the animations that made them famous in the first place, as these have all been taken off of YouTube. This zero tolerance policy, enacted by a company about as litigious as the Spicy Mouse Corporation, shook the Warhammer community to its core, with the many popular fan animation channels that weren't picked up by The Claw, now fearful for the future of their content. One such series was If the Emperor Had a Text-to-Speech, the incredibly popular fan animation that eschews the regular grim-dark war drama formula in order to make a goofy, fun comedy series set in the 40k universe. The Warhammer TTS series has since gone on an indefinite hiatus, both out of fear of the legal action that could occur should they continue the series, and because of how just disheartening the announcement was to its creator.
I do not know how far they are willing to go to protect their IP, especially with an incentive to monopolize 40k content through a streaming service, and I do not want to find out.
For creators like TTS, this was a direct attack on their livelihood, and while you might argue that they were making this off the back of another company's IP, in my opinion it's no different to all of the channels that make a living giving painting advice or explaining lore or ways to eat the models, or the hundreds of other ways that people enjoy this hobby. Unsurprisingly, TTS has continued creating content, but for a different game and company that respects their creative community and the symbiotic relationship they provide. The community was justly outraged about this decision, pointing to shows like TTS as their entry point to the series as a whole, as well as decrying Games Workshop for locking all of this content behind yet another streaming service to add to the pile of streaming services that undermine the entire reason we even subscribe to streaming services in the first place. The popular 40k meme subreddit r/grimdank locked itself in protest, the Reddit equivalent of a hunger strike, while other subreddits, Twitter threads, and forum posts were overrun by fans furious about this decision, which undid a lot of the goodwill that Games Workshop had earned over the last few years.
It has been 6 months since Warhammer Plus has launched, and despite the massive fan outcry, Games Workshop has not repealed their zero tolerance policy on fan animations.
Can I be real? I actually think that if it's Twitch only, we'll be able to watch this, like the official animations, if it's Twitch only. Because YouTube will bonk me, but Twitch is owned by Amazon, and Amazon Prime is covered as fair use under Twitch rules. So if we do a Warhammer, like we watch along to like the Warhammer official animations, it would have to be Twitch only. So 07 YouTube chat. Oh, you say Hunter the parenting now? True. This video is old. It is. It is 3 years old. But no one else has made a video about the Warhammer scandal, so we must move on. It's okay. Don't leave us. Twitch works. I'm sorry, Walrus. Warhammer Plus is not Amazon. Oh, okay. Well, I'm sorry. I lied. This will be a Discord. This will be a Discord stream, guys. Haha. Come to Discord if you want to watch the stuff that like Games Workshop will throttle me over.
According to their half-yearly investor report, the shows on Warhammer Plus have accrued an impressive 2 million views across every show over 3 months.
You know, the sort of numbers that a single episode of TTS gets on YouTube.
Hope it was worth it.
The Austrian painter.
Political discourse being what it is right now, this one's gonna be
like he paints really bad, or like he paints his models like really shit or something. Huge mo in the community. Having a video about it is important. It's a famous war criminal, Austrian. Funny mustache man? Fuck. Okay. Twitch chat, I'm gonna pause ads for this because I need you guys to be here with me. I cannot watch this by myself.
This one's gonna be fun. Oh, how I wish we could return to a time when telling neo-Nazis to fuck off was an uncontroversial statement. To clarify, this doesn't deal with the brainworm-infested take of anyone more right-leaning than me as a Nazi. This deals with an actual, genuine neo-Nazi who, as mentioned earlier, can fuck off.
Warhammer 40k is a setting where if you ask who the good guys are, you'll be answered with yes. Everyone is at varying levels on the cunt metric. But notably, they're all on there, including the Imperium of Man.
Humanity in the far future are portrayed as xenophobic, power-hungry tyrants and paranoid religious zealots, which can seem appealing to people who were repeatedly dropped on their head as a baby.
In November of 2021, the large unofficial GT Talavera tournament held in Spain found itself infested by one such individual who rocked up to the event wearing neo-Nazi imagery, including a swastika made of swastikas.
AKA the worst maze. The player used the pseudonym Austrian Painter, which I imagine took 4 of them 3 full shifts to come up with, and the man quickly found that nobody wanted to play with him. A lesson I figured he would have learned back in kindergarten.
One of the opponents who refused to play against him demanded that he be expelled from the tournament, but according to the organisers, they were legally barred from doing anything.
Obviously versed in the ways that he could spread his ideology while keeping the majority of his teeth inside his mouth, the provocateur stated that he wasn't causing any problems and would happily play against anyone in the tournament, but if they tried to remove him, he would call the police.
Conveniently for him, Nazi symbolism is not illegal to show in Spain, and even more bizarrely, removing him solely on the basis that he was a neo-Nazi would be considered ideological discrimination, and the smug little asshole may well have a case against them if they attempted it.
It was for these reasons that the tournament organisers said that they were unfortunately forced to give the win to the man who worshipped the goose-stepping gunsucker, as his opponents refusing to play against him effectively counted as a forfeit. Despite being given this free win, the man with a consolation prize for a brain didn't place anywhere notable in the tournament. While this wasn't an official Games Workshop tournament, it still managed to cause enough of a stir for Games Workshop to make an official statement that doesn't specifically mention the spicy Spaniard, but is still clearly in response to the event. Their statement points out that the setting of 40k is satirical, not aspirational, something you would think almost anyone taking a cursory glance at the game would recognise. They even
God
state
fucking
that
damn
if you
it.
show up to a Games Workshop event wearing symbols of real-life hate groups, you will be barred from participating and that they don't want your money. You know you're a part of some sick shit when even Games Workshop doesn't want your money. Some fans saw this post as virtue signalling from Games Workshop, decrying that the hobby maker had gone woke, which by that logic means the allies were also woke kings when they bullied Hitler
Wait,
into
stop.
painting
That is
his
a crazy
final piece
take.
using chunks of his brain matter. Still, the vast majority of the community seemed in favour of Games Workshop's statement, outside of some no doubt very productive discussion around whether the Imperium of Man are good or not. While
That is an insanely crazy take. Wait, not wanting symbols of hatred is woke? Huh? Wait. Someone to big events with... That is insane. That is actually insane. I feel like the term has become so bastardized, right? Yeah, the term has become so bastardized that like people are using it in like whatever context to fit their narrative. That is kind of insane. Yeah. I honestly feel like it's a buzzword that is unnecessary. Both, you know what's the thing? There's no both sides. It's just everyone has taken like buzzwords and they use it against one another, and it's not productive whatsoever. All terms are like, yeah, I think the thing about it is that if people will use like terms, doesn't matter what term it is, as long as it's like a hate is something borderline hateful, and they just use it against one another, it just bastardizes the word, and like the original meaning is just lost. Yeah, the original meaning is so lost, it's kind of insane. Like, I don't know. Like, I would be like honestly really put off if someone showed up in like if someone showed up in like full, you know, I can't say the word because, you know, YouTube or Twitch might get me, but also I'm supposed to be an idol, therefore I can't be saying these words anyways. But if someone showed up in like full army gear, I would genuinely be like horrified. I think the thing about it is that even being from like Southeast Asia, I get that like things like this are a thing. I don't know if you guys knew, but there are people who do support like extremist ideologies even in like Southeast Asia, even though we're like very far removed from like, you know, Germany. There are people who support it, and I think it's fucking insane. Yeah. Arch used the term... Really? That is insane. Okay, you know what? I don't know who Arch is, and I'm kind of glad I don't know who Arch is. That sounds insane. Yeah. This is actually really fucked up. The worst part of the hobby, super uncommon in people, but so awful. I think that the thing about hobbies, right? The thing about hobbies is that, right? Hobbies can bring a ton of people together, but not everyone. You know, it's not like you can gatekeep people from a hobby, which is really hard. He's a misogynist. This arch person, he got BTFO'd by the rest of the community. Oh. He used to have Warhammer in his name and threatened legal action against him. Oh, wow. He is not a misogynist. Hate speech means any... Okay, wait, huh? You totally can't gatekeep them. Okay, when I say you can't gatekeep them, I mean you can't like door check them, right? You can't be like, oh yeah, you can't come in. Because it takes a while for people to get comfortable enough to slip into like, oh yeah, by the way, guys, I support extremist ideas. Like, that's crazy. Huh? And then once they've revealed their extremist ideas, that's when you like kick them and show them the door. But like, holy shit. Okay, it's bad. It's bad. It's kind of insane. It's actually kind of insane. You know? Yeah, we're just gonna move past this, guys. This is not good. This is very bad.
Well, it might have been illegal to expel him on ideological grounds. The GT Talavera organisers said in their statement that they are working to write legal tools into the terms of the tournament that would allow them to legally expel people promoting hate groups at their events, preferably with the use of a catapult. This story is going to be a bit of a soft spot for some people, possibly even more than the idea of neo-Nazis invading your hobby, the same way a venereal disease invades your crotch. I am of course talking about the end times, or how Games Workshop took 30 years of plot, backstories and beloved characters and slowly fed them all into a blender in the hopes that the spectacle of it all might make money fall from your wallet. Warhammer Fantasy was Games Workshop's original IP, Do Not Steal, made to utilise the models they were previously making for use in role-playing games such as Dungeons & Dragons, another hobby that we've found is rife with many scandals. The first Warhammer Fantasy rulebook was released in 1983, and the combination of rulebooks and miniatures quickly put them on the wargaming map. 4 years later, in 1987, a spin-off rulebook named Warhammer 40,000 Rogue Trader was released, which allowed you to use your fantasy miniatures in a lightweight, skirmish-based science fiction setting, later referred to as just Warhammer 40k, named after the average amount of money that a Warhammer player will spend on the hobby each year.
Wait, is that true? Do you guys think you spent 40k on like Warhammer as a hobbyist? $40k is rookie numbers. Oh shit. 10k easily. I want to say I've spent, even though I'm just a normie, I think I've spent like $300 already. So hey. I've only spent like $300 on rookie numbers, guys. Do you have multiple armies? No, I bought some boxes and I bought like the games. So hey. I mean, if it's 10k over 15 years, that's not the worst. That's not the worst going by hobbies, so yeah. That's a lot of Taco Bell. Oh my god, that's so much Taco Bell.
Fantasy was a game of investment, with players pouring exceptional amounts of time and money into the factions they resonated with, either because they were fun to play, had a cool backstory, or were just neat to look at. This is all well and good if you played one of the more popular factions, as you would receive regularly updated rulebooks that provided significant upgrades for your army, assuming you bought the corresponding new models as well, of course. The less popular factions, meanwhile, were forced to suck shit for years or in some cases even a decade, such as the poor Bretonnians, whose last update was in 2004. In the early 2010s, after 30 years of existence, interest in Warhammer Fantasy was waning. While this could partially be attributed to the high barrier of entry that turned away new players and restricted old players from experimenting with new armies, Games Workshop was also unwilling to consistently update the game, instead choosing to focus on 40k. Recognizing that this barrier to entry was halting the game's growth, Games Workshop set out to do the unthinkable. No, not update the game's rules to make them more accessible or lower their prices.
Okay.
Are you mad? In a moment of Orcish genius, they instead opted to smash everything into little bits, and then keep smashing them until they formed a fine spreadable paste. In 2014, Games Workshop began releasing a series of 5 books named The End Times, which included updated rules for brand new models, as well as the first real progression the game's overarching plot has ever really seen. There's a lot going on in each of these books, as they're essentially chronicling what each faction is doing in the lead up to the end of the world, with its lore page on the wiki so long that scrolling barely makes the scroll bar tick down.
Damn.
Some players were excited about finally receiving major plot updates, while other people felt that the characters and factions they had grown to love were either acting out of character or just flat out ignored. Also, the Skaven blow up the moon. The final book drops and chaos wins. Warhammer's always had a dark tone, but having your entire fantasy world turn to ash as it's enveloped with darkness is probably about as dark as you can get. Literally. The world wasn't the only thing left in the dark.
Silly
as
little
fans were
rat men
left
blow up the
wondering
moon.
where
I love
things would
it.
go from here, and if the armies they spent hundreds or even thousands of dollars on would still be usable. Thankfully, they didn't have to wait long to find out, although the answer might not have been quite what they were looking for. July 2015, just 4 months after the end of Warhammer Fantasy, saw the release of Warhammer Age of Slugma.
What?
Sigma. A hip, sexy, new millennial version of Warhammer Fantasy, with none of those boring rules for nerds. After all, this isn't your dad's fantasy war game. The rules book.
You know, I've always wondered, right? Why is it that like when there's like armor in like media and whatnot, there's like defined abs on the armor? Like, is that necessary to like you know, add the abs, or is it just like an aesthetic thing? You know what I mean? It's aesthetic? Because abs are hot, what do you mean? I mean, I guess, but like, it's the male fantasy. That makes sense. Ab armor is common IRL too. It's just more like, why would you add? It feels so extra. Like, you know, I feel, wouldn't the grooves like affect like, you know, make like certain points of the armor a little like you know, thinner? Because there's like definition. Is it necessary? It's necessary because it's cool. What we need are cod pieces. You know, that makes sense. That makes a ton of sense. People like flashy things. I mean, I wouldn't say it's a goal. It's more like the ab bit seems a little unnecessary because like you're hiding your abs with the armor, right? But you know, it being cool makes sense.
Went from the 300-page long Warhammer Fantasy brick that you could use to kill most rodents to a rulebook shorter than a Chinese takeaway menu that would leave most rodents unscathed and laughing at your ineffective bludgeon. Of course, rulebooks aren't marked on their ability to cause bodily harm, although that may have been the one thing that the early Age of Sigmar rules could be used for. While removing the extensive army composition and regimenting in favour of 40k's skirmish-style combat definitely streamlined things, many of these features were the reason that people had come to love the game in the first place. On top of it all, some dribbling toothlicker in management decided that Age of Sigmar should play like a drunken game of Jackbox, where the only jokes anyone knows are bad Monty Python parodies, and added in a variety of wacky rules that appealed exclusively to band kids with no inside voice. These included letting out a primal war cry to add 1 to all hit rolls made for your war gore standard bearer, or holding a goblet aloft and shouting, "For the lady!" to re-roll failed hit rolls on your Grail Knights,
Damn.
or the ability to re-roll any failed hit rolls as long as your moustache is bigger and more impressive than your opponent's.
Stop. I love those rules though. I think that's such a good rule. I think that's so funny. Wait. That is so funny and that is so base. The mustache one, I think that's it. I think that's insane. They need to bring that shit back.
A rule that would unfairly penalise any woman playing, if any woman actually played Warhammer.
I didn't think about that. You're right. I could not beat anyone in a mustache battle now, could I? What if I wore a fake mustache that was like really cool? Johnny Little John, thank you so much for following. Dradam who 8, thank you so much for following. Thank you. Welcome to the basement. Welcome. What if I wore like a fake mustache? Would that be like fake mustache on throne doesn't say it has to be yours? Exactly! They don't say. What if I had like the sickest fucking mustache in the world? No one would know. And I could win. I could re-roll my dice. That'd be insane. Do you think like that guy would be like, hey, it's not a real mustache? You think like I get hit by stuff like that? I think no, you wouldn't. You still think I'm a man from Toronto.
Age of Sigmar was also released without any point system, which assigns units point values based on their power level in order to balance games for competitive play. These changes were partly due to management's desire to make the game less about, well, the game, and more about the collecting and modelling side of things. That is assuming your favourite factions even still existed to be collected, as many of the less popular factions were dropped harder than campaign promises after Election Day, leaving many players with nothing but pleasant memories and unusable armies. This came as a spit in the face to the players who had enjoyed the old gameplay style of fantasy, who were also reeling from the fact that their beloved, detailed, and famously not silly world had just been flushed down the toilet and replaced with an even less funny game of Cards Against Humanity. Perhaps still bitter about not being able to trademark the name Space Marine, Games Workshop took this opportunity to rename many of their fantasy races to ones that are decidedly easier to trademark. Dwarves became Duradin, elves became elves, and Games Workshop's legal team became richer by the day. To say that Warhammer fans were outraged would be an understatement, with entire regiments of them flanking the information superhighway to announce their disgust in civil, respectful ways, and setting their armies on fire in protest.
Stop! That's stupid! You spend so much money on the armies just to set them on fire to prove a point? See, I'm Asian, right? I'm Asian, so that upsets me, because I feel like that's a hella big waste of money. Are you kidding me? I feel like boycotting the game would be fine, but like setting it on fire feels unnecessary. That's crazy. Yeah, burning things that you already bought, they already earned your money, brother. Just keep your shit and be happy. And then they brought it back. It's about sending a message, I guess, but like you're not really sending a message to the company, because they already earned your money. They've already taken your money, so like you're not really. It's not really affecting their bottom line or anything if you burn it. I mean, shit, if you burn it, right, and they bring that shit back anyways, you're just gonna have to spend money to buy, you know, the same thing as again, right? So isn't this like a W for like Games Workshop? We haven't heard from that guy since it happened. If I were that guy and they brought back like Age of Sigmar, I would genuinely lie down in the fetal position and cry for like 2 days. I don't know. That's crazy.
The trailer for the new setting also has its likes and dislikes disabled, aka the Coward's Gamble. Huge swaths of players boycotted the game, sold off their old armies, or moved on to a different war game entirely. And some Skaven players attempted to blow up the moon in real life out of protest. To add insult to injury, a string of some of the best Warhammer video games we've ever seen, released after Age of Sigmar, that was still set in the old fantasy world, that I'll remind you was no longer being supported on the tabletop.
Okay.
The irony of it all is that beneath all the silly gag rules and paper-thin lore, the gameplay actually had some solid potential, doing away with a lot of the unnecessary complexity that bogged down traditional fantasy games. After the game's release, a large management shakeup occurred at Games Workshop, with the old guard leaving and being replaced with people making decisions that swung Age of Sigmar's direction back towards that of a playable game, reintroducing point values, hacking out the silly rules like a goofy tumour, and finally fleshing out the lore. These days, Age of Sigmar has won over a lot of the people who originally boycotted, giving out consistent updates and tweaks that not only steadily improve the game, but significantly outpace the sloth-like release schedule that had become so detrimental to Warhammer Fantasy. Still, it appears that the aggressive oscillations of Fantasy's fans didn't go unnoticed, as Games Workshop has announced that they will one day bring back the classic style of fantasy gameplay.
And they did!
We can only hope that for this guy's sake, Games Workshop will allow heaping chunks of melted plastic in their tournaments.
So true. They should allow it. If our Games Workshop, World of Warcraft's many scandals. We're not watching this right now, but I will be saving this to let me see. I will be saving this to the WoW Reacts playlist. Because there's a Yu-Gi-Oh's many scandals too? It's already in my playlist. Oh, wow. That makes sense. That makes sense, guys. If I rolled up to my local Warhammer tournament with a lump of plastic, do you think they'd let me in? Well, let's watch something about minis, because I'm curious about minis now. Also, I hate to say this, guys, but it's been 3 hours. I gotta piss. Be right back, guys. I love you guys, but I gotta pee real quick. I'm sorry. My love for you guys doesn't outweigh my need to piss. Be right back. I don't hate you guys. I don't hate you guys. And once more, I don't hate you guys. Thank you for the 100 bits, Zach. Thank you for the 200 bits, actually. Or 205 bits. Thank you so much, Zach. I'm back, but my phone decided to restart. So I have to wait for my phone decided to restart, so I have to wait for like for everything to load back up again. Hold up, guys. Okay, I think it's fine. I think it's fine. I think it's okay. Okay, I think I'm back. Okay. Hold up. I'm back! Hi guys, I'm back. This is an awkward image to pause at, but... Oh. Wait, before we start the next video, I just want to say, guys, okay? I just want to make it abundantly clear. I really want to say this, okay? We do not support hateful rhetoric here. At all. And if you feel like that is more your jam, feel free to unsub, unfollow, whatever. I think that we as people are evolved. I think that numerous instances over the course of history have proven that hateful rhetoric really does nothing for us as people. And so, if you feel like stuff like that is your jam, feel free to unfollow, unsubscribe, whatever. But we do not support that here. I do not condone that. I think it's really bad. I think that we, as evolved people, should know better. We're just here to chill and watch Warhammer videos. We're not here to hate or dunk on anyone in particular other than the that guys of the internet. Yeah. It is insane. It is crazy, and hate is not tolerated, especially if it's like generalized hate. Yeah. I'm glad that your Skaven army is doing well, though. Holy shit. Wait, I think a rat army is really funny. Can I be real? I think that's really, really funny. Holy shit. We'll send Discord. Thank you. Can we still make fun of the British, though? Can we make fun of the British? I don't know. Brits in the chat, what do you think? Can we make fun of the British? Hi, Leah. Rat Army is my Discord. That's true. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, Leah says yes. Can we make fun of... What if I hate chaos and the enemies of mankind? Well, we can hate chaos. That's okay. It's almost always right to mock the British. Their food, probably. Do we mock the British, chat? I feel like we are the rats, though, of the universe. I am Irish. It is my birthright to bully the English. Well, shit. It's not for me to get in between generational beef. Good night, Neojin. Good night. Make fun of us Brits if you want. Okay. As an American to make fun of other Americans all the time, I saw, like, the biggest, like, fucking dunk today. So, like, I played, like, a game of, like, because I'm me, I played a game of, Marvel Rivals, right? And this, like, one guy was, like, kind of going off in the chat, just being, like, really toxic. And then someone just kept spamming the word tariffs nonstop, and it was, like, holy shit. What if you're French? The French, can we make fun of you? If you're a French? Can we make fun of you? Question mark. I mean, shit, you want to make fun of Asians, that's fine. As an Englishman, I'd be disappointed if you didn't. Oh, okay. Well, Jonah, just because you gave us the okay, we will be making fun of the British. That is funny, though. It is funny. It is funny. Okay. I won't say the T word in chat because I don't want to scare the Americans. You can make fun of the streamer. That's okay. We're used to it. I love how the Brits and the French are just kind of like, yeah. They're like the sad PP emoji. They're like, yeah. We're used to it. We get dunked on all the time. As long as it's creative, actually funny, go for it. Oh my fucking god, that is insane. Okay, are you guys ready to see Warhammer scams from Games Workshop? What are Warhammer scams? What are Warhammer scams? A little bit of fun. of British, eh? I don't even know what that means. Americans don't even know what terrorists mean. Your mockery slides off their smooth brains. I feel like I know Americans are smart enough. Uh-huh. I ain't scared. Okay, what are Warhammer scams? My PogChamp, I'm sorry. Jingo, come here. You're my little PogChamp. Mwah. 3, 2, 1.
We ordered every hobby tool Games Workshop sells.
That's a total of 12 of them.
And today we're gonna see which ones are pure cash grab scams
And which ones are actually worth spending some money on.
step aside Wish, step aside Temu, step aside AliExpress.
Heck, even Shane.
Today we're gonna test Warhammer scams from Games Workshop.
Let's go.
Let's go. Jokes aside, Games Workshop is the epitome of Warhammer hobby, I guess just miniatures hobby in general.
Yeah.
But they're not only making epic freaking miniatures, they also have hobby tools. And throughout the years, I've been kind of negative towards some of them, but I gotta admit, I haven't tried all of them. We're not gonna talk about their brushes or their paints today.
Okay.
It's all about the other random hobby tools. The knives, the screwdrivers, the
holding
holders,
things together.
the pots. To see if they actually just want to hustle us, because the prices of some of these,
They're freaking expensive.
not cheap.
They're the opposite. of
Really?
cheap. However,
Ooh.
I am actually quite excited to try out some of these products because maybe they actually hold some value. They might be just the brand new epitome of Warhammer hobbying.
Yeah, let's see. Tool 1. This one I'm kind of interested in, Lucas.
Okay, I'm
the
excited.
Clippers from Games Workshop. This is such an expensive clipper. $52
Wait, what?
to cut your minis from a sprue. So
I bought Gundam ones, right? I bought a pair of Gundam ones. They're a little rusty because I live on a tropical country, so there's like a ton of like salt in the air. So my clippers are kind of rusty, but these are beginner clippers that I bought. They're Gundam ones and they're pink. That's 90% why I bought them, because they're pink. But they were $10. Why is this $52? That is insane. Humidity is a bitch. Humidity is a bitch. Yeah. I can't have like nice like metal stuff because it tarnishes really quick. But also these are like $10. What the fuck? Yeah, gunpla tools are perfect for Warhammer and cheap. I know. What the fuck? 52 is insane. I feel offended.
well, the question is this actually something of value? The one that we've been enjoying and using from Redgrass Games costs about $48.
48?
And that one is significantly smaller as well.
To me, it's just for $52 for a clipper, it's gonna have to be really freaking amazing. So let's give this some tests, compare it to the Redgrass Games clipper. And to test the cutters, we're using our own sprues for our own minis. That's part of the paint set we did with Vallejo. You should buy them when they come out in about a week. You can sign up down below to be notified when it goes live.
I am horrified. I cannot tell if
It
there
does
was a
feel
difference.
like a really big clipper. I can't really reach in on all the parts.
I remember this one being like the hot fuzz a few years ago.
Yeah.
Everyone loved them. They were so good. And I never got the hype about them.
So I feel like the best way of seeing if a tool is soft or not is seeing when you cut it, you have a flat edge, or if you have like stress marks on it. And I'm sad to say, like on half of these pieces, I'm getting stress marks.
Oh, and then you use the Redgrass Games one, and it's just, it's just smooth as butter. Yeah.
I thought like I must be exaggerating when I remember how good the Redgrass Games is. So this one feels like butter, and this one you have to kind of push through. The biggest issue I have when I compare it to this one, and of course this is a really expensive clipper too, so I'm not expecting everyone to be able to afford $48 for one. On smaller pieces, I can't really reach in with the Games Workshop one, because it's a little bit too wide and too big. It's literally worse directly from the box, like both in terms of size for cutting minis, but also in terms of sharpness. Are there any upsides to it?
I mean, it is a clipper.
Yeah.
And it does have a flat side.
It does have a flat side.
It gives good-ish cuts.
And it's far from the worst clipper I've had.
Oh, yeah.
But also the other clippers I've had have cost like $2 from Wish. On a scale of 1 to 10.
I would say this is probably like a 8 for me. Because
I feel like clippers being $52 would be a 2 out of 10 for me just off of that price. Just off of that price. That feels offensive. I'm offended. My clippers are like 10 Singapore dollars, which is maybe like 7 USD. If the economy holds 7 USD, if the economy doesn't hold, then it's more like a $9 pair of clippers. But holy shit. I think clippers I have called Godhand, which I found funny. Okay, hold up. Low key, I would like clippers named Godhand because I love Berserk. Also, Sloppy Salmon, thank you so much for a follow. Thank you. Welcome to the basement. Welcome. What the fuck? Are you gonna do this on stream? Yes, I intend to do a stream, a co-working stream where I build Warhammer figures while we listen to any of the podcasts. While we listen to like Hunter the, what is it called? Hunter the what? God had mentioned. I intend to do that, but I need to find a day to do it. It's expensive. Oh man, Hunter the something, right? Hunter the parenting. Yeah. Cause I figured it's not a video. It's not a video. It's more a podcast than anything. So it'd be boring to watch on stream without us doing something else. Just like podcast related stuff. It is a video. It's not really a video because like there's not a lot that happens. It's not like something that we can react to. Yeah. Are the Godhand clippers named after Berserk? That is the question. But also, low-key, I would like clippers named Godhand just off of that. And also, $52 for a pair of clippers, insane. I would never do it. That is $70 Singapore dollars. And you know what I could buy with 70 Singapore dollars? Like 7 McDonald's meals. So, like, unacceptable. I will not be purchasing. Added to the throne? Oh my god, baby, no.
Considering the price and the poor job it does.
I will move up my grade to a 7.
So scam 15 out of 20.
Tool 2. The Citadel knife. Every Warhammer hobbyist needs a knife. You need to remove whatever excess like plastic, or if you need to convert parts, you might have to carve some stuff. And $35 for
a knife is insane. Can I be real? When I have excess parts, that's when I use a pair of nail clippers. Because I have like... Because the nail clippers that I have are female ones, so they are really tiny. So if I have like excess bits on the side, I use a pair of nail clippers to just like... to like clip the side. That's it. You live in Singapore? I do. I live in Singapore. $35 for a knife is insane. Just use a pen knife. Sunny also use nail clippers. I love Sunny. I love Sunny. I love my queen. At What's It Thrown? Oh, it's a clipper called Godhand because I think it's funny. Glad that's what you're comparing it to. Exactly. Godhands reach into triple digits. I'm not fucking buying it. Never mind. I take it back. I wouldn't even. I won't spend 3 digits for like the meme. I'm precise cuts. Yeah, but also I'm a shitty hobbyist, and I don't know how often we will be making like. See, I'm a hobbyist, right? I have like stacks of gunpla that I haven't built. But at the same time, I don't have the time to build them, and I don't know when I will. So I don't feel like I want to invest in quality like tools, right? Because I don't know how often I'll use them. Build on stream. I'm thinking of doing it again. But yeah. It's just like one of those things. You know what I mean? Hanging on model. You can buy all these from a hardware shop. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'm just gonna go to like my local hobby shop and pretend. Guys, oh my god, wait. I figured it out, guys. I know how we find a boyfriend. I know how to find a boyfriend, chat. Hear me out, okay? I have a genius idea. I go to the Warhammer store and pretend to be confused. What do you think? What do you think of the strat? And then hit him with the, what's your favorite army? Oh my god. That's so cool. I think they're so fun too. Wow. You know so much about Warhammer. And then you get another shitty boyfriend. Fuck! Stop hitting me with the truth! If you will have events where you can take home, I don't know, maybe not in Singapore, because Singapore is very like not like that. Corpse starch is a fucked up thing in the Warhammer universe, and we're doing like a tally of the number of times it's mentioned. They might think you're a succubus. I think it would be a really funny strat. I think it would be an insanely funny strat. And if they go haha minus, okay, if a guy tells you that their favorite army is Slanesh, is that like a sign to run away? What is corpse starch? Okay, corpse starch is, in the lore, corpse starch is what the populace eat. And it is very similar to Soylent Green. If you catch my drift. Red flag, yeah. You can generally find a nice guy at the hobby store. With my luck, hopefully, but also, yeah, if my favorite army is Slanesh or the Drukhari, literally, I will run. You will see me sprint out of the store like I'm fucking Usain Bolt. On fucking God. Is it a ripoff or was it worth it? $35 for a penknife is not worth it, chat. No. $35 for a penknife is not worth it. Absolutely not. All Warhammer armies are a red flag. What if his idea of a date is staying at home and painting armies? Like, I don't want to go out to eat. Food? Why spend money on food when we can just eat? When we can just inhale the fumes, the toxic fumes from like painting. It would be insane. I know my friends are all five men in their late 20s dating together. I'm sorry, Salad, you've been on a date with 5 men. That's insane. That's insane. That's, you know, for $35, this thing better like come with this. Yeah, this had better be like the Swiss Army knife of tools, but it's not. That's 5 more men than you. Shut up! Oh my god, guys. Okay, just because you guys hang out with like 5 men and paint. That's insane. Twitch chat is just all about making me feel like even more. Twitch chat's all about making me feel even more single. What the fuck? How's that possible? Oh man. What if we all kiss at the end? Then you're on a date. Duh. Duh.
Hobby knife, Lucas?
We usually get the ones that cost like $10 for 25,000 blades.
They're from Wish now. We've paid $1 or $2 with like 20 blades included.
I do have to say, I'm quite fond with this design.
It's a sleek design. And let's compare this to a super cheap craft knife.
I have to give Games Workshop something here. This is freaking ingenious.
It is quite
big.
Yeah, but this is nice. Now you can put your thumb and finger over the blade, which you always tend to do, but now you don't risk like hurting yourself.
So let's try to cut some spruce. How is the blade? Is it sweet.
The handle on this one makes the handling part very nice.
But I do
Okay.
feel like this knife is sharper than the one I had.
Yeah.
And I do feel way less scared about hurting my thumb, because you have like a bit of a distance here.
Yeah.
Down below, so your thumb kind of doesn't rest directly on the blade. Whilst on this one, when you hold, the thumb rests directly on the blade.
Few moments later.
So we've done some extensive testing. What's your opinion?
Okay, there is two parts to this story.
Yeah.
One is I really like the design of the knife.
I do too.
I like how it feels in my hand. I like the thicker bottom end.
Yeah.
It's just, it feels nice. The blade is really decent.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
However, the price is still $35.
It is $35 versus Wish $1. Would I buy 35 of this over one of this?
Probably
Yeah.
every day.
Every day. So on
Yeah.
a scam level, I feel like this one is pretty much in between. It's just
5 out of 10.
5 out of 10.
Which means it's a 10 out of 10 scam. 10
Which
out of 10.
means it's a 1 out of 10 for me. What the fuck? If the kit that I bought is $80, the singular knife is basically like it's basically half of the kit. It's just about half of the kit. So no. That's not worth it. What the fuck? That's insane. It's on a scam level. I think it's a scam. Oh my god. Yeah. Okay, so like when you convert it, so you wanna know what's the thing? So the kit that I bought, right? I got very lucky because I got very, very lucky with it because my when I went up to the store, it was like $100 for like the introductory Warhammer kit. And it was only $80 because my friend had membership at that store. So I had to call my friend and be like, hey, can I use your membership? Because I don't want to pay $100 fucking dollars for the introductory kit. So $80 was like the bare minimum, but it's also like $80 if you convert if I buy it off Amazon, like once you convert it back to Singapore dollars, it's about $80. So put the kit on throne? No, I did. But it was out of stock on like Amazon for some reason. So I was like, okay, well, I'm just paying like a little bit more. I'm paying a little bit more and I think that's okay. But yeah, it's half of the set NIDS, yeah. It's let me see. Okay, how do I show this in a way that doesn't dox me? How do I show you guys this in a way that doesn't dox me? Let me figure it out. Okay, I'll show you guys the kit that I bought. But also, haha, please, how much was a little? Like maybe $10 over. Oh man, my desk is so messy right now. Don't judge my desk or anything. Let me see if I can show you guys this. Yeah, literally do not judge my desk. I have like a bottle of ibuprofen. Where's my camera? There is a not 0% chance my camera is not on. Ooh, chotomate. Video capture device? Let me see if I put this in studio mode if it'll work. It's not working. Oh no. Let's take ibuprofen together, chat. Don't take ibuprofen, chat. That's not a good thing. I don't think like group. Ah, there it is. Do you guys see it? Okay, hold up. So like. Oh, you can see a little bit of me. Oh, well, you know what? That's fine. That's whatever. Hi. So we bought this, the introductory set. Oh, there's an echo. So we bought this. Hi, look at my hands. Very cool. I am a person. Careful of reflections. Yep. Yeah, so we got this. Right now it's reflecting the screen, and that's okay. Ravenpuff, thank you. But yeah, if you guys notice the price is listed right here. This is the introductory set that it should include like The hands of someone from Toronto. Thank you. Can you guys do you guys recognize my hands from Toronto? By the way, you like my nails? I got like a little I thought it was cool to just add like a little cross here, but I'm also like heavily not religious, so who knows. I'm a tattooed Australian man, guys. You guys like my tattoos? Very cool, very sick. Sunny got the same one. Yeah. So it comes with like, it's like, I think it's like half like Space Marines and like half Tyranids or something. I'm not entirely sure. Let me see if I can make this bigger. Hold up. Nope, this is about as big as it gets. Cool. Cool. Anyways. Yeah, so this is about as big as it's gonna get. For right now at least. I probably have to like reconfigure this shit in my own time. But yeah. It's like half like Space Marines. And like the other half is just, I don't know, silly little like alien guys. Cool and all. But yeah, this is basically what we're working with. It comes with like its own like paintbrush, and it comes with like a set of like the, what are they called, like the clipper things. But also I have this that I love, and it's pink, so I might just use this forever. Need to name them all? Okay, so I've decided this is gonna be John. This is gonna be John Blueberry. This is gonna be Peter Turbo's number one fan. This is gonna be, I'm gonna paint them different colors. I'm gonna go by paint. I'm gonna buy enough paint. I'm gonna buy more paint. I don't know what paint I should buy, but I'm just gonna go out and buy paint, okay? Saw a 10th edition trailer one with, oh, okay. They're decent ones. This was like $10 whole. This was like $10 whole. But also it's like, you know, it's very cute. I like it. And it's pink. Yeah. Hand model side gig? No. Did you hear that, chat? Did you fucking hear that? Oh my god, I think it's raining. That's thunder. Yeah, I think it's raining, guys. Oh my god, I got scared. I have noise suppression on too, so that's insane. Name them after chat. I don't want you guys to fucking die. So we're not naming any of these after chat. Okay? But who wants to be a Tyranid? Who wants to be a Tyranid bug? And also, I will be making you pink. It's non-negotiable. You will be pink. It is non-negotiable. Yeah. I will pay to be named. You can be this one in the back. This can be dual logs. I have no idea which one's a Space Marine Librarian. I think they all look cool, and I think that's fine. Should I have taken the plastic off because the plastic's a little reflective? Hold on, guys. We're gonna take the plastic off real quick. We're gonna take the plastic off really fast. Yeah, it was really loud. It scared the thunder scared the fuck out of me. And like I exist in this universe, you know? So what the fuck? Okay, guys, we're gonna take the plastic off really fast. You need a primer spray. I need help then. Can someone who like knows like what they're doing come up with like a list of additional stuff that I would probably need? Like what else do I need that isn't included in this kit? It literally says start here, by the way. So you got the ultimate starter that comes with even more models and more terrain. I was thinking of getting that, but I also have to be like conscious of the fact that I don't have a ton of space. But I also have to be like extremely conscious of the fact that I don't have a ton of space. Also, hi. Black and white primer. Ooh, that sounds important actually. Rattle can primer? I don't know what that is. Wait, that's so weird. Oh, I know why it's weird, guys. My resolution was like off. Okay. to cover myself really fast with this. Okay, guys. So, great. I don't know why it's so zoomed in. This is so fucking funny. Why are you zoomed in like this? Camera, are you okay? No fucking shot. This is so crazy. I hate this. Thank you. Thank you, camera, for, like, doing that to me. Now you can see my hands, guys. Did you know that I have women hands? How did you know? That's crazy. That's insane. That was so fucking funny. Ah! Yeah, the mouse is kind of big. I have no idea what happened. I don't know what changed. I don't know what happened. I don't know what changed. But also, this is on my lap to protect. You know, like to protect, because you know the Emperor protects. I love the shirt. Thanks. It came as a set. There's supposed to be matching pants, except this is like low-key flesh colored. So this is like weirdly colored, so I don't want to wear like the set. It makes me look like I'm 12. She showed her drip IRL. I have no drip. Razor Mamba Elite. It's Razor something, that's for sure. You are... Shut up, Duologs. So I need to buy a primer then. I need to buy a primer. Also... Here's the ASMR you guys wanted. Okay. Where's Logs? I'll shoot him a text. Yeah, he's in YouTube chat, but it's okay. I don't need the... Okay, so I need primer. I'll write it down. I'll write it down. So I need primer. Number 1. I don't know if we can get... I don't know how accessible it is to get the Western primers here. So I'll just get, like, whatever primer I can get. So you got primer. I know that oil thing, right? Something oil? Something oil, right? As long as it's acrylic? Okay, because I think, right, since I'm based in Asia, right, I think that the most accessible thing for me would be Tamiya paints. So, it's not actually oil. Ah, okay. Why did I write this in hot pink? I can't see it now. Well, I mean, fuck it. Logs, issues, and sorry. Thank you, Django. Thank you. I don't know how much I will buy though, mainly because don't know how much I will realistically buy, mainly because I don't want to buy too many things, right? Because what if like I buy a ton and then like end up not using it? That's not pink, bestie. It's not. It says pink though. It says pink. Wait, where does it say pink? There. Hold up. Okay, camera, you're like low-key embarrassing me now. It's pink, right? It's more like salmon. Looks more orange. It's this coral pink. Yeah, I think okay, so in terms of what's most accessible for me, it will be Tamiya paints because I am based in Asia and the American stuff might be a little hard for me to get. Oh no, hair reveal. Now you guys know I have hair. That's crazy. Highlighting, yeah. Panel liner from Tamiya work pretty good in the... Have you seen stream suggestions, videos for tabletop? I have, and I have watched some of them, but they're not like as accessible as I would like, because there's also like kind of like they're a little fucky about like shipping paints over to Asia. You can make any paint into a wash like by thinning it a lot. The saltwater dish soap makes it flow better. Do you guys think I should get like a desk mat? Cause like I was gonna just like, you know, raw dog it on the desk. But do you guys think I should get a desk mat? Tamiya's fine. Tamiya. Tamiya de iyo. Can you repeat that? Oh, I was gonna raw dog it on the bare table, and not get like a thing to like cover the table. Do you guys think I should get something to do it, or do you guys think I shouldn't? Protect your table. The only desk mat that I have are Duolox desk mats, though. Should get a cutting mat? Oh, okay. I gotta get a cutting mat then. Cutting mat. Okay. Use the Glitchers play mats? No, they're not gonna send me new ones if I fuck up. Can you use paper towels? Ooh. Dad used to use newspaper. I would probably have to go to 7-Eleven to buy newspapers then, because we don't get like we don't really get like newspapers here anymore. Raven Pup, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Welcome to the basement. Welcome. Here, have a heart. It's funny that when people hear you need to buy Tamiya, yeah, we have to import the games. We have to import Tamiya also, but Tamiya is just way more accessible because I think more people here play buy the cars. I thought about buying cars too. If you don't raw dog it, that's true. Sorry about asking another. Oh, okay. Yes, I've seen it. I do intend to learn a little bit more about the tabletop gameplay. I don't, however, intend to actually play the tabletop, like physically play the tabletop. So yeah, so by the way, so if we do like building streams, right, this is exactly how it's gonna look. So we're gonna, do it like this. We're gonna it's gonna be like this. The camera doesn't really go any higher up, so it's gonna be an incredibly zoomed in thing. Well, we listen to like Hunter the Parenting or what's the name of the Orgrin twins that you guys keep telling me to watch? We'll watch that. We'll do stuff. Yeah, we're a small country. We have to port like literally anything. Jingo, thank you for being here. I love you, bestie. I hurt myself while cooking again. So hey, oopsie. I'm not surprised that you've gotten this into Warhammer. I really enjoy this aspect of like hobbies. So I was really keen to like learn more about Warhammer, especially through like, through building it. I don't think I physically like built like an actual army to take 2 events, but I do think that I will be building this at home in private, in the comfort of my own home. Just vibing, just chilling. I should probably put some music in the back, by the way. This is getting really awkward for me. So yeah, how about game suggestions? We will play it eventually. I think I've seen some. We might play it, I don't know yet. Get a hobby knife? I probably should, because right now this is what I use for like this is what I use, right? Like these nail clippers, they're not super reflective, so I guess it's okay, but they're really small. So you just cut off like the little like end bits of like the whenever like I use like I have like Gundam, right? Whenever I like cut it off and there's still like the little end bits, it like helps out. Wait, maybe just to be safe, I'll put like a mask on, just in case I actually dox myself. But also congratulations, now you guys know I am a person. I've also got like a mask on, so this might make tracking a little bit weird, but hopefully it's not the worst. Toenail clippers could work. Not the toenail clippers. Should play other glitchers. Not sure if tabletop similar. We might, but the problem is that none of us know how to play, so we're probably gonna have to find someone who would know how to play and could teach us. Don Nekomata, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Welcome to the basement. Welcome. See, I have a mask on, so it's not like tracking my face anymore. What if you did a nail painting stream? I am bad at painting nails. I got my nails done at a salon. I got my nails done at a salon courtesy of Mac, I think, who really generously like paid for like a manicure. Thank you so much. I should have gotten it ages ago. I just got really lazy about it, but then once it got funded, I was like, oh, I have to go now. Who says salon like that? Is it not called salon? Raphael, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Welcome to the basement. Welcome. Let's see the game I played. Don't use that. Okay. No, they're my real nails. They're my real nails. Look, they're like 100% my real nails. What if you also painted? You want me to paint my toenails on stream? Can someone send this man to the Gunnar Gulag real quick? Can someone send this man to the Gunnar Gulag really quick? I think it would be cool and educational. Sir. Bestie. Bestie. Anything for the 100% male viewership? I thought we were trying to boost our the viewership to like at least 1% female. What do you mean? What do you mean we're trying to boost the viewership back to 100% male? That'd be insane. That'd be clinically insane. In front of my salad. You want me to show feet in front of this man's salad? That's insane. We're not doing that. This is a Wendy's. Yeah, guys, Gunnar Gulag, toenail painting tutorial stream to boost female viewers. You're not wrong, but also, you're very wrong. It helps with the paint accuracy for the models. I kind of hate how you're convincing me, but also at the same time, that's terrible. So, the 9 billion sub goal, I do a toe painting stream. Insane work. Insane fucking work. Turn him into a servitor. If you goon too hard, you become a servitor. It is official. It is canon. You will become a servitor if you goon too hard. Okay? This is a formal warning. Do not goon. It does. It's really cute. Have I showed you guys my keyboard, by the way? The keyboard is also very cute. It is I can't really flip it over without like disconnecting it, but it is like, okay, I mean, I guess I'll fucking disconnect it for like a second. It is Bocchi the Rock themed. My friend made it, and then my friend made it, and then he was like, "Well, I have a new keyboard, so if you want it, you can have this." And I was like, "I have a base for it. If you give me your keycaps, I'll happily use it." It's very cute. It also like glows at the bottom, so that's really nice. Except I disconnected it, so it doesn't glow anymore. But now that it's back, it glows. Yay! There's a guitar key. There is. It is very cute. It is very sweet, and I really like it very much. It's like where I live. Good night, Blue Pie. Good night, good night, good night. Gooning is heresy. If you goon too hard, we chuck you in the gulag. Also other stuff that's on my desk. Dual logs. The dual logs. What's it called? What are these things called? Like sticky pads? Sticky notes? Which, by the way, dual logs, I use it when I have like work stuff. I use it when I have work stuff, so it looks like he's yelling at me. So it makes it feel like he's yelling at me. So yeah. Post-its! Yeah, you're right. Okay guys, let's go back to watching the video then. Let's see if like things are scams or not. Now that you guys know what kit I have, I don't know how many of these kits I will buy, because like I said, I do intend to move in the future. So the thought of building an army in this very moment is probably not ideal. Are you sitting on a bed or a couch? I am sitting on a chair. My bed is just right. Okay. This is how little space I have. If anyone's wondering, this is how little space I have. The bed is right here. So this is all the space. Like, this is all the space that I have. in between my chair and my bed, like this. So yeah, it's not, my room is not huge. Stuff like just dancing streams, literally anything like that, we cannot do. I don't have the space for it. Wait, you're not standing? No. Yeah, I don't have a ton of space. All I have is this desk space, so we're gonna have to work with it. No, she's just incredibly short. What the fuck? Why am I out here getting attacked like this? This is insane. Brother, what? I'm just out here getting fucking attacked. Jesus Christ. Don't forget to get white. Sorry, it's chemical to paint. Oh, what is that? Okay. Okay. So, I'm gonna get the primer. We're gonna get that oil thing. We're gonna get Tamiya de yo. We're gonna get a cutting mat. We're gonna get, the thing. Oh, heck, hold up. Thing to clean the brushes with. Okay. Q-tips are essential. Oh, I need to buy new Q-tips then. Yeah, no, my room is tiny. So that's why there's a lot of stuff that I would ideally want to do, but I can't do, mainly because, you know, space is an issue. Do you have any armies you want to build in the future? No. I don't have armies that I want to build so much as I just want to build models that appeal to me. Also, yeah, this is a blue lock notepad. Yeah, I just want to build things that appeal to me because I don't intend to build full armies. I don't have the space for it. Yeah. I mean, you can see how big my room is, so I don't have the space for a full army at all. Not even like shelf space or anything like that. Plenty of people like that are in the hobby. Yeah, I think so. I think that, like, one thing that I like about Warhammer is that I have the freedom to enjoy the hobby how I like, right? Like, if I just want to enjoy the books, I can. If I want to enjoy the games, I can. If I want to join both, I can. If I want to just paint, I can. If I want to do the whole shebang, I also can. Which, you know, I think makes it a really fun hobby. Because I am allowed to do what I like without feeling like I have to do everything. Can always visit Sunny because she's got the big starter set for herself. That means going to America. What if they don't let me in America? Yeah, I like the fact that, like, Warhammer allows me to enjoy things on, like, my own terms. So that's pretty fucking nice. That's pretty fucking pog, I gotta say. How do I get to your throne? Exclamation mark throne. You can, like, recommend stuff on there. I may or may not be okay with, like, certain things that get recommended there. I mean, someone recommended a fucking, I think, what was it? Dr. Phil, like, body pillow one time. Like, what am I supposed to do with a Dr. Phil body pillow? So, you know. Hug it. But then I'd be sleeping with another man. Would you guys really be okay with that? The Dr. Phil body pillow? Would you actually be okay with that, chat? See, that's the thing. I don't know. And I don't want to upset you guys. Therefore, we won't do that. We won't. I can't do a heart with my fingers. How do people do it? That's crazy. Okay, well, here. The scuffed heart. I would never. Yes, do it, guys. Dr. Phil body pillow, what if you guys get jealous? I don't want chat to get jealous, therefore we cannot purchase the Dr. Phil body pillow. What if you get jealous? I wouldn't mind if it's him. I'll get you a body pillow, chat. What is that? Just like the word chat on a pillow? Who wouldn't want to sleep with Dr. Phil? Can I get the Rogel? I still want to get like a Rogel Dorn body pillow. That's it. We're in a polygamous relationship. Go ham with Dr. Phil. You guys are insane. Yeah, get a friend who has 2 armies. True! If you want to try playing, but you don't actually want to like spend the money, just find a friend who's got armies. And be like, hey, can I like borrow that real quick? It'd be an honor to be cucked by the legendary Phil. That's crazy. cut a hole on the Daki. That is actually insane. Play with the people on TTS. Okay, so I think if there is one thing that I might do, and I'm gonna float this idea by Sunny, I'll see if Sunny is interested, but I want to see if Sunny would want to play kill team or kill switch or kill whatever it is with me. Wait, you're so right, Shap. My new strat is to go to the Warhammer store and act confused until like a guy comes up to me and says that he plays the Imperial Fist, in which case I'd be like, hey, we can talk. You know, you and I, we can talk. I looked it up. No one's made a Rogol during Dakimakura. This is a tragedy. That's so fucked up and evil. Oh my god, what if I did like a Dakimakura, but it's just like me in like Imperial, in like the Imperial Fist armor. Just like, you know, sexy posing. But it's just my head on like the Imperial Fist, like, you know, fucking armor. Kill team, yeah, I'm gonna see if Sunny would be interested in playing kill team with me. That would be fun. So hot. It would be so hot. It'd be so real and be so based. I think I don't know if my girls would want to play Dark Tide. I think right now everyone's a little too busy doing their own thing. I can float the idea by Sunny, but I don't know how interested she would be. But yeah. I read though because of this difficult color scheme. They fucking hate me. Okay. Why is it that like I love the Space Wolves and I love the Imperial Fist, right? Why are they both hard to paint? Like, who hates me? Who in the universe out there hates me? That's fucked up. That's crazy, that's fucked up, and that's illegal, and I'm so sad. You should see if Bricky will play with you. See, I am a little guy in this big universe, and therefore I don't know if Bricky will play with me. I'm like scared. What if he's like, hey, no. I'd be like, you're right, I'm sorry. No, but he's probably, he seems like a really nice guy. He seems like a really, really nice guy. He probably wouldn't do that to me. But still, I am just a small guy in this big fucking universe, okay? And I have no clout, and I'm scared. Therefore, it is okay. Yeah, we're never doing Mechanicus. But I'm excited. Hold on, I'm gonna open this real quick. I wasn't gonna open this, until the stream, but talking about it right now has gotten me like kind of excited about it. Hold up. I don't have a pair of scissors, by the way, so I am using the Gundam clippers to break open the box. I know, sacrilegious. I need to buy a pair of box cutters. I somehow lost mine. Okay. I've somehow lost mine, and I probably should buy a new pair of like box cutters, but I need to buy a pair that's like, I don't know, pink. For like, you know, the vibes. Oh shit. It comes with a handbook? It comes with a handbook? Besties, I don't read. Oh no. Welcome, Warrior. This set is more than just a game. It's a gateway to the world's greatest hobby. With this set, you can collect incredible models, then lovingly build and paint them before pitting them against your friends in thrilling tactical battles set in a universe of endless war. It all starts here. You know what it says down here, besties? You know what it says down here, besties? I want you guys to read this bit. Can you see it? You and your friend can fight thrilling tactical battles between the Bolt Space Marines and sinister Tyranids. You and a friend? Does it look like I have friends? What? You're insane, Games Workshop. You don't know your audience. You don't know me. And it shows. Yo, this art's kind of sick, though. You have chat? Well, you know, chat. Oh, they teach you how to build it, too. Oh, wow. Oh, they teach you how to paint. Remove paint. Apply to palette. I need to buy a palette. I need to buy a palette, guys. I need to buy a palette. I need to buy a... I need to get like a small cup or something. Can be a paper plate? Okay, I'll just use a plate then. Loading your brush. Painting Infernus Space Marines. Okay. Yo, they actually teach you. I kind of love this. Now, you know, you can make one easily. Oh, okay. Instead of a cup. Okay. Space Marines, the Angels of Death. Ultramarines. Okay, I'm excited. The art is so cool in this booklet, by the way. I really like this. I don't know what this is, but it looks really sick. It looks really nice. Leviathan. Winged creatures. Preparing for battle. By the way, if at any point you guys think that you've seen my face, congratulations, I am just an Asian girl. Telling you right now, before anyone goes, you're not a man? No. I am an Asian girl. Just an Asian girl. Nothing more, nothing less. Don't be jump scared, don't be surprised. I'm just Asian. I saw a Tyranid face. Yeah, guys, if you guys didn't know, this right here, where is it? This right here, literally me. Congrats, I face revealed. This was me all along. This guy right here. I'm just a Tyranid with a voice changer. We face reveal. Now you guys know. Oh, this is so tragic. However, will you guys recover from this? Oh no. That's so dumb. Where's my second pair of arms? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I'm actually a Tyranid with like a voice changer and like really nice nails. Trust. I don't know what this is. What is this, guys? Okay, I know what this is now. But also, I definitely do not have the space for this. If you guys can't tell, I don't have the space for this. We are screwed. It's a playmat. I'm a 3rd generation gene stealer. Oh, you guys saw a little too much, huh? I am just a Tyranid. Don't forget that. Okay, we're gonna put the moss back on. Well, we're gonna put the moss back on while I like your nails are so pretty. Thank you. So, oh my god, this is just Western Gunpla. We see nothing, thank you. I don't really mind if you guys see anyways, but like, just know that, I will forever be a VTuber. There is no changing that. This is just Western Gunpla. This is basically Gundam, but make it Western. You're a weird looking servitor, thank you. Wait. Guys, why does this look kind of fucked up? Is it supposed to look like this? Hold up. Do I need to buy a new one? Look. Why does it look separated? Oh, that looks very naughty. I shouldn't do that. Okay, hold up. That looked very naughty. I'm gonna do it off stream. Oh, you're right. It looks way better now. I'm sorry, okay? What can I say? Muscle memory. Okay, but it looks way better. You guys are so valid for that. You're so right. So it comes with like, oh wow, wait, guys. Never painted before? No, never. It comes with like the clippers, and the clippers actually do say Citadel on them. So I guess we've gotten a free pair of like, I don't know, $52 clippers, right? So we've gotten like a free pair of like $52 clippers? I don't know. I don't remember what they're called now. Fuck. And also they gave us a singular paintbrush. Do you guys think I need to get more paintbrushes, or do you guys think this is enough? Muscle memory from what, Bessie? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't fucking worry about it. You're good. You're fine. You're safe. Do you think I need another paintbrush, or do you guys think this is enough? Those are nice ones. This? More paintbrushes? Okay. Always thin your paints? I don't know. Too big for details. This is too big? Aww. Wait. Can you guys see? Hold up. Can you like zoom in really quick? Or just don't zoom in, I guess, camera. You're embarrassing me. There, some of the bristles are like have like fallen off. This is so sad. It's too big? You'll need a lot of brushes to start? Yeah, but if I'm gonna make one, I wanna do it properly, you know what I mean? So we've got, in terms of shades, we've got base. Wait, how do I show you guys this? Or just, you know, just don't zoom in. So we've got, I think this is purple. I think this is some shade of purple. And we have blue for, you know, the ultra blueberries. This is blue? I'm fucked. I can't tell colors anymore. Gotta add the influencer hand. Do you really? Hold up, let me try the strat. Let me try the influencer hand strat. Okay, guys, we're gonna try this again. Does it work? Influencer hand. It works! I hate this! Okay, is this blue or purple? I think it is. I think it's purple. It's blue? Then what color is this? Oh, wait. In the camera now I see. This is like a darker blue and this is like a blue. Huh. It's blurple. As long as you can use the tip, you can use one. So I only need the tip. Why is the influencer hand working so well, guys? Okay, so I just need the tip then. Cool. Hold up. Let's influencer hand this again. Do you guys see, like, it's kind of... Do you guys see, like, the bristles are, like, a little separated. I feel so sad. Why couldn't they have given me, like, a nice one? Okay, you can barely see it. What the fuck? Here. Look at it through my thumb. So sad. Lick? What? Like, if I lick it, it'll be okay? You can eat the... What if I get lead poisoning? What if I get lead poisoning? That's insane. Give it a lick and it'll be fine? Okay, I'm gonna trust you guys. Wait, do I actually put it in my mouth? Are you trolling me or do I actually put that in my mouth? Water? Bro, it's a brush. I can honestly tell you guys, I didn't take art classes growing up. My parents thought it was a waste of time. So I don't actually know. Oh no, I lost the tip bit. Oh, it's here. So I don't actually know how to use like I don't actually know how to color things. I know, traumatic lore dump. I didn't take art classes growing up. My parents thought it was a waste of time. Therefore, I don't know how to paint things or at least I've never really tried. And then we have something called, how is this gold? You're trolling me, right? They call this gold? This is like brown, no? Am I blind again? Do you have primer? I don't have whatever primer is. This is brown. What? This is so brown. There's sparklies inside? Okay. We're gonna watch a tutorial on how to paint things. But also, chat said to shake, so we're gonna shake. Okay. It's still brown. I feel like you guys were lying to me. It's still brown. Shake more. Am I colorblind? Am I colorblind? I feel like I might be colorblind, chat. The sounds, it's not me, okay? It's the paint that's making naughty sounds. It's not me. Okay, I'm not trying to like be weird about things. Okay, well, shit. Okay, so I'm gonna need chat's help when we do the painting stream because apparently I'm fucking colorblind. But also, I'm glad that I checked this before I started the stream because at least now I know what I need to buy, and that is primer. I mean, this is black for sure. This is black for sure. You guys are gonna tell me this is a different color, right? This is 100% black, right? I don't say blind, but you do. Okay, I'm a little colorblind. Is this why there's 18 plus in the description? No, what? It's 18 plus because I say dumb shit all the time. That is black. Okay, thank you. Do not lie to me, chat, because you know I trust you guys because I'm kind of dumb when it comes to stuff like this. I'm not the best at recognizing color. Also, there's like a little package thing here. I wonder what's in it. Is this a name? No. Yeah, but like this is gold and it looks straight up. Okay, hold up. Where is it? This is gold, right? Okay, you're embarrassing me, camera, but cool. This is gold. It looks brown. This is night, but it's like purple. So I don't know what colors are anymore. And we get dice. Yay. Oh, we got a bunch of dice. Is this like I think I need more dice, guys. Didn't that one video say I need enough dice to like kill a small dog? To like drown a small dog in? That's insane. But also, once you guys told me that you need like 100 dice, I was like, oh. That would drown a small dog, huh? Stop shaking the dice, but why? Isn't the sound of like dice shaking like really nice? It's all like shaka shaka, and I really like it. 10 to 20 is fine. See, the only dice that I have look like these. These are like the only dice that I have. And they came from like an Illustrials box. Phil, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Welcome to the basement. Welcome. Drown a small dog. Yeah, someone said that you need enough dice when you play Warhammer to drown a small dog. And then someone was like, oh yeah, because you need like about 100 dice. I was like, oh. Shit, you know, if I had a chihuahua, I don't think my chihuahua would like survive like 100 fucking dice. So, we're not gonna build it today because I am now painfully aware that we don't have enough. I'm painfully aware that we do not have enough stuff for me to use. Therefore, get like 30 dice? That's insane. Yeah. So, turns out I have supplies that I need. We are woefully undersupplied, but we have like 2 clippers though, so hey, that's pretty good. So that's pretty good. You know, we're winning in some way, one way or another. You can build but not paint. Yeah, I don't think we'll build it today. We might as well do everything in one stream because we're overachievers like that, gamers. That's so much less. 100? Chihuahua would not survive a loud enough scream. I am a chihuahua though. Okay, hold up. I will dual wield the clippers. You're so right. We're gonna put this back in the box. I didn't. That made a sus sound. Ooh boy. So we will be. Whoa shit. So we will be. Does it come with glue? No. Am I supposed to buy glue? What? Do I have to buy glue? Push fit? What is push fit? Should I just buy glue on the side too? Okay, Tamiya extra thin glue. Tamiya. Extra thin glue. Okay. We need like, I have like a shopping list, guys. Push fit is just Gunpla. I am somehow very bad at building Gunpla, so hey. You wanna know something weird? I don't actually have Gundams. Like, I don't actually have Gundam Gunpla, but the Gunpla that I like collecting are the Macross Frontier ones. Which might be a bit weird, but yeah. Don't say that Gunpla and Pushfit are two very different animals. I don't know what Pushfit is. I know what Gunpla is. I don't know what Pushfit is. What is that? Macross Frontier. You know, it's like this. It's like Gundam, but the focus is on idols. Fly Vampire, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Welcome to the basement. Welcome. No, it doesn't come with glue. It doesn't say at least. Let me see. On the back. Okay, on the back it says easy to... let me see if I can show you guys it. Oh, I hit the mic. It says easy to build, push fit, no glue, tools included. So you might have to get it. So you might just have to get glue. Plastic cement, toothpicks, extra brushes, and a knife. Oh shit. Greetings, as a 32-year veteran of 40K, I'd like to welcome you into the hobby. Hope you enjoy your time, and I sincerely hope you have found yourself a forever hobby. Thank you! I like everything about Warhammer so far. Okay, maybe not the fucking corpse starch, but I like everything about like Warhammer so far. We're just doing like a shopping list of the things that I need to buy potentially for the stream for when I build this. So yeah, I love Macross Frontier. Macross Frontier is my favorite. Plastic cement, bro. I used to cosplay and I have like trauma from plastic cement. Shit. I don't think I'll need to use plastic cement if I already have the glue, but I mean, I'll buy it just in case, right? Toothpicks. I definitely do not have toothpicks. I know, crazy, but I floss. Toothpicks. Extra brushes. Thank you for the super chat, by the way. Thank you. Extra brushes and a knife. Like a pen knife. Do you have a build and paint video in the React list? I do. We're gonna watch it-ish, soonish, but yeah. Super glue is worse than plastic. 0 and 2 size are the best. I don't know what that means. Mio's famous gnome cosplay. Shut up! I was never a fucking gnome. Joe, it's too tight. You might crush parts. Hey, yo. That's crazy. Starter pack don't need glue. I feel like I would still buy glue because I use eyelash glue, right? Which might be an insane thing to say. I use eyelash glue for some of my gunpla. So yeah. A pen knife to you? Isn't that the same thing? It's just plastic glue. We call it plastic cement in Asia. Really? Oh my god. It's like, it's different. So plastic cement comes in like a tube and that shit like really fucking sticks. I don't know. Thoughts on Macross Delta? I love Ikenai Borderline. Hope you enjoy the hobby. I'm enjoying it so far. So I think like, so far this is my shopping list here. I don't know if there's anything else that we need to get. But so far, this is my shopping list for the next time I leave my house. What part of it is cement? I have no idea. That's the first time I heard pen knife. Pen knife are just like the like small knives that you use to like open like your parcels with, right? Fun date if you had a boyfriend. It's a fun solo date where I go to the Warhammer store and pretend like I don't know anything. You wrote down primer paints? I wrote primer. Is primer and primer paint a different thing? Need yellow paint? I think I might get pink. I don't know. But also, if we're going by like the laws of like color, I don't know what I don't know what the term is, but if we're going by the laws of color, shouldn't I just mix red with white for like color? Primer spray paints. Okay, so we'll get primer spray paint. Shit, we might just walk away with a boyfriend yet, guys. Damn. They do have pinks available? Okay, so pink paint. And then I'm gonna get like some ribbons, right? I'm gonna get some ribbons and like some like little hearts, so I can put them on like the Tyranids. So my Tyranids can be like make cafe Tyranids. It's the smallest size anime figurine model kit out there. I don't know. Like nail art beads, yeah. Like the little like heart things. Like these, but like way smaller. You know what'd be scary? Imagine walking to a Warhammer store to get a boyfriend, but it's actually like some married guy, and we don't even know that he's married because, you know, married men won't tell you that they're married. Wouldn't that be insane? Hello Kitty Tyranids, you're so right! Just like little baby boy Tyranids. Little baby girl Tyranids? I don't know. Mate tired with ribbon heresy? Yes. Our Warhammer guys, wife guys though. Our Warhammer guys, wife guys though. Because the Yu-Gi-Oh men would go to bat for their wives. Saying tonight, good night, boy, good night. Married Tyranids? No, I am. Okay, they do have money. We don't care about the money, okay? Listen, I am too old to be in a relationship where I care about money. We have given up on dating men with money because money can be earned if I can earn money on my own, what do I need a man for? Okay? We're dating for the love of the game, okay? We're not dating because men can buy me shit. If I can't afford my own shit, I don't need a man for that. Remember that. 40k men wouldn't cheat because they're too busy painting an Imperial knight. You're so valid for that. What I want is a man who will paint my army for me. That's insane. Also, oh, Wolf Logan, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. If you guys don't know who I am. I'm Miwabelle. All I do is play Yu-Gi-Oh! And cry. Right now, we were talking about like potentially doing like the introductory set, but it turns out I'm woefully unequipped for it, so this will have to be another day stream. So yeah. Or have our BF equal second army for free? True. True, but also unnecessary. If I can build my own, it'll be alright. Oh my god, I kind of love it. I kind of love Sunny. I'm so sorry, Logan. It's just that apparently the set, it doesn't come with enough stuff. Like, it doesn't come with enough stuff to make like a really cute, like a ultra blueberry. So unfortunately, we can't do it today. Many tears. Build a man workshop. What if we had a roster of men who would paint Warhammer armies for me? Is that how we do it, guys? We have the roster. We don't need a roster of people to give me attention. We need a roster of people who will paint. We've gamed it. We've gamed the system. I figure it's because it doesn't come with Imperial fist paints. It doesn't either! Which is also very sad. But it's okay, because I am fine with the blueberries for now. Potentially a sweatshop? It is a sweatshop, you're right! We don't need a sweatshop, guys. We don't need a sweatshop. Just another merc. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Welcome to the basement. Welcome. Nothing wrong with wanting a harem. What if I just want people who will paint my armies for me? Oh my fucking god. Check your throat. Thank you, Bogart. Thank you. Guys, shut up. I'm not trying to build it. I'm not trying to build a sweatshop. That is not what we are doing. That is not our game plan today. Oh my god. Okay, we'll go back to watching the videos. Okay? Cause that was embarrassing. Oh no. Okay, are you guys ready? In 3, 2, 1.
Yeah. Let's move on to number 3. Okay, Lucas. So here we got the tool that I've been just bashing the most.
Oh, we're bashing tool. Shit now?
To be honest, I haven't really tried it.
This is a great tool.
$26 for a mold line remover.
What? Wait, what is that? What is that?
So pretty much it's just a metal piece that has 2 flat sides. So what I've always just reasoned is the back of my knife does the exact same thing
Yeah, but then you risk damaging yourself, the meanie.
$26. But let's see if it's actually easier to remove molds with.
Okay, I don't know what this is for.
I think we
Oh,
have a problem with these, Lucas. The mold lines on our minis is like almost non-existent. Maybe we need to bring out some Games Workshop stuff.
guys, what if for like the Warhammer streams, it's no longer the basement, it's just a sweatshop? That'd be insane. Don't do that. But also, what the fuck is this? It creates mold lines in the plastic. Is it worth it though? Do you guys think it's worth it? When's the sweatshop stream? We are not having a sweatshop. I don't need boyfriend 1 to buy the miniatures, boyfriend 2 to assemble, and boyfriend 3 to paint. We only need one, and that is me, myself, and I. Actual 10 out of 10 scam? Ooh. Okay.
It's freaking identical to using the back of my hobby knife.
No, this is way nicer.
I honestly even had a better time with this brand new back of this blade than I did with that one.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, $20 is an insane
Was it
price.
$26?
For this mold line remover.
That is
I mean,
insane.
you could
Do not buy
essentially
this.
just pick up any piece of scrap metal you have laying around at home.
Yeah,
That has
get the exact same effect. You sounded so positive recently.
Yeah, I just hate this tool.
Like $26. Like if it was $1, maybe I'd buy it, but I don't even think that I would use it.
Yeah, what the fuck?
I honestly give this a 10 out of 10 scam.
Yeah, this is the
If
biggest.
this was from Wish, we'd be fucking lambasting.
Oh no, I will give it a 9 out of 10 scam because I do like the handle.
Okay, yeah, I give it a 10 out of 10.
So 19 out
Oh,
of 20
right, this is on scam
Instead
rating.
of
Yeah, this
throwing
is a
away
30 out of
money
10,
on stuff
20 for
like
me.
this, let's talk about Squarespace. I know that a lot of you
We're
guys
gonna watch their ads,
watching
by the
these
way, guys.
videos
We're gonna watch
have your
their
own
ads.
hobbies or maybe a
Something
side
nice for
hustle
remote
or a
lines?
music group, and you want to reach out to new people.
A website is the perfect tool just for that. And today, it's never been easier creating your very own website than by using
Does anyone remember the
They
days
have some
where
pretty
like
amazing templates.
I don't
where you
remember
just
what
pretty
it was
much drag and
called,
drop
but
to replace
people made like their
images
own
in
like
the
web pages
templates.
and
But you
everything,
also have
and
the
it looked like
AI
really
tools
cool
that
and stuff like
guides you
that.
from start to finish to make a custom website.
That was like where
especially for what you
everyone
do.
basically
So if that
learned how to
band of
code.
yours or that side hustle of yours needs a place to show your products, or maybe just the minis that you paint for your commission service, Squarespace is awesome for that.
And the best thing is that it's completely free for you to try out. Even better yet, if you just enter the code SQUIDMAR, you
Boomer.
get a 10% discount of a website and the domain.
No, I was not old
so
enough
what are
to
you
do
waiting
it.
for? Try out Squarespace for free by following the link down below.
I was
Now,
old enough to do
let's get
it.
back to more
But I saw my babysitter do it, and I was like, wow, this seems very complicated. I was gifted a mold line remover, so I didn't pay at all for it. I feel like I wouldn't even put shit like this on Throne, right? Just because I feel bad if you guys paid for it. I wouldn't pay for it. I don't want anyone to pay for it. I don't think they should have made it, but okay, cool.
Warhammer freaking scams.
S'mores.
2-4.
Hey, Emil, the next brilliant piece of equipment is the Citadel's files kit.
I've never seen this. A
Files?
metallic file set. Why?
That's nice.
Can I just use a nail file?
Yeah, but that kind of sucks for plastic, doesn't it?
No.
More like a soft sponge file
It
sand.
depends on what you're trying to achieve.
21 donkey reduce.
What? For a nail file?
Now I can see why this would work on plastic.
Of course, it's a file.
Yeah, but I mean, most of the metallic files I've tried previously, I don't know, yeah, it works. It's kind of nice. It makes the surface smooth. It does feel a bit limiting that they are the exact same shape. I would have wanted something a little bit smaller and thinner so I could reach like tinier areas.
I mean, you do have the
pointy edge.
Yeah.
But it's also like if you need to bend up in some weird area, kind of difficult.
This is the thicker one and it barely leaves any traces.
I gotta admit, Lucas, I've been pleasantly surprised, and I hate to admit it because I think the price is ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, sure. If you go to your local hardware store, you'll
Kinda
probably
hate
end
it.
up getting 10 for the same price.
Yeah.
There's nothing to complain about with the quality.
No. The thing that kind of bothers me is, like, if this would have been like the perfect set for a hobbyist, they would have included a few softer, then I wouldn't have minded the price.
I give it a 3 out of 10 scam.
Yeah, I think the price is the big one for me. I'd give it a 3, maybe. 2-5.
I think based off the prices, most of these are scams.
Lucas.
Citadel or driller?
How much is it?
$35 reduce.
It seems
what?
to be kind of the price range they like to put their tools in. It's like between $20 and $35 for a tool.
I do wanna run a company where I can just charge $35
for everything.
Yeah.
So how many drill bits do you get?
I think it's like 4.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah.
How long time does it take to drill a hole in this plastic piece? Is it better or worse
Stop!
than the general tool
The Wish.
from Wish?
That's
I think,
crazy.
Without a doubt, it's gonna be this one.
Wait, I have to drill my
That's
own
really
holes?
decently, I must say. The drill bits are kind of okay, yeah. So we've used this one before, so I don't think we need to do like a massive extensive testing. It's just nice to have a fresh one so you can get reminded that it's good. Big issue that I have with this specific one is I think ergonomically it's really difficult to drill with. I don't think it's easy to hold and drill holes with.
Yeah.
And I often like slipped with it, and I often feel like I have to push a bit too hard, so like you sometimes accidentally, you know, slip.
But I think that's kind of true with all these handheld manual drill bits.
Yeah.
Because they're...
I think for the current kit that I have, I'm not gonna try anything super fancy. I'm just gonna paint it the way fucking Games Workshop intended it to be painted. Because I think anything else would be too hard and too complicated. Okay, yeah, so we're not doing stuff like that, guys. It seems too hard.
like, it's not the perfect tool.
No, they are, you know, it's better with an electric one. I don't think it's worth its money.
I'd say like a 5 out of 10 scam.
Yeah, I'd give it a 6 out of 10.
So 11
Does
out of
not
20.
feel good.
Let's go. Tool 6. What are we up for, Lucas?
I think it is time.
What the hell is this?
What is
A
that?
mad scientist.
Citadel color assembly stand.
Huh?
I feel like this is the most like random thing so far. You just have a plastic piece and 2 gorilla.
I'm positive you could get that from
super
any like
plasticky
hobby
arms.
store.
But they feel like, or they look like dinosaurs.
That is true. You put your meanie in the center, and then you have 2 arms that can help you hold up pieces while the glue is drying.
But hear me out here. I have a vague feeling
The arm is too weak
to lift up something significant.
But it also feels like
What
it's
the
not gonna
fuck?
be easier than holding with the hand, is it?
Doesn't really work.
It doesn't really hold like exactly where you want it to. This feels like such a gimmick. Like,
oh, is it supposed to fit the...
yeah, the holder, the handle.
In there?
Yeah, the painting.
I like
handle.
that.
No,
I mean, it
stop!
works.
Wait!
Yeah, the
Did you guys
holder,
see it?
The handle.
Sold separately, sold separately. So if I want to use it the way that they expect me to use it, I have to buy all 3 things separately. Huh? What the fuck? How much did they say it was again? How much did they say it was? I want to go back just to see how much they said it was.
For Lucas.
I think
Okay.
it is time.
What the hell is this?
It's for mad scientists.
Citadel color assembly stand. I feel like this
They
is
didn't say how much it was. Okay, well, we'll get to it then.
How much did we pay
Stop.
for this thing?
$28.
Stop! You're kidding! Does that mean that if I want all 3 of these things, it's got to be at least $90, right? If we go by the pricing, it's got to be like $90 for the full set. No.
I feel like this is one of those things that you would find at like a flea market for like $50. So, conclusion. 1 point for dinosaur head. 1 point for potentially being good for that one display painter in the world that paints in sub-assembly. And then minus 8 points for build quality and not being able
That
to
is
fulfill its
crazy.
purpose.
I'm leaning more towards like a 6. Because it looks like a cute little Loch Ness monster.
So
It looks like a butt plug.
Scam.
That's a 50 out of 20 scam for me.
Tool 7.
Okay, so sub-assembly holder.
Can we add to this and make it better?
Oh no, this is for heads.
So as a good example here, because I've been painting on my golden demon entry a little bit, and I painted on the parrot. So I drilled a hole, I glued in a piece of metal in it, and
how much is
it
this?
into a piece of cork. But with this, could have just used the very edge of this and glued it with like a tiny piece of super glue.
So that every time you touch it, it would just break.
And then put this in the handle from Games Workshop.
You know that you're still meant to drill a hole to use this.
No.
Yes.
No. No.
You're meant to drill a hole, and since it's a conic shape on it, it doesn't matter how big the hole is, so that it can still go in there and you glue it.
Yeah.
So then it just breaks off more easy because there's less surface area connecting the two. But how often do you drill a hole underneath a Space Marine head and you need to fill the hole? I would say never. This is a scam. I haven't. No.
I honestly think that this is kind of fun. But
What?
with that said, also I don't think I'm ever gonna use it.
And would you pay freaking $12.50 for it?
Okay, so 28 plus 12, so that's $40 so far, right?
Hello?
What is he doing?
I have found a great purpose for these.
Yes.
They are so pleasant to just press against your skin.
Oh.
For $12. So Lucas, you and I, we've
Guys,
been
for 12
talking
bucks,
about
do you want a
plastic
face
production
massager?
with companies. So this whole box cost Games Workshop probably around 5 euro cents, maybe even less to make, and it costs $12 to the customer. I kind of like the ingenuity, but I'm not sure I'm ever going to use this.
I don't like it. This feels like a cheap way of grabbing money from
This
poor
does
hobbyists
feel crazy.
who don't know better.
I don't know, like it's weird, but I'm kind of digging this.
Can we okay. If you let me break it down for this stupid young child.
Okay.
They've sent you a lot of these, you know.
Hi, Jingo.
That means you break them to assemble them.
Yeah.
It's a 1 use per thing. Maybe you get 2 uses out of it.
Yeah.
And bear with me. And then you have this perfect wine cork thing with a metal bat. Do you know how many minis I've used this exact setup for?
25.
No, more like 4 or 5. But what I'm trying to say is I can use this for every mini that I paint.
Yeah.
No, I hear you, and that was free.
It's just a cork.
Because I drank the bottle of wine, got a nice time, you know. And then I just found this brass rod in one of your drawers. So
Yes, but they've been engineering and trying to figure out the way to make a product to make life easier for us hobbyists.
And I did it by getting drunk and finding brass. Comment down below which one you think is more effective.
So
Does this mean I should get... Okay, what do you guys think? Do I buy the $12 the $12 thing, or do I buy a $12 bottle of wine? For chance assembling minis, not this stream, because unfortunately we figured out this stream that I don't have enough things that I would need to assemble anything, like to do like the painting and assembling. So it's not gonna be this stream. I have to go out and buy stuff. I have to go out and touch grass. Insane, I know. Wine, okay guys, we're gonna get wine. We're gonna get a singular nail, and we're gonna get drunk. Great. Buy the wine and a box of paper clips. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, drunk voice messages go burr. If you join my Discord server, there is a very rare 1% chance I will get drunk and send voice messages in the Discord server. Don't question it, I'm cringe. That's all I have to say. I'm just cringe. You can use a soda bottle, but do soda bottles come with like cork, what are those things called? Cork, like stopper things? Aren't we all? Exactly. Oh my god, we get drunk and we use the cork? Hell yeah. Plastic ball cap works if you just glue a metal bit. You're so right! Oh my god. She's drinking alone, got no one to talk to. Do you think I drink with people? No, I drink by myself because I am a hazard. I am a hazard, okay, when I'm drunk. The last time I got drunk, I kept trying to kiss Leah. It was like, and Leah was like, no, you're straight. Leo was like, no, you're straight. We can't do this. So, I am a menace and I get drunk in private. Rejected by your own wife? Okay, stop. Don't have to say it like that, man. Seems like one of you is confused. Oh my god, that's terrible. Did you film it? Can we see? What, you want to watch me get rejected? That's insane. Search for some vids. Yeah, we're gonna watch some vids on like painting minis because I'm very interested in like painting minis.
Not a 10 scam.
Lucas, 10 out of 10.
Oh, it's a hella
I'd probably
scam.
give it a 7 out of 10 scam, but not a 10 out of 10.
No, it's hella.
The winner is the cork thing.
Tool 8.
This, however, is apparently the shit. This,
okay,
ladies and gentlemen, is the Citadel paint stick.
Color spray stick.
This one is... Can I have the Citadel knife, please?
May I please have the Citadel knife?
This is Democracy Manifest. Enjoying a meal. A succulent Chinese meal. You can unbox the
Democracy Manifest is so
what
funny.
What are the rubber bands for?
To connect the minis. This is the best thing that's ever happened. I've tried this one before, and it's honestly might be the most brilliant tool in the shed. No, what are you doing?
Okay. Wait, are those rubber bands?
I mean, that design is kind of neat, I gotta say.
You won't get a single spray of Chaos Black on your hand ever again. You can reach underneath.
How much was the price for this one? 24.
This is so worth it.
24
is it worth
for
it
this,
though, chat?
or 24 for this?
I would buy 2 of these.
I would buy fucking 5 of that.
You can actually reach underneath your minis. This is so brilliant.
For smaller minis, this is pretty freaking good, actually.
I think you can fit the bigger ones as well. Because then I think you can just, if you lift them, you could like snap them from a top.
Okay.
If we do like this from 2 ways.
Yeah. I mean, this would work.
Oh.
Yeah, sure.
Oh.
It's like a bit on top of it, but that doesn't really matter.
What the hell? Fuck.
Should I buy it? No, probably not. I think I'm too much of a hobbyist to like buy something like that. But yeah, Blue Tack and Stick does the same thing. First product's not a scam. No, no. Okay, guys. You won't need it unless you prime a lot of minis at once. Yeah. I'm too casual. I'm too casual to ever want something like this. So absolutely not. So this is a heck no for me.
Fuck yeah, man. One solid.
I mean, it's not a scam.
I think
but probably
willing
not.
to give this a 2 out of 10.
2 out of 10.
Yeah.
A 2 out of 10.
Yeah.
I think
In
it's
one place on planet Earth.
To be honest, I don't think it's that egregious for the price also, right? I don't think it's that egregious for the price. And if you paint a lot of minis at one go, this makes sense. Yeah, if you paint a lot, it's nice because you have a lot of minis to prime. Yeah. Yeah, no, I don't think I'll buy anything like this, but I don't think it's a scam. I don't think the price is insane. Is it unnecessary? Yes. But is it one of those convenience like gadgets that makes your life easier? Also, yes. If you have the disposable income to buy one, why not? If you don't have the disposable income to buy one, you can literally do it yourself. So this isn't the worst. This isn't the worst. This is honestly, this is like, you know those like, you know, they have like these cups, right? Where you can like wash your rice in, and then like it comes with like a sieve, so the rice doesn't fall out, but you can pour the water out just fine. It's something, it's similar to that, where it's like you can obviously use your hand to, you know, wash the rice, but having a cup like that will also be really nice, right? It's a luxury.
You could find a better hack.
No, but the thing is, like, I would have preferred it if it's like the painting handles where you snap it on. But I guess, yeah, maybe you would have too much paint on the handle then, so it would be... Yeah, no, you are right. I give it a 1 also.
Yeah, I don't
And
think
it
this is a
also comes
scam.
with rubber bands. You can build Lego guns.
Freaking let's go, Lucas. A first solid one. Tool 9. It's time
Ooh.
for the painting handle!
Everyone's favorite butt. I gotta say,
It's a butt
I
plug?
love this is my... I mean, you guys know, we've been using this product for, I don't know, since it came out.
Yeah.
And to this day, I haven't found a painting handle that I enjoy more than this.
So
Okay.
how much is this one?
12 bucks.
12 bucks. It is like, it's not a lot of material for 12 bucks.
Well,
but
yeah.
also, like the Game Envy, the Redgrass games, they've all had problems.
Should
where
I
we've been
buy
like,
this, guys?
The mini just falls off sometimes.
Yeah, compared to having like Blue Tack on the Redgrass games one, for smaller minis, I think this is so nice. I still appreciate the other ones. Most of the times though, I just use my hand because I'm a weirdo like that. And considering all the other ones cost about as much, it's like maybe the cheapest one is like $8. I think we paid for the one from Wish. I'd happily pay 4 extra for that.
Scam, 1 out of 10.
0 out of 10.
Oh, we can go to 0?
Yeah, we can go to 0.
Okay, this doesn't sound like it's too bad. I have one, don't use it, pill bottle, blue tack. That would involve keeping my pill bottles, and I don't have. Wait, we don't really have pill bottles here though. When we get our medicine, it's in like small packets and not pill bottles. So, Can I have a third-party version? If he said if the one on Wish was $8, I don't think it'd be that more expensive, right? Soda bottle. Huh? Jenga set? I don't own. Would the can of Monster work? Would the bottom of a can of Monster work? Even like vitamin balls or something? I mean, I have like a singular bottle of like ibuprofen that I bought in America. Maybe I could just use this. My ibuprofen bottle. That's so silly.
Scam 0 out of 10.
Then I want to retract my previous grade on the spraying handle. I want to give it a 0 out of 10.
It's too late.
Speaking of this wonderful design, you mentioned for smaller mini. That kind of brings us to the next product.
Okay.
10.
What's the next wall?
The bigger, better, and meaner painting handle.
So can we
Wait.
put this
Yes,
bad
you
boy
can.
here?
That's the small base you can put on.
Oh, so beautiful. Oh my god. Oh, I can even put it in there.
Oh.
Look at this thing. It's solid. Like, I can push it out there, but I really had to push. The only problem here I see is, like, it would have been nice if it was bottom heavier.
But it's...
So like, that's the only negative. Need more bottom weight.
If you remove the mini for a second, I see something that I want to explore. Do you remember the dinosaurs that you had?
Yeah. Yeah, baby.
Oh.
Look at him
Guys,
go.
stop. Did they just gatai it together? That's fucking gatai. But also, the fact that it comes in a set like that and the total set, we thought it was $90, is probably more $70. But still, what the fuck?
Like the killer bunny from Wallace and Gromit.
I think this increases the value of this one, but still this one is a freaking 10 out of 10 scam.
Yeah, I say the value of this one just keeps dropping. But yeah, this one feels good. I like the slightly longer handle. Feels just quite sturdy in my hand.
No, I would give that similar. It's like a 1 out of 10.
Yeah, what the heck?
How much did it cost? 18 bucks. It's a bit more expensive, but I guess it's okay. So, grading the big handle.
I give this one 1 out of 10.
I give it a 1 out of 10 scam. Good job, Games Workshop. Tool 11. This one, let me do a quick introduction. When they released this one, I just felt like, how fucking stupid can we as customers be to pay money for a Games Workshop plastic pot that looks like poop? But, like, even without using this one, I think I've changed my mind.
Are you for real? The more I look at it, the more I hate it.
It is ugly as a mother fudger. Don't get me wrong here. Plastic feel is a bit like iffy. But it's nice because I've tipped a couple of glasses on the table, especially when it's like plastic mugs. But this one is wider on the bottom. I think this whole thing of like the brush cleaning thing, I think that's a freaking gimmick that's...
I kind of hate that it has their logo on it. Holy shit, guys.
Pointless, I gotta say. Then I was out touristing and I was like, oh, how much does a mug cost? Do you know how much a tourist mug costs these days?
Yeah, like 29 bucks.
It is so much freaking money. And do you know how much this one cost?
11 bucks.
11.20.
Stop! $11 for a... You could go to IKEA, buy a mug for like $1, and just use that. Huh? Wait. It's gonna be full of water. I guess like yeah, it would not be hefty because once you fill it with water, it'll be fine. But I don't know. I guess the grooves would be useful for cleaning like the brushes too, but I don't know. It just feels like insanely specific. Save your monster cans. I don't think a can of monster has enough heft though. I think the can of monster would eventually also topple. I would much prefer something more solid like a mug as opposed to like the can of monster. But yeah. Guys, what if I made a shitty mug that just said Miwabelle on it for like $2? That'd be so funny. And I just marketed it as paint pot instead of like a mug. Just paint pot. Do it? Oh my god, that'd be insane. For $20? Are you kidding? I'm not gonna scam you guys. Fuck, dude.
25. So it's like 1/3 of the price.
Do you know the difference between this one and an actual ceramic mug? If we just put that ceramic mug in a dishwasher, I could enjoy a hot cocoa on a
this one
winter's
is
day.
done in the dishwasher. Would you drink from this?
Yeah. Look at this. Here we go.
Why would be funny?
Another one! Another one! Ah! This is just a little bit of paint, Emil.
If I change my just mindset, so number one, if you have a mug at home, don't buy this. But if you're like out touristing, you go to Warhammer worlds and you're like, oh, I want the memorabilia, and you pay $10 for this, $11 for this. I don't think it's that bad of a purchase. I gotta be honest.
Okay, genuine question. If I drank paint water, do you think I'd lose brain cells? Okay, but I'm a girl. I don't know if I want hair on my knuckles. I don't know if like, okay, if drinking fresh water gives like, puts like hair on my knuckles, I don't think I'll drink it then. Multicolored brain cells? Shit, what if I only have one brain cell? We've all had a sip, one of us. Oh, so the true rite of initiation isn't enjoying the lore. That's why I'm just a tourist. The true rite of initiation is the moment I start drinking paint water. Is that it? Can't divide by 0. You can't divide by 0. Therefore, there's nothing to poison my brain with. Perfect. Okay, guys, I will be a tourist until I drink paint water. Understood. Maybe that one random like Warhammer guy won't make a video on me if I accidentally drink the paint water. That's so funny.
To me, I'm more turned off by like the sales it, like, oh, you will have the perfect removing of paint because you have this shape on the inside. No, you don't want to scrape the bristles against the edges.
That's
I would
so
rather
weird.
fill it up this way, have smooth edges on the inside when I'm twisting my paintbrush against it.
Yeah, maybe. But in my mind, I like scam. I would probably put it at freaking 2 maybe.
I think that this could be useful. It's expensive, but I do think that people would purchase it. So it might not be the worst thing. Zen, thank you so much for the super chat. You know you drink the paint water when you see the Hatmen start bubbling up about how you can see forever. Imagine if I accidentally drank the paint water on stream. That'd be insane. Oh no. Yeah, I don't think they're not useful. I just think that it's so niche that I probably couldn't use it for anything else. I feel like this paint pot, right? If let's say my hobby isn't painting, like, if my hobby is just painting in general, I could still probably use it for other hobbies. The rest of the stuff are a little too niche to be used anywhere else, right? You say 2 plastic cups, just cut 1 in half and do it. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, it's perfectly good for the hobby, but it's so niche you wouldn't be able to repurpose it anywhere else.
I just hate this. It's a 10 out of 10 scam for me.
Okay, then it's a freaking 12, I guess.
Yeah, fuck this shit.
That's insane.
Tool 12.
The last one.
Citadel paint palette.
Oh.
This shit brings back memories.
Okay.
Also, what the?
I painted an entire Stormcast Eternals army only using this one.
So it's just paper.
Yeah, but they're like plastic. You will notice you can put water on there and it doesn't seep into the paper.
Yeah, but it's gonna dry faster
It's
than
a
if you
notebook.
have it on a plate or on a plastic card.
Yeah, but it doesn't suck in the water as much, so it's quite...
As much, but still.
Yeah, I mean, sure.
How much is 12 freaking bucks for a piece of paper.
I love
Stop!
it. And it has nothing to do with all my fond memories of being a child and using
Let me ask you a question, Lucas. How many times have you used this in the past 6 years?
Not once.
0 times.
However, before that, I've used not one.
That was because you didn't have a wet palette.
That's
before
so
you-
funny.
I've not only purchased one of these. I've not only purchased 2 of these. I've purchased and finished.
Or you can freaking hear me out
Okay.
here. Freaking regular Redgrass Games wet palette, twice the surface, and the paints will last you for as many hours as the dry weather will allow. This one, how many seconds can you reuse the paint that you add?
Minute, maybe?
Maximum.
No, but quite consistently a minute.
So you can do 3-4 brush strokes, and then you have to bring out new.
Could I not just buy a plate? Could I not just go to like IKEA and buy a plate? As opposed to buying something that is like basically a one-time use. A tile works really well for this. Oh my god. I'm gonna go to like one of those like manufacturers and pretend like I want to buy and pretend like I'm in the market to like renovate my house. I could scam someone into giving me a single tile as like a sample and then just use that. Unethical life pro tips. Scam someone into giving you a free tile by pretending you want to renovate your house. Yeah, no, fuck it, dudes. I'm going to IKEA. I feel like IKEA has brushes. IKEA has like a mug. IKEA has like a ceramic plate. I could buy. Find you a man to paint your armies and renovate your house, high level man. Can't you like steal one from a store? I don't actually know if there are like stores that sell tiles. Point, just use a bathroom floor. True. Scam people with a sample banned from the shop. Guys, unethical life pro tips. Don't actually fucking do that. Can buy all that from a dollar store. Yeah, I could just go to a dollar store and do it. Yeah. So it might not be like the worst thing. Kids have brushes small enough for modeling. They don't. What about scamming for a tile? Oh, so one of the things that like Games Workshop has is this like one-time use palette where it's like sheets of paper that are like waterproof, so you can use it as like a paint palette, right? And apparently it's $12. And once you're done, you have to buy another one. So I would much rather like buy like a plate or like go pretend like I'm about to renovate my house. Does Singapore have dollar stores? No. We have Daiso. So I might just go to Daiso. It's a booklet of baking parchment. I should just buy a sheet of baking parchment then. What the fuck? Yeah, wait, isn't it just baking parchment? Daiso is like a Japanese dollar store. Shouldn't I just buy like a baking sheet? Like, what if I bought like a baking sheet and I just wrapped it around like cardboard? I feel like that would be cheaper. The tile idea is better though. Yeah, okay, I might just buy a plate then. Like yeah, it's like 100 yen store. I mean, it's 100 yen for the item, but then they also charge you tax per item, so it's more like 110 yen. But yeah, place it on top of a wet paper towel. Really? That's the strat? Oh shit! Okay, hell yeah! I didn't know that was a thing. I use a wet sponge and paper towel between the parchment paper. Ooh, has to be baking parchment without wax. I think I'll just buy a tile then, man. I think I'll just buy a tile without diluting it. Oh. You know? I'll write that down. Baking sheet. Wait, I'll write that down. Baking sheet, paper towel. We have paper towels. Baking sheet, and a sponge. Okay. Oh my god, people are gonna think I'm fucking weird, but it's okay. Baking sheet. No wax. Okay. Yeah, guys, this is just my shopping list now. Holy shit. I mean, I might as well put my groceries down here too, huh? Use a bento box? Ooh. Someone know exactly what you're doing and be into it? That's how I find my future husband, guys. Apparently, this is how I find my future husband. I walk into the Warhammer store with this shopping list. Trust. Oh yeah, I have to buy Nutella. I almost forgot. You're so right. Okay.
New paint from the pot. Yeah. How many hours have you been able to manage with the paint in this one if it's not like winter and too dry?
24 hours.
24 hours.
I've never tried longer.
Make one at home if you don't have money. Don't spend money on this. If you have money, buy ours. We put up a wait list. It comes out in 1 week. It's freaking lit.
Wow.
Scam. 12 out of 10.
I give it like a 6 out of 10.
Where's your store?
So 18 out of 20.
Let's look at their store. Let's see how much it is. Let's check their shop. Everlasting wet palette. Maybe it's under accessories. That is not an accessory. Where would it be? Compressor? I don't think... Where would it be on there? 71 euros? Chiffon Shrimp, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Welcome to the basement. Welcome. Okay, you know what? It's sold out, but it's also 39 euros. Okay, I'm a little too poor for any of this, guys. We're not doing it. They're worth that much? They are? Okay. Quality brushes cost a lot. Okay, so for a hobbyist like me, probably too much. I kind of get it because makeup brushes also cost that much. But guys, do you guys think I could get away with just using like makeup brushes? If I have an extra makeup brush set that I don't mind getting paint on, do you think we could get away with that? Are they the same thing? Ish. Yeah, I think we're jumping a little too far into the deep end of hobbying. We're slowly not... Okay, I still think I'm gonna be a hobbyist, but I don't think I'll be building an army. I say that, and then in the next year, I'm gonna be like, hey guys, painting my Tyranid army today on stream. Haha. Chaos Hunter, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Welcome to the basement. Welcome for dry brushing. Yes. Oh, okay, we're just gonna get makeup brushes then. Shit. Yeah, I was thinking like makeup brushes or nail art brushes. I pay to see that. I'm not building a Tyranid army. I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm not building one. I'm not building one. I'm just a girl. I'm just a girl. The only thing that I want to get is maybe some of the Cadians, because I think they're really funny looking. I love the Cadians so much. I love that they're just guys. Do you seem like a Tyranid girly? No! Get a sponsorship with the Singaporean Warhammer branch. If any Warhammer stores in Singapore would like to sponsor me, call me. I will happily paint like crazy. I will sell my soul to like Games Workshop. If Games Workshop gave me free paints and brushes, I would sell my soul. I'm sorry guys, I will become a shill. Trust. Wait for you to fall to Slanesh. I don't think I will, because Slanesh sounds very painful, and like I don't think we want that. I keep getting recommended to myself. It's so funny. Okay, let me see. You sell the knits for money? Oh my god. No, I think like the best thing that I could do is sell Oh wait, I want to watch this, but also hang on. I gotta pee. But also, which Chaos God would you sell your soul to then? Nurgle. Nurgle. I think Nurgle is funny. What if they ask you to paint a Tyranid army? If I ever get to the point where I want to paint a Tyranid or Cadian army, that is when I will rock up to the Warhammer store in booty shorts. and be like, I don't know what I'm doing. I need a shower. I shower every day. I live in Singapore. This country boils you alive. If I didn't take regular showers, I'd die from like heat and exhaustion, stroke, whatever it's called. Yeah, we're gonna rock up to the Warhammer store in a crop top and booty shorts, being all like, which color pink looks nicer? If you know something about Steam, I don't shade the knits for the Marines. I don't actually want to build a Tyranid army, guys. If anything, I want to build the Imperial Fist army. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, be right back. I gotta pee again. I know, don't fucking at me. I know it's been like 2 hours since we lost Pete, but hear me out. I chucked a can of Monster. That should count for something. Be right back. Hot pink from Monument Hobbies? Okay. I guess I'll look into it. Hey gamers, I'm back. What's good, Step Marines? What is good, gamers? What is good? What is good? I just peed. I hope you guys peed too. We're gonna be watching the 10 most hated characters in Warhammer 40k. By the way, this stream has not been successful because we've only watched like 4 videos in a 5-hour stream. And these are 30-minute videos, so the math isn't mathing. That means I'm talking way too much today. Oh shit, I'm kidding. Stepbrother, I'm stuck. Chat, your brother is stuck. Go send help. She wanna piss. Yeah, I wanna pee. Yeah. We're not doing it right, gamers. Oh no. This is so funny, but yeah. Okay, are you guys ready for the top 10 most hated characters in Warhammer 40k? Who do you guys hate and who do you think it is? Glory to the First Legion. The First Legion is... Wait a second. VTuber yapping, we yapped too hard today, guys. 07s, we yapped a little too fucking hard today. Erebus at number 1, we're here for the yapping. Thank you. Hope you guys like yap streams because apparently that's all we do here. Erebus is the most hated guy. Okay, we don't know who Erebus is, so I'm curious. I'm curious to see who Erebus is. Okay, are you guys ready? 3, 2, 1.
Warhammer 40k is a franchise that in its 30 plus years of existence has given us copious amounts of amazing characters, whether they be valiant heroes or terrifying villains. But whereas many of 40k's characters are beloved, many others are downright despised, reviled, and hated. So much so that the mere mention of their name can spark heated debates and a copious amount of nerd rage. Some of these characters are hated because of their actions in the stories, be they atrocities committed in the name of the God Emperor or the ruinous powers, whereas others are despised because of how poorly they are written. 40k has its fair share of Mary Sues and Gary Stews that the writers were trying way too hard to make cool. In this video, we're gonna dive into the 10 most hated characters in the entire Warhammer 40k universe. We're gonna talk about characters like a certain controversial writer's personal power fantasy that somehow made it into official printed media. We're gonna talk about a character who was supposed to introduce us to an interesting twist in the Primarch's legacy, but due to an atrocious introduction, somehow made the whole thing even more complicated. We're also going to talk about the primary antagonist of the entire setting, a character that a lot of Warhammer fans hate so much, they've petitioned to get him killed off and replaced with literally anybody else. In order to research this video, I tried to set aside my own personal biases, and I spent a few days reading through YouTube comment sections, Twitter posts, Reddit threads, and other dedicated 40k forums to get an idea of which names tended to come up the most when people were talking about characters they couldn't stand. I wanted to know what they found so awful about them.
Yeah,
mostly going to be sticking to what they had to say. For some of these, I will let you know if I agree or disagree with the hate, and give you my own personal thoughts on their most common complaints. Most of the time with 40k, if I find there's a character that I hate, if I end up reading a few books about them, I always end up to find something endearing to latch onto. This is a practice that I'll admit is a lot easier said than done with some of the entries we're going to be talking about today. But anyways, with all that out of the way,
we're watching Warhammer again.
But first, I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. 90% of what lore tubers do is basically just constant research and writing. I write literally every day, and though admittedly most of that is done digitally, when I do write with pen and paper, I like to do so with something beautiful, functional, and meticulously crafted. And for that, I've been using the line of hover pens by Novium, the sponsor of this video. The Hover Pen Interstellar Edition is Novium's most ambitious design, and was even named one of the best inventions of 2022 by Time magazine.
Wait, that's kind of sick. What the fuck?
That was made as tribute to both space and science.
Wait, that's actually kind of sick. What the fuck?
Aluminum, defies gravity by floating seamlessly in its specially crafted magnetic dock, and rests at a 23.5 degree angle, which, if you're a true science nerd, you know is a reference to Earth's axial tilt.
Sorry, I dropped something on the floor.
I've had mine for a few weeks now, and I absolutely love it. It's light, well balanced, feels great in my hand, and it's an absolute pleasure to write with. Although I ordered mine in Space Black, it also comes in Mars Magma, Starlight Silver, and Neptune Blue.
Guys, is this kind of cool or what? What the fuck?
They also offer a premium edition, which is not only 18 karat gold plated,
but
has a real meteorite shard embedded within it. If you want something a bit more versatile, you can also check out the Hover Pen Future Edition. It's a 2-in-1 fountain and rollerball pen with an interchangeable tip.
Wait, that's kind of sick,
if you want to write with something a bit more luxurious. Because these pens are hovering in their docks, you can spin them while you're sitting at your desk. Honestly, I love this, and I find myself doing it all of the time.
Wait,
when I'm
my
researching
ADHD
videos.
ass would love
now,
this.
Whether you're picking up a hover pen to sit on your own desk or to give to someone special as a gift, you can do so with a 10% discount by using my code WesHammer.
Guys, I'm gonna pause this for you guys if you want to like scan that QR code. I'm gonna pause it for you guys, okay? Because that is really cool. Holy shit, what the fuck? I mean, I don't... Okay, from the picture, it looks like you could like unscrew it and refill like the insides, because this looks like a refill. These look like refills, right? This looks like a refill. This looks like the base. This looks like the other stuff. This is like probably like just a card saying you bought it, but this looks like a refill, so I guess you could like unscrew it. Yeah, this is actually really cool. Wait. I'm gonna hurt myself a little and we're gonna see how much it is. Okay? I'm scared. We're gonna do it for the US homies. How much is it with the meteorite? I'm curious. How much is it with the meteorite? No!
Click on my link in the description.
So it's a $99 pen. That means if I use WesHammer for 10% off, it becomes a $90 pen. 91 if we round up. And then if we account for shipping, it becomes a $99 pen again. So WesHammer paid for our shipping. Or I could buy a pack of pencils at the dollar store for like, you know, $1. I mean, yeah, okay, $100 isn't insane for a good pen, but this would definitely have to be refillable, and I'd have to be able to use it for like minimum 9 years for me to feel like this was a good purchase. The refills are $13. Okay. Well, shit, I don't know. Okay, I feel like if I bought this, right, and I showed this to a guy, he would actually be like, "That's not too bad." He'd be like, "That's pretty cool," but also I could just buy more like, you know, Games Workshop kits. So, heh.
Description or scan my QR code here on the screen. Novium ships worldwide with free shipping to most countries, so be sure to get yours today.
Oh, free shipping?
Big thanks to Novium for sponsoring
Oh, that's not too
this
bad
video.
then. It's not $400. Belisarius Call.
Kicking this video off at number 10 with Belisarius Call, a character that in the grand scheme of Warhammer 40k is a somewhat new addition to the lore. But he had a way bigger impact with this introduction than pretty much any other character in recent memory. Debuting in the Gathering Storm arc in 2017, the Archmagos Dominus was said to be the creator of the Primaris Marines, that he played a pivotal role in the resurrection of Guilliman, and was the individual that was able to discover the true nature of the Blackstone pylons, to name but a few of his seemingly infinite accomplishments.
Why do we hate him?
So, on the surface, he seems like a pretty interesting character, but from his haters' perspective, everything about him was just too convenient. He was smarter and more capable than anybody else, had quite literally improved upon the Emperor's own designs, which was supposed to be an impossibility, and he was regularly fraternizing with aliens and experimenting with their technology.
They just hate him for the sake of being a fucking hater. They actually just hate him for the sake of being a fucking hater. That is insane.
Something that would get any other tech priest burned at the stake. It seemed like no matter what Call did, his actions would break one or more of the established laws of the universe. For example, the Mechanicus viewed innovation as a tech heresy. Yet
Yeah.
Paul seemed to possess nearly limitless capacity for creating and manipulating. It was like he was fixing plot issues with nothing more than a hand wave, something that to many directly undermined the Imperium's themes of stagnation and regression.
I mean,
many Warhammer fans hated him
isn't
not because of the
progression
character
good,
himself,
though?
but more so, they saw him as evidence for the erosion of the grimdark atmosphere that 40k was famous for.
Really?
Thankfully, with almost a decade having passed since his introduction, Games Workshop and the Black Library have gone to great lengths to properly integrate Call into the story. And now, by contrast, he's one of the most beloved characters in the entire franchise. Still, for many
Good.
people, first impressions are hard to shake, and there is a sizable portion of the community that still hates his guts.
What? Made my armies redundant by introducing Promeris? Oh.
You know those characters that somehow never lose, no matter what the writers choose to throw them up against? The ones that always manage to win in the most over-the-top way possible?
Okay.
That break all of the rules and seem to be trying way too hard to be cool? For many Warhammer fans, none better encapsulate this archetype than Cato Sicarius,
No,
former
our
captain
goat.
of the Ultramarine 2nd Company. A man who is not only
Our goat? Really? That's insane. Hi, San. Hi. Hold up, guys. Before anything, I gotta give my girl a big fucking. Wait, where is it? How do I navigate this? I've been streaming on Twitch for like ever, and I still don't know how to do this. This is fucked up and evil and dumb. Hi, San. San, say something. Say something. But like, yeah. So, how can they fucking hate my goats? Cato Sicarius and the Knight Champion. How can anyone hate him? He's so funny. There's a former G who is a VTuber now. He's like, he hates Cult. Really? Can I ask who? Yeah, who is it? Shit, new mod. Yep, we've got a new mod. Anonymous, thanks for gifting us up to Santa. Just another Merc. Thank you for subbing. Thank you. Appreciate you guys. So much. He's not as funny in the actual books. I think that like I think he's so funny. But I don't know. I think he's a goober.
one of the greatest sword fighters and tactical minds to have ever lived, a fact that the writers refuse to let you forget. But a dude who has no concept of humbleness or humility. Due to his narrative prominence, arrogant personality, and a long list of ridiculous victories, Cato Sicarius quickly found himself as one of 40k's most hated characters.
I kinda love that though. The fact that he's so ridiculous in this universe makes sense to me, because this universe is also so over the top bad that having just one guy who just luck sacks everything makes so much sense to me. Right? Like, I think the fact that there is one guy who is just like fucking dominating because of how dumb the lore is makes sense. I just think it's stupid and it's so funny.
In earlier editions, Cato was given so much attention that he ended up overshadowing pretty much every other Ultramarines character.
Damn!
He was viewed as the successor to Calgar, even though objectively that honor should have been given to the captain of the first company, Severus Agamen. A dude who received practically no narrative attention in comparison. His arrogance, tendency to boast about his achievements, and his utter ruthlessness in pursuit of advancement was a jarring departure from the Ultramarines archetype that many had become accustomed to. You know, the Ultramarines, the dudes that are all about honor and nobility and have a tendency to meticulously plan out every engagement. Well, Cato Sicarius and his mastery of the lightning assault embodied pretty much none of that. Now, I get why
but we
people
love
don't like him,
him.
but if you want my personal take on him, I think he's one of those characters that suffers from a disconnect between how he's presented in source books like codexes and the novels. Because books like The Fall of Deimos and Knights of Macragge are fantastic, and do a lot to flesh him out and ground his personality and achievements. In these books, he's way less arrogant. Not only wrong, he's still a brutal hard ass, but he feels like a real character. Not so much in the older codexes, though. Also, if—
Who was that guy that showed up, guys? Who was that guy? What's that smiley face? An old GW writer? Okay. Cause like, if they put someone's face up there, there has to be a point, right? Also, is that our goat, Alpha Busa? Hell yeah. Matt Ward, blame him. Oh, that's Matt Ward. I see now. Sigma Marine, true. I don't know. I think the concept of Mary Sue's can be funny, but then again, who knows?
I'm being honest with you, I'm pretty sure a lot of his hate comes from Brava Alpha Baza's iconic depiction of him. It's something that no matter how much Games Workshop does to reinvent the character, we're never going to be able to forget that. Emperor's text-to-speech device just made it way too much fun to hate on him.
He's so funny! John Grammaticus? There's an actual John in this universe?
Now, before I started digging through comment sections across the internet to find out the community's most hated characters for this video, I was pretty confident which names were going to appear on the list. However, one of them caught me completely by surprise, as it was a character that I actually kinda liked, and I didn't realize there was any kind of backlash against them.
Why do we
But
hate?
after having read hundreds of these complaints, I totally get why so many people hated John Grammaticus. For those unfamiliar with him, John Grammaticus is one of the Perpetuals, and he was introduced to us in the Horus Heresy in the novel Legion. There, he is depicted as a secret agent working for the Cabal, a shadowy alien organization that wants to ensure that Horus ends up winning the war. Seeing as this novel is kind of like a spy story filled with shifting alliances, John would be right at home here and would play a pivotal role. Without getting into too many details, he ends up working as kind of a liaison between Alpharius and the Alpha Legion and the Cabal. All things considered, this book was pretty well received, and most people liked John Grammaticus at this time. However, his story would eventually become one of the Horus Heresy's B-plots, and he would appear sporadically in other novels. And that's when, for many Warhammer fans, his character started to fall apart. For many fans, John's importance in the narrative is kind of unearned.
Perpetuals are immortals. He's one of the few normal-ass human immortals. Oh! That's why you guys hate him then. Okay, I see. I get it now.
His perpetual status, which is granted by the Cabal, somehow remains intact even after he betrays them. Whereas his psychic ability to understand every language is explained to us, all of the other powers he uses throughout the series aren't, and he seems to just be pulling them out of his ass at random. They're also kind of inconsistent and don't really line up with what we've been told about how psychic abilities work. For example, he's able to communicate with people through their dreams, seemingly at will from across the galaxy. Yet earlier in the series, Magnus the Red, one of the most powerful psychers to have ever lived, had to sacrifice an entire Cabal to do something similar. But for some reason, John can just do this at will? Why?
What?
Who knows? The writers didn't feel it important to explain to us. His personality also kinda tends to alienate readers. He comes across as cocky, arrogant, manipulative, self-serving, and intellectually superior. Yet he's always making questionable decisions that conveniently always somehow work out for him off-screen. Many Warhammer fans note that as a newly introduced character, he seems to feel out of place, like he's meddling in major events without much awareness of his limited scope. For many, John embodies what didn't work with the Perpetuals. His subplots often feel unimportant and interrupt more compelling narratives. Unlike other B stories like Malkador and his Knights Errant, his lacked cohesion and scale, leading to a somewhat jarring shift in tone whenever they would happen. In the end, John overstayed his welcome and led many to consider him their most hated character in all of 40k.
That makes sense. That sounds annoying. That honestly sounds like it would be annoying. That does sound annoying. Okay, that makes sense. Kind of sounds like, yeah, he sounds like he'd be annoying once you break it down like that. Who is Erda? Now he's awesome. You like him? Like, I guess it'd be like if a character constantly broke the fourth wall and was rewarded for it, I'd be like, well, you know, I guess it kind of like in a Deadpool way, I guess. I don't know. Mother of the Primarchs? Oh, okay. He's awesome. He just isn't a Primarch. That's why people hate him. Fuck. Closest thing to
One of the most
mom.
significant and prominent mysteries permeating throughout all of Warhammer has always been in relation to the Primarchs. It's skimming over a lot, but two of the biggest things that we knew was that A, they were created by the Emperor, and B, they were scattered as infants by chaos. However, with the introduction of the perpetual character known as Erda, this would all seemingly be retconned late in the series.
Okay.
Although having never been mentioned before, Erda was apparently one of the Emperor's oldest companions, and it was her who donated her genetic template in order for the Primarchs to be created. In addition, we also learned that it wasn't Chaos that scattered the Primarchs after all, it was her. At one point, she had become disillusioned with the Emperor's plans and knew the horrors that awaited her children. Worse, she knew that when the Emperor was done with them, they would end up going the way of the Thunder Warriors. In order to give them a chance at a better life away from their father, Erda would end up setting them free. Now, here's the issue with all this. On one hand, it makes sense that the Primarchs would have a mother. I think that's something all of us can kind of get on board with. Also, her reasoning for why she scattered them also does kind of make sense. I'm not a parent myself, but I think for many fans that are, they can at least understand and maybe even relate to her line of thinking.
Wait, what was it, guys? What was her reason for like what is like her reason for scattering them? The art is really nice though. That showed her heresy. Oh, she got visions that showed her the heresy. So she scattered them so that they wouldn't... So, like, they wouldn't commit the heresy? Is that it? Was used alongside Big E to make the Primarch. She's also the one who helped tossing them into war, save them from the Emperor. The art is really good, though. Hopefully not to... Hi, Dagenher. Haha, Chaos influenced her. So she did it to protect them from the Emperor, then. Oh, okay. So was she wrong to scatter them then? In hindsight, yes, but in that moment, was she wrong? Okay. Yes, okay. I think I get it now. Ah. Killed the Thunder Wars generation for the Primarch. She thought he would do the same to them. Ah, she had good intentions. But... okay. Ah, it's kind of like a gray area. It's like she did things because she thought she knew what would happen, but she didn't have all of the pieces. I see. Okay, Chaos lied to her. She got tricked. But it's still bad, so ugh. Matt Farias, thanks so much for following. Thank you, welcome to the basement. Welcome. She acted like a mother. I guess that does make sense. He purged at least one. Oh, I remember you guys. Oh, okay. You know what? That makes sense. Okay. I think that makes sense. She got gaslit. Good intentions, but so yeeted babies across the galaxy. And some of the babies didn't even end up right, like Angron, right? Fuck.
Honestly, this could have made for a very good twist, and Erda could have been received as an interesting new addition to the lore. But to say that her introduction was handled in basically the worst way possible is a pretty big understatement. Now, I get it. Most people don't like retcons, but they happen. And personally, I'm not the type of person that gets upset about them so long as they're handled well. But this was changing lore that had been established for decades with absolutely no buildup, which is a shame because if the series had set this up, like maybe gave us some clues about her existence early on, it could have been an interesting mystery. Like maybe our characters for some reason need to find this woman, this quote-unquote mother of the Primarchs. Most people don't even believe she exists, but if she does, in the context of 40k, she would be a biblical figure.
Kind of stupid thing trying to save them from death by the Emperor by sending one to Baal, an awful and deadly planet. I don't think she picked the right planet. Fuck, dude. That's kind of I don't know, like, she kind of fucked up Angron, huh? Angron, our boy. I mean, not really our boy. I don't know, the nails kind of fucked him up, but, still. My angry boy.
Could have been a really interesting plot where maybe for some reason our characters have to track her down and they're not even convinced she's real, but when they find her, she ends up playing a major role in the story. And that's just off the top of my head. I'm not a writer, I don't know how to come up with a compelling narrative.
Yeah,
but
we're just
I know
dudes.
The authors of the Black Library are. They could have done something really good with her, but they didn't. Instead, she ended up being treated as a living exposition dump by another hated character that we already talked about, John Grammaticus. She basically used him like a proxy to talk directly to the audience, and then in her next appearance a couple of books later, she unceremoniously dies. Now, if you haven't read the Horus Heresy, this took place in Saturnine, which is the 59th mainline entry in the series. But it actually was worse than that. It was more like the 109th if you count all of the anthologies, the spin-off books, and the Primarch novels that had been released prior to her introduction. The point is that this was way, way, way too late in the game to be introducing such a narrative-altering figure with no—
Yo, they made her hot in this art. I just gotta say, they made her like really fucking hot in this art. Damn.
build-up. Then, to make it worse, they just rushed through her story, so she was less of a character and more of just a writer's aid. Like I said before, I'm on board with what she's supposed to represent, and her inclusion in the lore on a macro perspective is totally fine. But her portrayal in the actual books that she appeared in was just bad, and a huge miss from the Black Library. I'm sure a lot of Warhammer fans have different reasons for hating her, but for me, it was just that she broke the immersion. Like, we all know that the authors are kind of making this story up as they go, it's just kind of the nature of the beast. But we all kind of collectively agreed to ignore that fact and just accept the books for what they were, as they're normally really good. But then you get an event like this that shatters the illusion and sucks you right back out of the narrative. Something that for a lot of people meant that they would always hate Erda.
Can I be for reals? I get why she's polarizing, but I also feel like I don't hate her inclusion. I don't know. What do you guys think? Looks worse than Nasuver's chart. Do I want to see what that is? I don't even know what that is. Let me Google it. Am I gonna regret this? It's the Fate Stay Night one? Oh. You know what? That makes sense. Fate Stay Night is a complicated mess and I don't want to look at it. Also, my stats are still here. Oopsie. Don't look at it, guys. Don't look at my stats. Don't look at me shitpost also. By the way, if you guys wonder why there are cuts in the videos, it's because I accidentally do stuff like that. Don't worry about it. Yeah, Fate Stay Night is too complicated, so I enjoy everything at face value. I enjoy the fact that Gilgamesh is hot. That's it. 99% male? Okay. Being for reals, I watch WoW and Warhammer stuff. Are we bringing in the ladies? Probably not. Yeah, let's not even talk about type moon. Like I'm a Tsukihime girly. I'm a type moon girly, but I do not want to open the can of worms at all. No, I've seen the Horus Heresy chart, and I'm gonna be for reals. If I were to Horus Heresy chart, right? I'm gonna be for reals. I've seen this. I've seen that one video of the guy reacting to it. Wait, where is it? Is it this? Is this a link? It better not fucking dox me. Holy shit. Oh fuck! Flashbang! I'm sorry guys! We got flashbanged! So I just gotta say, if I were to read this, I would only read the yellow parts. I will only read the yellow parts because I very much like the Imperial Fist, and that's it. But also there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 separate books that may or may not be graphic novels and or audio dramas or novels or short stories. And I'm gonna be for reals. Ain't nobody got time for that. I'd probably read the first 4. I would probably read the first 4. And then if I really wanted to, I'd read I feel like the most relevant one to read would probably be like the Blueberries. Because at least the Blueberries only have like what 1, 2, 3 books and like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 like short stories and like 2 audio dramas. Like I could do that. You know what? Dorn doesn't have a mustache in canon. Well, you know, mustache or not, I still love Dorn. Dorn is still my boy. Fists are boring in the heresy other than Dort. Yeah, I don't know how fun they'd be, but I think I'd love them. I think I still read it. I don't know. If you want more detail, watch lore videos. The first 4 are absolutely great. I'm kind of worried because I feel like, do you guys ever get that feeling where it's like I feel like I don't know enough to properly enjoy. I don't know enough lore to properly enjoy the books because I don't know enough like of the backstory. And I don't know. I kind of feel like that, but then maybe I should just read the book and then make the decision. Imperial Fist, let's go. That's my boy. Those are my babies right there. But yeah, Dorn rocks a mustache. I feel like Dorn is my favorite man because he has the building-tism and I understand him. 40k audiobooks, 2 books a week. Oh, you know what? That makes sense. Okay, 3, 2, 1. It's all made up bullshit. I mean, all stories are made up bullshit, but made up bullshit is entertaining. Oh, I don't even know how to say this. Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. This guy's name didn't show up as much as I thought it would when I was doing my research. But he's my own personal most hated character, so I absolutely had to include him.
Wait,
if
why?
If you're unfamiliar with him, Weirdmake is a space wolf rune priest from the Horus Heresy that debuted in the novel 1,000 Suns.
Okay.
At one point, he would end up saving the chief librarian of the 1,000 Suns, Isaac Ahriman, and the two would actually end up becoming pretty close friends. It was actually genuinely really touching to read about. They were both psychers who could channel the powers of the warp, but they came from different cultures and had different views. Seeing these two nerd out together was kinda great. Armand would be like, oh well, we call it the Sea of Souls, where Weirdmake would say, that's interesting, we call it the Weird. You believe this and we believe that. Let's talk about our differences and have some good-natured philosophical debates back and forth. These two were set up to be one of 40k's best bromances. But here's the thing, as it turns out, that's not what was going on at all. Whereas Ahriman thought he had found a kindred spirit and a new best friend, Weirdmake absolutely hated him. He was gathering information to use against Ahriman and the 1,000 Suns at the Council of Nicaea, where he would end up giving a testimony damning them as dreadful sorcerers. This is a level of scheming, manipulation, and treachery that would impress even the word bearers. It's hard to quantify the sheer sense of betrayal that Ahriman felt listening to the person he thought was his friend spit absolute venom in his direction. He now knew that what they had was a lie, that all of the secrets they shared wasn't simply an exchange of cultures, it was him unknowingly authoring he and his brother's own damnation. And don't get me wrong, narratively speaking, Weirdmake is a great character, he's very well written, but he's written a little too well if you ask me. Graham McNeil set out to make him a snake, and he succeeded with flying colors. I, and just about every other person who read this book, absolutely despise this guy, and seeing him get what was coming to him by the end of the book was greatly satisfying.
That's crazy! 07 to the people who are getting ads. I am so sorry, besties. 07, talking... Was he right? Was he actually right? He let Ahriman info dump about special interest and betrayed him, fully deserve hate. Yeah, fuck that man. He fucking betrayed them. Was he right? I have no idea. But holy shit. 07 to the ad lads. Oh, so sorry, besties. As a Space Wolf fan, I regret him. Are peak hypocrites about all things psychers? Are they? Ooh. Maybe? Okay. Man. Everything's so traumatizing about this universe, huh? Like Magnus Wertmink actually did nothing wrong. I mean, he was a little right for doing, but wow, he did them dirty. He did them hella dirty. He snitched, and we all know snitches don't get bitches. The 1,000 Suns genocide might have been the biggest mistake the Imperium did. He's hated due to good writing, is hated due to bad writing. That makes sense. Okay, so he's meant to be hated, and it is justified then. Ooh. 1,000 Suns only fell because the Imperium betrayed them, not the other way around. He and the Space Wolves are the embodiment of that. Ooh. Maybe I have to read the book. I don't know. Maybe I'll read the book and then we'll come back and we'll have like I'll write a book report or something. Fuck it. What if I start doing that on Patreon? Book report. I have no idea what else to put, where else to like make to do like book reports. Hell yeah, book club, guys! 40k book club, let's go. We're gonna start from Horus Heresy. Everybody hop on to the book club. That's so funny. Imagine writing a book report. I'm like in my mid-20s. I haven't written a book report since I was like, what, 11? That's so funny. Hell yeah, book club, book club. He's super, no way, the wolves, okay. Do you so, I'm sick that day. Thank you for announcing that you will be sick in advance, Wilson. Understandable, have a nice day, please get well soon. It's gonna be so funny. You used to be part of Lit Club during pandemic, not school. It's very fun. Hell yeah. You gotta go into the one about burning prostitutes. Okay. Wait. Now I just need to know, like, what books to read. I mean, obviously you're gonna start from Horus Heresy, right? But of course, let's do a book club, guys. Let's fucking go. I don't know who Lucius the Eternal is, but we're ready for this. I help my students do book reports. I don't do them. Mood af. When we start book reports in the 5x5 index cards, oh my god. Wait. What if we did, like, book reports on Patreon? Only because I don't know where else to put them, right? And then, like, the only emotes that you can use are the thumbs up or the thumbs down for to mark my book report. That'd be so funny. That's so silly. Lucius, okay, we hate Lucius the Eternal. Why? Let's watch. Why though? Why do we hate him?
For many Warhammer fans, Lucius the Eternal is the epitome of what it means to be a hated character. As the Herald of Slaanesh, he embodies arrogance, sadism, and narcissism. He's viciously cruel and has an insatiable compulsion for combat. He's also obsessed with self-glorification and constantly boasts about how he's the greatest duelist to have ever lived, even though we know that's not true. We've seen him get his teeth kicked in many times in the past, and for many fans, this contradiction makes him absolutely insufferable. If you didn't know, this guy's able to resurrect, and many Warhammer fans take issue with this mechanic.
It's this guy from the DTS! Oh! Okay.
The rules seem to be inconsistent. As it stands, if somebody manages to kill him and they take pride in the achievement, then his soul will end up infecting theirs.
What?
He will gradually take over their body and eventually they'll turn into him. Now, sure, although weird, at least this seems pretty simple, but not so fast. We've seen this guy die by stepping on a landmine and then get resurrected on the other side of the galaxy because the factory worker who made it took pride in their work. He also managed to infect a Necron Pharaon at one point, and sure enough, the Necrons are prideful and arrogant, but they don't have a soul, nor do they have any flesh to mutate. So how did that work? Some people like myself are able to look past these instances and just kind of enjoy the character for what he is, but others value consistent rules and laws that govern such an expansive franchise. Now, I'm gonna be honest with you, full bias disclosure.
Genuine question, who is this? Because he's kind of fine.
Here, I actually kind of love Lucius. I think he's underrated and most people are sleeping on him. His horrible personality makes him ridiculously entertaining to me. I find him genuinely hilarious.
That was Lucius before Slaanesh? Fuck. That sucks. Did you paint it yet? No, I have to go buy paint. Go buy more paint. Fuck, that's it before he got corrupted. Oh, I hate this now. Okay, well, fuck.
Cocky, arrogant, insufferable bastard that routinely gets humbled, yet he still somehow finds a way to convince himself that he's the greatest that ever lived. He's great. I much prefer characters like him to ones like Cato Sicarius that are also cocky and insufferable, but the narrative tends to bend around them to make them win, whereas with Lucius, we at least see him lose pretty consistently. Now, I'll fully admit that his resurrection mechanic is gimmicky, but I'll take that over just copious plot armor every day of the week. And to Games Workshop's credit, it's been implied in the novels that his resurrection mechanic doesn't work necessarily because his opponent takes pride in killing him. That's just one vector of infection. At the end of the day, Lucius keeps coming back because that's Slaanesh's will. The Dark Prince finds him entertaining, and so long as he continues to amuse them, he's gonna keep being resurrected. As soon as Slaanesh grows bored with him, it's gonna be lights out. Something that has caused Lucius a lot of existential dread recently. Now, although I like this take a lot better, it definitely conflicts with what we've been told in the past. So if Games Workshop ever wants a sizable portion of the community to take Lucius seriously, they're gonna need to do a lot of work to clarify this. Until then, he's gonna remain as one of 40K's most hated characters. Oh boy, alright, let's do this. It's everybody's favorite incompetent War Master, Mr. the Despoiler. Faelbadon the Harmless, the man that took 13 Black Crusades to manage a single meaningful victory. The dude that has done nothing but fail upwards for the last 3 decades.
Do we hate him, Faelbadon? Is he actually called Faelbadon? That's insane. That is so funny. Faelbadon the Armless? His arms used to fall off his model, so we call him Faelbadon the Armless? Oh. He did destroy Cadia, it ain't a small feat. Oh, okay, well... Abaddon in chat, you guys like him? You failed 13 times, he had to retcon him a win? Wait, that's insane! So Imperium always has to win, he will always lose because the Black Legion's base Chaos Army? That makes sense. Plot armor fucks him over. Oh, okay, well that makes sense.
Or at least that's what a lot of Warhammer fans claim. And it's why I had to include him in this video. He's undoubtedly one of the most hated characters. But full disclosure, we're with characters like John Grammaticus. Although I didn't personally hate the guy, I understood why others did. Abaddon is one of those that I just vehemently disagree with. I think he's great, he shouldn't be on this list, everybody else is wrong. But in the spirit of this video, I do want to explore what makes him so controversial and why so many people hate his guts. Although we are absolutely spoiled for novels nowadays, and both the Horus Heresy and Aaron Dembski-Bowden's Black Legion books have done a lot to flesh out Abaddon's character and make him a lot more endearing, in the early 2000s and late 90s, those didn't exist. Back then, Abaddon came off a lot more one-dimensional. He was just another crazy Chaos Lord with a fancier title. Many Warhammer fans would point to his earliest depictions and say he evoked feelings of a classic Saturday morning cartoon villain. One that was stereotypical in their motivations and actions and lacked any form of interesting nuance.
I guess
now,
so.
Sure, back then and even to this day, there are many characters found throughout the Black Library novels that kind of fit this description. This isn't necessarily a problem, that archetype exists for a reason. But these were just single one-off villains, not the main antagonist for the entire franchise. To many, he left something to be desired. It was as if Games Workshop was playing it too safe with him. He was the main figurehead for too many different Chaos factions, and thus he could never veer too far in one lane or the other. He was a villain designed by committee rather than the passion of a single author. As consequence, this caused other villains to feel a lot more unique and well-defined in their niche. Typhus, Bile, Huron Blackheart, hell even Lucius at least felt like they had their own distinct personalities, whereas Abaddon was pretty generic by comparison. When they finally did get around to telling us a bit more about the character, for many Warhammer fans, it felt like a huge contradiction. On one hand, Games Workshop was telling us that he rejected the Chaos Gods and refused to worship them. But on the other hand, he was seemingly completely dependent upon their gifts.
It doesn't look like he rejected them. Shit. I don't know. Huron Blackheart is a better leader. Is he? I don't know who that is.
Although it's something that's existed in lore since at least 2002, the fact that all of the Black Crusades had smaller objectives that all came together in the 13th was not something that was widely known. It was information that was mostly contained in background books and semi-obscure sources. So when the storyline moved forward with the Gathering Storm and the 13th Black Crusade resulted in the destruction of Cadia and the formation of the Great Rift, to many Warhammer fans, this looked like a massive retcon. They had created a main antagonist that was so incompetent, his creators literally had to rewrite the universe's history to give him a meaningful victory.
Is that what you guys were talking about? About how they retcon him a win? That is insane. That is actually really fucking insane. Holy shit.
This isn't exactly what happened, but it's still a very commonly held belief within the community. Another major issue that people had with this character is in relation to his overall power level. especially now that many of the Primarchs have returned to the setting. If you're new to Warhammer and you've only joined within the last couple of years, you gotta remember that back in the 90s, 2000s, and even the early 2010s, the Primarchs really weren't a thing.
Oh,
now, sure,
okay.
they existed in the lore, but they weren't active characters in the 41st millennium. They were just these mythological figures that got referenced from time to time. I see this pretty frequently. Warhammer fans that have joined since they started coming back sometimes just can't really wrap their head around why they haven't taken his place. They're so much more powerful than he is, so surely that means they should be in charge. Now, I could go on and on about the issues that people have with him, but ultimately, I think Abaddon is a victim of several major things. First, there's tons of misconceptions about him that have been spread through memes. Second, easily accessible information sources like the wiki tend to remove a lot of the compelling and interesting context from his stories and boil him down to a tally of victories and losses. Now, there's nothing wrong with using the wikis to learn the lore. In fact, I think they kind of get a bad rap in the community, and they're actually a great first step for new people.
Okay.
But if you're not actually reading the stories that these characters come from, and you're not getting all of the context behind what happens, and entire novels are boiled down to just a few sentences, then you might end up falling into the trap where you base a character's worth on how high or low they are in the power scale. Now, sure.
You know, I do agree. I just know, Mio, that people support you. You're so nice today, Duologs. Are you okay? But also, I do agree that, like, okay, as a normie, when I was, like, watching my friend play Space Marines, right? And I was, like, doing, like, my own research into it, it was very confusing. So, I do think that, like, you need someone to explain this shit to you. You really need someone to explain all of this to you. We all think you're doing a good job. Why are you so nice today, Duologs? You're insane. I think it's just words that have no explanation. So it's a little like, I don't really know what the wiki is talking about. But was he not nice? He is, you know what? That's true. Did he gamble away money for his raid addiction? Possibly. Missing a lot of sources too? Yeah, I think it's a little confusing. So, like, you know what's the thing? One of the main reasons why I like watching lore videos with chat, why I like doing these reactions with you guys, is because I learn new stuff, but also I have chat over here explaining deeper bits of the lore. So it's less confusing. So having you guys here to bridge that gap is really nice. I may have spent a lot last night. He got fucking damn it, Logs. Don't bonk him out though. But got fucking damn it, Logs. He gambles so you learn from his mistakes. He's such a good man. Duologs is not a high value man. Hold up, I need to take a screenshot of this real quick, guys. I need to take a screenshot of this, but yeah. The retcon comes from other points. GW made a tournament with the results of finding what happened in the story. Imperium won Acadia was defended. Afterwards, they gave the win to Abaddon. Oh. Yikes. Duologs gambled away Miwa's contract. Who do I belong to now then? What the fuck? That's crazy.
Mostly speaking, power scales and stuff like that are totally harmless. Arguing about power levels is a time-honored tradition. It's something that's prevalent in other nerdy communities like the anime scene or fandoms based on pretty much any video game, all of which have a pretty big overlap with 40k. And though I firmly believe looking at 40k through this lens does you a disservice and robs you of interesting and compelling narratives, if I'm being honest, a pretty sizable portion of 40k's lore exists in service to a literal tabletop game which is full of power scales and quantifiable stats. It's not difficult to see where this mindset comes from or why it's so prevalent. So yeah, that's a pretty abridged version of all of the issues that people seem to have with Abaddon and where I think they come from. He's one of those characters that I'll fully admit it's kind of hard for me to set my bias aside for. So if you're one of those people that have read all of his books and you still hate his guts, definitely let me know your take down in the comment section below.
Okay.
Because when I was doing research for this video, like 99 times out of 100, the people that said they hated him had never read a single book that he had been in. So I didn't really know what to do with that, if I'm being honest.
Kaldor Drago! Oh no! It's our boy who's lost in the fucking warp. Let's go! Can I be reals? I don't feel like I hate any character in particular, only because if they're written to be bad, that makes sense. I wouldn't hate them for being bad. It's like hating a character, hating like an actor for portraying like hating an actor for portraying like a bad guy really well, like that, it makes no sense. Like they're doing a good job, duh. But book season actually he's guts, he's a jerk. Yeah, I guess that makes sense, yeah. The Mary Sue of all Mary Sues? Oh my god, let's go. I don't think I care enough to I don't think I take the saying seriously enough to carry my big bat's a little silly. I think the fact that they can be a little silly is so funny. Okay, Caldor Drago, let's go!
People love to hate on Matt Ward for his contributions to the lore in and around 5th edition, and don't get me wrong, I get it. But he also gave us Traws and the Infinite and made the Necron dynasties a much more interesting faction.
He did?
So there's some good and some bad.
Oh.
But what this man did with Caldor Drago, the supreme grand Mary Sue of the Grey Knights, unforgivable. Less a character and more Matt Ward's own personal power fantasy, Caldor Drago's legacy is filled with impossible victories, each more nonsensical than the last.
Damn.
He managed to kill a demon prince in his first recorded battle honors. He managed to hold off an entire demonic incursion in real space by himself, fighting non-stop for 2 days straight. He managed to not only defeat Mortarion, but tear out his heart and carve his predecessor's name into it, and then banish him back to the warp.
What?
He's also said to have burned a considerable portion of Nurgle's garden, laid ruin to a city of Tzeentch, and killed a bloodthirster in Khorne's realm, single-handedly and basically unarmed. And
Okay, I completely get what you mean by this man as a Mary Sue now. What the fuck? What the fuck is that lore? That is dumb. That is so dumb. That is actually so stupid. Stop. Be for reals. I kind of love how ridiculous it is, but also it's so fucking funny. He is the One Punch Man, huh?
And honestly, there's a lot more to this list, but I think I'm done reading these. I think you get the point.
Yeah.
His ridiculousness would end up getting even worse after he was exiled to the realm of chaos, where instead of, being forced to survive and grow as a character, he just kind of went on a murder spree, where he obliterated entire armies, greater demons, and chaos fortifications without so much as even breaking a sweat. How is he able to do all this while existing in a place that's anathema to human life? Who knows? It's not important. What is important is that the reader knows how cool Caldor Drago is. It's honestly a shame because this storyline actually could have been really interesting. I genuinely would love to read a novel about a space marine lost in the realm of chaos. Where actual growth occurs with the character. Where maybe Caldor Drago was forced to make difficult and terrible decisions. Where he's forced to ask what's more important, his oaths and morals, or his survival. Instead of an interesting story like this, the power fantasy just got progressively worse, and he remains a flawless, unbeatable character with unearned power. I'm not necessarily opposed to immortal or invincible characters.
Yeah.
I think if they're done right, they offer the author an opportunity to give us a unique perspective into this universe that we're not going to get anywhere else. But there's a right and a wrong way to do it. Now, I don't claim to be an author, nor do I really know how to quantify what is or isn't good writing. I just know what I like and what I don't. And where it all falls apart for me is when the author chooses to demonstrate just how powerful their character is by having them undermine and belittle other established characters.
That's true! When you say it like that, that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. He's like, okay. I love to see divine comedy based on the Chaos Realms. True. Yeah, I don't know what happened to Duologs. He's being weird today. But this makes a ton of sense. Okay, so you can't say, oh, these are chaos gods and they're basically really fucking powerful, but then also create a guy that just kind of fucks them up anyways. And he's just a guy. That's dumb. That is dumb. Okay. What? I mean, what? Okay, this is actually just stupid. A whole chapter of Marines just like it. That is really dumb. If all of the Marines were that capable, why hasn't chaos been eradicated already? That is dumb. Huh? My head is literally empty right now. I'm what? is going on? What is this? Like, he lives in the warp. The Grey Knight should really kill him on sight instead of let him keep him on. That is dumb. This is okay. Never mind. He's so ridiculous. I don't even like him. Shit. He's not likely to come back, I guess. Yeah, I like the guy in concept, but in practice it's obnoxious. I like the way they did like Saitama, right? Where he's super strong, but he's so unlikable by the common people because they don't believe that he's actually capable of what he does. Despite people knowing that he is, people don't believe it. And I think that is, he's not like insanely loved, and that's okay. The fact that this guy is supposed to be like, I'm super strong, I will beat all the demons, and also people like me, is kind of stupid. He's also depressed as fuck because of boredom. Bro, I am bored because I'm depressed as fuck. I'm not, it's not the other way around. That is silly. Krillin is Khaldor Drago, you heard it here first. Is he? Certain lore, she's a sort of battle, but well written. I might. I'll put like what is it? I'll put like some of these on like a notepad, and I'll buy the books. I don't know if I'll Kindle it or buy like an actual book, but I'll probably Kindle it. But yeah. Ladies, Jets, and Jewels? No way.
Greater demons and demon princes are supposed to be a huge threat.
Yeah.
The generals of entire armies. But seeing Khaldor Drago smack them around, sometimes while being unarmed, makes them feel kinda pathetic. And don't even get me started on the whole Mortarion's heart thing. That's just stupid. Not even fun stupid, just obnoxious stupid.
Okay, someone TLDR Mortarion's heart for me, please and thank you. Or I'm gonna like Google it so I can see like a TLDR of it. But like, can someone like but if someone were to TLDR it for me, how would you TLDR it for me? Wink wink. Believe in yourself, you've got this. He's so nice today, what the fuck? Man legit ripped out his heart. Okay. He beat Mortarion at height of demonic power, carved out his heart, wrote his name, and banished him back to... That is stupid! What? Stop! That is dumb. Mortarion is Nurgle's greatest champion. Drago is just a psyker dude. Makes no sense. I get it now. Okay, guys. What book should I read to be pissed off at? What book should I read to be pissed off at Khaldor Drago for? That is stupid and dumb and I hate it. What? All of them? Okay, well, any book with him in it? Oh, okay, great. I'll have to Google like what books he's in. What the fuck?
So yeah, whereas other characters on this list that are hated by the community are hated by design, like they're villains that are supposed to be hated, Khaldor Drago was a try-hard attempt to make the coolest character ever, and instead he became one of 40k's biggest dorks.
That is silly. That is so dumb.
Erebus, the first chaplain of the Wordbearers, is easily one of the most universally despised characters in all of Warhammer 40k. Not only was this dude basically responsible for the entire Horus Heresy single-handedly, but everything about him is tailor-made to be hated. He's a smug, arrogant, manipulative schemer that lies with every breath that he takes. This is the guy that stole the Anathame blade from the Interrex, which was then used to mortally wound Horus on the moon of Davin. Afterwards, he tricked the Sons of Horus into bringing him to a temple where he could use sorcery to infiltrate the wounded Primarch's mind and turn him against the Emperor. He was also the one who spread the warrior lodges throughout the legions, which caused further division between brothers. He orchestrated the Istanvon massacres, and worst of all, he killed Argold Tal, everybody's favorite word-bearer and Karn's BFF. And that's just barely scratching the surface. His list of atrocities goes on and on and on. But even more so than his deeds, there's just nothing likable about him. He never shows any remorse for any of his actions. He's unapologetically self-serving, and he doesn't have anything that even resembles a redeeming quality.
He's that bad?
Not only is he universally loathed by the Warhammer fanbase, but even his own allies in the stories can't stand him. What I'm trying to say is he's really good at being evil and being hated. There's a great short story where Erebus tells us all about his early life and explains who he is and why he's motivated to do the things that he does. He says that as a child in the deserts of Colchis, he would play this game where he picked the legs off of a scorpion one by one just to watch them squirm. Now, as an adult, he sought to play his scorpion game, as he called it, with people. And over time, he would come to want to play it with the biggest scorpions of all, the Emperor and his Primarch sons.
Stop, this is stupid. This is actually dumb. You're braver than you think, stronger than you seem. Okay, what? Erebus, that bum. Wait, if Erebus is number 2, who do you think's number 1 then? Shit. This is so dumb. This is, what? I want to play with scorpions?
He tells us that he's the only honest character in this setting. He never claimed to be anything other than what he was. An evil son of a that just loves being evil. So with all that said, I'm guessing you're wondering why he's not in the number 1 spot. And it's for a pretty massive reason that I think some people might disagree with me on. You see, the writers made this character so evil, so reprehensible, so hateable, that it made the majority of people actually kind of love him. But
Really?
It's complicated. You see, Erebus doesn't suffer from the same problems that many of the characters we've discussed so far do. He's not a Mary Sue. The plot doesn't just magically bend around to accommodate him. He has to work his ass off for each and every one of his schemes. And they're all pretty well explained. And sometimes it isn't in the main story and might be covered in one of the anthologies or a side story, but we always get a reason for why things happen the way they do with him. So what ends up happening with Erebus is you have a villain who the writers intended for you to hate. That's his purpose, and they did such a good job with him and made him such a believable, scheming, manipulative monster that he never breaks our immersion. People don't hate him because he's a bad character, they hate him because he's an amazing character.
Really?
Arguably one of the best in the entire Horus Heresy series. What makes him different from every other character on this list is that we love to hate Erebus. Also, and this may just be a bit of a side point, but I think a lot of people find Erebus actually pretty refreshing. Over the last 10 years in modern media, the whole sympathetic villain thing has aggressively overrun its course, and I think people resonate with a villain that's just being evil again. You don't have to feel guilty about hating him. You don't have to debate his motivations. You don't have to sympathize with him in any way, shape, or form. He's just an evil son of a that never claimed to be anything else, and that's kind of amazing. Because of all that, I can't bring myself to put him in number 1. As that honor goes to a character that I can confidently say doesn't have a single person in the entire Warhammer community that would call himself a fan of his. Someone that we don't all love to hate, we just hate. Let's talk about Leandros.
What? Yeah, fuck this motherfucker. What a fucking bitch. I hate him and his dumb guts. Yeah, fuck that guy. Bitch ass fuck. Okay, guys, I get it now. This motherfucker, he was number 1. I should have known. Yeah. Okay. Wait, I am the Morning Star. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. And Carsarino, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Welcome to the basement. Welcome. I get it now. Fuck this guy. Let's go. Oh my god, I get it now. He's a snitch. And snitches don't get bitches. Mean I hate him too? I mean, no. You see, it's not our fault that we hate him. It's just that we like Titus way too much. Okay? We like Titus way too much, and the fact that Leandros fucked him over makes me hate him. Because that's my boy right there. How dare he? That is my boy. They fucking tortured him. They've tortured our boy. And for what? So Leandros could be a little bitch. He could be a little bitch about it. You're not codex compliant. I'm sorry, we're being massive fucking haters right now. We're being massive haters right now. Dittersdorf, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you. Yeah, he's the guy who, like, if let's say you were in class, right, and you weren't paying attention, he'd be the guy who's like, he be a guy who's like, teacher, they're not paying attention. Wake them up now. Like, yo, shut up, you little snitch. You're insane. Guilliman himself would disagree with Leandros' extreme compliance with the Codex. I mean, yeah. Yeah, he went straight to the Inquisition instead of, like, going through a chain of command. Bro really... No. So, bro really just went to the fucking FBI for, like, you sleeping in class. That's basically it. Instead of going to the teacher, he went straight and called the police and went, hey, this person didn't do their fucking homework. Literally, what a shark. We hate him. I'm sorry, I'm a hater right now.
In most squad-based third-person shooters, the supporting characters that you fight alongside are there to help the player character progress through the story. And most of the time, they're pretty likable. Sure, they might have some disagreements from time to time, but at the end of the day, they're all still brothers. As their relationship grows on screen, fighting alongside each other, so too do these characters end up growing on us as the audience. And yeah, it might be a little bit formulaic, but who cares? No one's complaining about having too many likable characters in the game. Then, over here in Space Marine 1, you get paired up with goddamn Leandros, the most annoying, frustrating, fun-hating, stick-in-the-mud dickhead that has ever existed. A character that's not there to be helpful, that's not designed to be endearing. They're there to constantly contradict the main character, point out his failings, and overall be as unhelpful as possible. This guy is annoying right off the bat, but somehow he just keeps getting worse as the game progresses. At first, he's just criticizing Titus's decisions and actions, but then he starts openly accusing him of treachery and heresy. This all starts to take place after Titus demonstrates the ability to come into contact with raw warp energy and emerge unscathed, something that Leandros believes is impossible unless the individual is corrupted. Now, I know this is kind of a major plot point of Space Marine 1.
Maybe Leandros is just really fucking small-minded and he needs to grow the fuck up. Huh?
But warp energy is kind of an all over the place in its depiction throughout the entire franchise. Sometimes it will kill you instantaneously, and other times, like with, I don't know, Kaldor Drago, you can live in the warp for thousands of years and it's totally fine.
Yeah.
There are tons of examples of people being immune to its corrupting nature, or people who don't even really have any kind of special ability coming into contact with it, and maybe they're a little phased at first, but ultimately they can brush their knees off and they're fine. Now, these examples are definitely outliers. Warp energy normally is depicted as being insanely dangerous. But I bring them up to make the point that just because Titus seems to be immune to it doesn't make him an instant heretic.
Yeah, what the fuck?
However, no matter what Titus says, there's no way to convince Leandros of his loyalty. The guy is completely stuck in his beliefs and is unbelievably frustrating to the players because we know the truth. Whereas Titus views the Codex Astartes as a guidebook, Leandros has a zealous and rigid adherence to its rules. The biggest difference between them is that Titus wants to do what is right, Leandros wants to be right. If this dude wasn't insufferable and whingy enough, we find out at the end of the game that he's been sneaking behind everyone's back and making reports to the Inquisition, telling them that Titus is definitely corrupted. Now, under normal circumstances, we would expect that something like this would be handled in-house, that those reports would be made to the Reclusium, and the chapter's chaplains would carry out an investigation. But Leandros is too self-righteous to respect something as trivial as the chain of command. He goes right to the top. Now, quick spoiler warning, I'm going to drop a spoiler for Space Marine 2, so if you don't want to hear that, go ahead and skip ahead about a minute or to the timestamp on screen.
Guys, no.
Although we don't really know what ended up happening to him after the
It's our husband, guys, Gadriel.
Events of the first game, a lot of people were relieved when we played Space Marine 2 and he was nowhere to be seen.
Yeah.
That was all the way up until the end, where in the final scene, it's revealed to us that this entire time, the chaplain that's been guiding us and we've been taking orders from was Leandros. So, on top of everything we had to deal with him in the first game, we now have to live with the knowledge that this insufferable twat was rewarded for his actions. As I mentioned before, in good consciousness, I couldn't put Leandros in any other spot other than number 1, as with everyone else on this list, it doesn't matter how many haters they have, because a sizable portion of the community still loves them. But with Leandros, there is not a single person on this planet that would call themselves a fan of his. But what do you think of all this? Do you agree with my list, or do you think I got the order wrong? If you were to move...
I agree, because Leandros is number 1. Okay. Shut up, Morgoth. You're always so contrary, and of course you fuck with them. Of course you fuck with them. It is so dumb. It is actually so dumb. Leandros needs like a... It is so actually so stupid. What the hell? Here, small babe. Yeah, so weirdly enough, I don't have kids. It's not my child. I don't have kids. My mother has agreed to let her friend's family stay over at it in the spare bedroom in this house. And they'll be here for a month. No, she did not tell me in advance. They showed up. They showed up one day. It is not my kid. It is not my kid. I know. Yeah. So is my mom single? You know, she is actually. Don't you just love when family does that? Yeah! I can't really do anything about it, so all I can do is just suffer in silence. She available? You know, she's kind of nutty. It's not my kid. I do not have children. Unfortunately, we are very proud about being on birth control. Absolutely no children whatsoever. Saw baby not to cry, problem solved. Oh yeah, let me walk up to baby and go, don't cry. That's insane. Oh my god. It's so crazy. Being forever chaplain while others can get promoted. That's true. Tell Leandros the baby is a heretic. That's so fucked up. That is actually insane. It's not just babies. It's a baby and a toddler. There's two of them. I don't quite know what to do. Oh, just tell the baby queen never cry and it'll stop crying. You're absolutely right. You're actually so right. Hot take, he was doing his job reporting possible heresy. It was made chaplain where people who get reported in-house on heresy. I kind of get that. Like, it was a natural, like, progression for him. But I still think that him going above, like, everyone else's head to report the heresy is insane. Right? Yeah, no, so there's children here and I don't quite know how to react. I'm kind of scared of them. The other day I was like in the kitchen like making food, right? And one of the kids stood at the foot of like the kitchen door, right? And just stared at me the entire time. And I stared right back cuz I don't know what to do. I don't interact with children. So we just stared at each other and he stood there staring at me the entire time. I was like my food's going to burn. So I'm just going to turn around. But also, he just kept watching me. I was like, hi? No, they don't speak English. They don't fucking speak English. That's the best part. They don't speak English. So I just stood there like, you know, like the SpongeBob meme, like, that's not my cousin. They're random people. They're like my mother's like friends. Like my mom's friends' relatives. Have you not taken care of kids before? No. I have not taken care of kids before. The smaller your hammers, I think that's dog. I think you do that with dogs. I don't think you do that with I don't think you do that as like a with people. I think you do that with dogs. I'm positive. That's kind of insane though. Low-key a vibe. But yeah. I'm thinking right now, should I just end the stream here? We've been going for a bit. I should probably eat, maybe take a nap, maybe pee. I don't know. Let me see who's live. Who do I like that is live right now? Mochi is live? Oh shit. Mochi is live? She's been live for like 2 hours, which means she's gonna keep going for like ever. Oh, you know what? We will be raiding Nova Aokami, my one true love in this cruel world. How does that sound? I think we like that. I think we should do that. I think I love her. I think I love her very much. Let me see. Where is my queen? I know she's live. Oh, wait. Okay. So YouTube chat, we will raid into someone called Mordian Glory. Because they are currently painting tanks. And that sounds pretty fucking cool. What do you guys think? 6 hours, yeah. So, and let me see if anyone else, let me see who's live on like the Warhammer channel. Just because I'm curious. I want to see if we can rate someone cool that's also doing like Warhammer today. Okay, I have no idea. We'll be raiding YouTube chat. We will be raiding Nova, my queen. Because that's the love of my life right there. Mordian is pretty chill. Okay, maybe I'll rate some guy called Mordian. Hopefully they're chill. I don't know who Mordian is though. Yeah, I don't know who that is, so send help. Mordian is a cool dude. Okay. We're just gonna ship it. We're just gonna ship it. Thank you for the stream. You are welcome. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I hope you guys really liked it. We're gonna raid out into Nova, and then YouTube. I hope you guys are happy. We will be raiding out into Mordian. Okay, are you guys ready? In 3, 2, 1. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Okay, I love you guys. Otsu. Good night, guys. Good night. And YouTube chat, I love you guys too, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Good night.